This world is a place where the strong hold power, and the weak have no choice but to yield. A deer grazed peacefully, completely unaware that it was being watched. There's our prey, right over there. The young hunter drew his bow as instructed, remembering everything he had been taught. Stay calm, and his hands trembled with nerves, yet he maintained a firm grip. The arrow flew. As the command was given, the forest birds scattered in a sudden panic. The startled deer let out a sharp gasp, spinning around and bolting away with its hide perfectly intact. As it turned out, the arrow hadn't even been fired. It had snapped in two, leaving Joseph to cry out in frustration. "Johann, I told you to catch the prey. Who told you to go and wreck the bow?" Johann scratched his head, blaming the material. "This thing breaks way too easily. Maybe it's just an old piece of junk?" He grumbled loudly in protest. "What are you talking about? We just bought this brand new last week. I knew something was off the moment you insisted on learning how to hunt. You're a noble. Why on earth do you suddenly want to be a hunter?" Joseph let out a long sigh, unloading a heap of complaints that left Johann speechless. "I'd be better off learning swordsmanship." Even so, his eyes darkened with a heavy, thoughtful look. "How are we supposed to have any money before I find work? Right, money?" He nodded along. "True." He brushed off the suggestion with a light smile. "It's no big deal. Come on, let's head somewhere else." Images of a dilapidated, remote countryside came rushing back. Johann needed money and a vast open field to represent what it took to survive in this world. His real name was Kim Johann. After a sudden accident, he had died and was reincarnated into this world. Being reborn as a noble sounds nice and all, but Johann was currently at the very bottom of the family ladder. Inheritance or title? Forget about it. He was lucky enough just to not get dragged into his siblings' power struggles and kicked out onto the street stark naked. But the biggest problem for Johann, they watched as a pack of wolves surrounded something, fighting over it. "Is that a pack of gray wolves over there?" Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air and thudded into a tree trunk, startling them. The entire pack scattered in a frenzy, and the one who had loosed the arrow was Joseph. Johann looked down at the spot where they had gathered and thought to himself, the world he was reborn into was a medieval one, but it was far too real. It was brutal. Can't a guy even find peace after death? He looked at the scene with a neutral expression and asked, "Was he from our village?" Joseph sighed and shook his head. "Hard to say. There's no telling, but one thing's for sure. The weak are nothing but food for the strong." Johann clenched his fists, a strange, restless feeling churning in his gut. Exactly, to avoid becoming prey in this era. His face began to show signs of panic. His eyes said it all. He needed money. When he first arrived in this world, Johann hoped he might awaken some kind of superpower. When he realized he had nothing, he changed his goal. The image of a gold coin said everything. It was all about the money. "With money, I can leave this territory and do whatever I want. I could be a merchant or a free farmer, right? Money, money, and more money. Money is everything, so I have to rake it in by any means necessary." Ignoring him, Joseph spotted something. "Look at this, Johann. This is little demon grass. Like I told you before, this herb is incredibly valuable." The moment he heard that, Johann reached out and plucked it. "This must be worth a fortune, right?" Seeing the literal money reflecting in his eyes, Joseph was left speechless. Suddenly, Joseph noticed a bag near Johann's feet and became curious. "Johann, it looks like you dropped something." He shook his head in denial. "Huh? Not me. Someone else must have dropped it." Joseph reminded him, sounding confused. "That's impossible. Who else would dare come this deep into the woods besides us?" At those words, a chill ran straight down Joseph's spine. "Wait, don't tell me." Just as he suspected, a blood-curdling scream echoed nearby. The two of them bolted toward the cry for help as fast as they could. "Help me! Is anyone there?" As they arrived, they both stood frozen in shock. It was a young girl being lunged at by a pack of nearly a dozen wolves. "Please, save me." Both of them realized that was Robert's daughter. What is a child doing this deep in the forest? Below, the wild wolves were circling, waiting for the perfect moment to snatch the girl. Witnessing this, Joseph turned and demanded, There are too many wolves. The two of us aren't enough. We have to retreat and get help. But Johann didn't agree. He charged forward with a dazed expression. Joseph immediately screamed to stop him. Johann, it's dangerous. Those aren't normal wolves. They're man-eaters. Johann turned back to reassure him. It's fine, Joseph. I'll distract them. You take the chance to save Dell. Though he was shocked into total silence, Joseph had no choice but to follow his lead. While Joseph stood there with his jaw dropped, Johann flashed a sinister smile. Unbelievable. Is he really volunteering as bait just to save a commoner? In reality, all he could think about was money. If I'd known, I would have started hunting sooner. Who knew there was a gold mine hidden in a place like this? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 10 of them. I'll make a fortune selling these pelts. Alright, wait for me, you walking piles of cash. Joseph was appalled by Johann's bizarre behavior. What is this? He was swinging his sword around aimlessly as if he were just showing off, making Joseph cry out. What kind of chaotic swordsmanship is that? The hungry, aggressive wolves didn't hesitate to pounce. They lunged across the ground, sending leaves flying into the air. Seeing this, Johann raised his sword to block the attack by reflex. A wolf bared its fangs and bit down hard on the blade. Since it was so old, it cracked instantly. In a split second, the sword was almost completely bent, and then it shattered into pieces, much to his surprise. On the other side, another wolf with a massive maw lunged in for a finishing blow, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. Joseph stood at a distance, his eyes wide with terror. He let out a scream that reached the heavens. Master Johann! At that same time, in the Eights territory within the village of Baltron, the Eights family inspection team was making its rounds. The sound of horse hooves brought fear wherever it went. Even the veteran elders of the village cowered in fear. The woman arrogantly fanning her nose and glancing at everyone was the Lord's mistress, Madam. The expressionless man on horseback was the eldest son, Philip Eights, and this alcoholic old man was Lord Jason Eights. He sneered at them. This cursed village is just as filthy and stinking as ever. Philip hadn't found who he was looking for yet, so he asked Jason, Father, forgive me, but Johann is nowhere to be found. He dared to run off during the inspection. Should I send the guards to find him? Before answering, the Lord took a deep swig and let out a satisfied grunt. Jason waved a hand over his head dismissively. Forget it. Why bother with that lunatic? Just leave him be. Let him wander like that pig of a mother of his. While he was busy insulting him, he suddenly saw an eyesore. What caught Jason's eye was a massive pile of firewood in a corner of the village. Feeling curious, he stopped to ask, What's this? Why is there a pile of wood at the village entrance? One of the villagers spoke up. Forgive me, my lord, but these are the marks left by Master Johann's training. It looked a bit unsightly, so I covered it up. Hearing that, Jason let out a mocking laugh. Training? A tiny little worm trying to train? But then, as the wood fell away, his eyes turned from white to black in shock. There was a fist print clearly embedded in the tree trunk. It was sharp and incredibly deep. Not just one, but many such trunks were scattered around, leaving Jason to gasp in horror. What on earth is this? Back in the present, a wolf had successfully pinned Johann down, but what awaited it was not a spray of blood, but utter confusion. Johann flexed his muscles and the wolf was sent flying back. Couldn't even bite him. It flew quite a distance, spinning several times in the air. Swordsmanship really doesn't suit me. Fine then, this time I'll fight my way. Come at me, you walking cash cows. It's survival of the fittest. If you don't want to be prey in this day and age, you need money. And to make money, you need a power that far surpasses ordinary men. Seeing them charge, Johann didn't hesitate to throw a full power punch. With just one hit from him, the wolf was out cold. His power was overwhelming. This caused Joseph's jaw to drop even further. The force of the punch flattened the wolf's face completely. And so, Johann continued to throw punches. Not a single wolf could lay a tooth on him a second time. Bored of punching, Johann grabbed one of them. He casually tossed it away, giving it a one-way ticket back to its childhood. Having watched the whole thing, Joseph still couldn't close his mouth. Unbelievable. What is this strength? In the blink of an eye, he had successfully wiped out a pack of nearly a dozen wolves, and then excitedly wondered, How much gold is this going to be worth? Childhood memories came rushing back. Johann had to admit life here wasn't easy at all. Two bullies sneered at him and got physical. Die, you bastard. You don't even have a mother and you dare talk back. He always had to endure everything. His high-ranking siblings constantly bullied Johann, flaunting their status and cursing him as they beat him mercilessly. After venting their anger, they left Johann behind. Keep playing tricks and I'll crush you again. His eyes were filled with resentment. Johann slowly came to understand how brutal this world truly was. Even if he were beaten to death here, no one would give a damn. The only thing Johann could trust was himself. And so, Johann wondered, what do I need to survive in these medieval times? Fortunately, the biggest difference between him and a person of the Middle Ages was his store of modern knowledge. It was all the stuff he had studied just to land a job. As a result, Johann's head was packed with information that a medieval person couldn't even imagine. He decided to make the most of high-intensity training based on exercise physiology. When an elder in the village asked, "Master Johann, why are you throwing away food?" he replied while eating, "What are you talking about? This is superfood consisting of oats, cabbage, beans, and quail eggs. I'm just designing a balanced diet based on nutritional science." Johann was applying a proper nutritional regime to build his physique, and he also practiced real combat strikes from mixed martial arts. And like that, days of relentless training passed by. A few years later, Johann was nearly capable of punching through a large tree. He threw punch after punch with his full will behind them. The trees fell one after another, and birds flew away in terror. Johann's carefully tempered body gradually achieved extraordinary strength. He put on his shirt and let out a sigh of relief, finally feeling truly comfortable. Johann stood amidst a forest of trees he had felled without an axe. Whether this was a divine blessing or just another trial, he didn't know. Time passed without anyone noticing. Returning to the dark forest on that day, Johann brushed off the dust and scouted the area. As the dawn broke, he was the only one left on the stage. The entire pack of wolves had fallen. Guess that's it? Over here, Joseph was helping the girl down. "Are you hurt anywhere, Del? Thank goodness you're okay." Del sobbed, "Uncle Joseph." Joseph sat down, letting out a long breath to regain his composure. He scratched his head and said slowly, "Master Johann, that was far too reckless. Do you have any idea how dangerous what you did was? But to think that for a serf's child, you charged straight into a pack of beasts without a second thought. I am truly moved by your noble actions. On behalf of the village, I offer you our deepest gratitude." Johann didn't care about the gratitude. He was calculating something else. "I wonder which one is the most expensive." Hearing Joseph's muffled voice, he snapped out of it. "What did you say?" Joseph lost interest. "Nothing, sir." Johann took the chance to ask the girl. "It's Del, right? Are you okay? Any injuries?" Del replied politely, "I'm fine thanks to you, sir." "Thank you so much." But then the girl's face suddenly shifted from calm to pure panic. Right behind them were a pair of massive, terrifying eyes. It radiated an intense bloodlust that was impossible to miss. Seeing Del trembling with her face in her hands, the two of them turned around to investigate. What awaited them was a cold face and razor-sharp fangs. This wolf was 100 times larger than the others. Joseph turned pale and stammered, "A monster! Johann, you have to run. It would take an army to defeat that thing." Ignoring Joseph's warning, he provoked it. "I thought this was just a normal medieval world. Is it actually a world with monsters?"
"Hey, brat.
"Are you the leader of this bunch?" "Sorry, but I killed all your underlings. An old pelt like yours would sell for a high price, you know?" At those words, the wolf couldn't contain its emotions and growled furiously. Its bloodlust made Johann realize this thing was definitely looking at him as prey. But even as it let out a heaven-shaking roar signaling the start of the battle, he didn't care. After the roar, it lunged, but Johann dodged just in time. "Because regardless, your hide is definitely worth more than all the others." Saying that, Johann chucked a huge clod of dirt right at its face. Unfazed, the wolf simply shook its body and the dirt went flying. Instead, the attack left a tiny scratch near its eye. That was exactly what Johann was worried about. "I'm scuffing up the hide. I won't be able to sell it for much if it's damaged." The wolf grew more and more enraged. It ground its teeth together. It let out a long, haunting howl, emitting a sound that was unbelievably stable, and so loud that he had to cover his ears, his knees buckling as he struggled to stay grounded. On this side, Joseph held Dell tightly to protect the little girl. Johann was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, letting out a low groan. He secretly wondered to himself what on earth this was. As his vision began to dim, was it going to fade out completely? Time passed for who knows how long, but the battle was finally drawing to a close. One of the two fell under the other's strike. That was also the moment Johann startled awake from the nightmare. He clutched his head in confusion. What was that? Just now, Johann remembered the giant wolf and wondered, was it a monster? Its massive eyes and cold bloodlust were things he couldn't forget. Had it really just vanished? He looked over and saw that Joseph and Dell had fallen asleep long ago. Johann looked at Dell and sighed with relief. It seemed everyone was safe. Although he didn't understand what had happened, they had to leave immediately before the monster reappeared. Johann hoisted them onto his shoulders, leaving behind the pile of gold they had just earned. I really wanted those old wolves, but I guess I'll just have to deal with it. Next time, I definitely need to borrow a bullock cart. Johann just left like that, completely unaware that even more terrifying things were hidden behind the forest. In the silence of the late night, the moon that evening was bright and perfectly round. From a distance, Johann spotted their destination. The village lights were still on. The villagers must be searching for Dell together. Though unintentional, I ended up saving her, and who knows, maybe I'll even be awarded some points. Johann imagined Jason saying, "You defeated a whole pack of gray wolves? Well done, my son. I shall appoint you as my successor." And then Philip would lament, "But father, I am the eldest son." He sighed, walking while thinking of more realistic matters. Probably won't go that far, right? But if I'm lucky, maybe I'll be accepted into the guard. If so, the bills would be taken care of. As he walked, Johann suddenly noticed something quite vague. Oh look, those were bright torches glowing in the quiet night. A group of house troops surrounded him, leaving no way out. Johann looked at the scene, his mouth agape in a dazed "oh" shape. At that moment, Philip shouted as if to reprimand him. "Johann Eitz, how dare you stay out until this hour? You dare run away on the very day father comes for inspection." Now remembering, Johann's face turned pale, devoid of all blood. That's right, today was that day.
I'm doomed.
Philip continued to berate him on the side as he stepped down slowly. "You insolent brat who knows nothing of hierarchy." He stomped his foot powerfully on the ground. He gently set the two down and said, "Father, it was an emergency, so I..." Without a word, Jason raised his battle axe. "Silence! You dare look down on me? I'll split your arrogant head in two." Johann bit his lip, so angry he couldn't speak. He had just escaped death only to face this piece of trash. Life really is a bitch. Thinking this, he let out a sly smile. No, a crisis is an opportunity. Johann immediately used a tactic to make a thorough impression. "My respected father, I absolutely did not intentionally skip the inspection. I was saving a villager in trouble in the forest, which is why I am late." The little girl's father rushed over, calling out in a panic, "Dell, oh my God, you're safe. I've been looking everywhere for you." He hugged the girl, constantly mumbling, "Thank goodness, how lucky." Seeing this, Johann seized the moment to tell the whole story. "Do you see, father? Dell was trapped in the middle of the forest by a whole pack of wolves. I fought to save the kid and defeated the wolves. Even though I couldn't attend the inspection, I believe I have fulfilled my duty as a son of a knightly house. If you forgive me this time, I will devote myself entirely to protecting the territory. Oh, and if I could be appointed as the captain of the patrol, that would be even better." Hearing this, Philip let out a frustrated "ha." After speaking, he silently noted, "Perfect, a flawless self-PR move. If this were an interview, I'd have been hired on the spot." Jason burst out laughing and spoke sarcastically, "Oh, is that so? A future captain? But where are the captured wolves? Don't tell me those are just empty words." Johann was stung by the question, which felt like a bolt of lightning. This damn old man. Nevertheless, he insisted, "I am not lying. I even encountered a giant black wolf." Upon hearing this, Almost all the villagers stared in shock. Jason himself let out a cry of terror. He turned red with rage and barked, "Impudent! You dare lie to me? I'll crush that deceitful mouth of yours." Johann calmly agreed to the terms. "You mean you want a duel, father? Fine. I'll prove my strength right now." Deep down he didn't want to. After all, this was his biological father, and he didn't want to fight him. "But I have no choice, so be it." Jason smirked with interest. "Fine, let's see what a useless thing like you has. Draw your sword, Johann. We duel with swords only." He dazedly repeated the word again. "Swords? Swords? You never even taught me how to use a sword. You crazy person." The two stood in the middle of the arena with many witnesses as Jason urged him to draw his sword quickly. Johann had no choice but to pull out the broken, battered sword. "Yes, father." Jason sighed and gave a weary order. "Piece of junk. Philip, give me my sword." Though he didn't want to, he had to comply. "Yes, sir." Philip approached and whispered in Johann's ear. "Johann, if you know what's good for you, get on your knees and beg father for forgiveness. It's the only way to survive." He replied aggressively and firmly. "Forgiveness for what? You only apologize when you're wrong. Besides, a real man never runs away. Please move out of the way." His older brother Philip wanted to stop him but couldn't. He pointed his sword and requested, "Then father, please instruct me." Jason helplessly pushed his helmet down and let out a snort of contempt. Johann was brimming with spirit. "Fine, this is the perfect chance to show off my abilities to the villagers. Jason will surely have to acknowledge me. I'll show everyone my true power." He disregarded everything and lunged forward with the firm intention to win. There truly was a moment of fear. His face became completely distorted. The sword lunged forward with a dark aura that left Jason speechless. "What is this?" "This terrifying pressure is just like a monster's." Very quickly after that, he raised his axe to block the attack. The advantage was tilting toward Jason. Johann's sword was slightly cracked. He groaned in pain as a fragment grazed him. Johann tried to thrust repeatedly at the armor, causing it to shatter. Jason lost his balance for a moment and fell, refusing to lose easily. He ground his teeth and cried out, "Despicable vermin!" Luckily, Johann managed to dodge the first swing just in time. He screamed frantically, "You dare look down on me, you vermin!" Witnessing this, the others were almost taken aback. "Are you serious? Is father actually trying to kill Johann?" Jason continuously swung his axe with all his might. "Do you know why I didn't teach you swordsmanship? Even if you learned, you'd still just be a useless worm. Do you really think a few struggles are enough to surpass me? This territory is mine. No one will take it. Not you, not the Emperor, not anyone." Johann kept dodging, but the damage was still immense. He was confused. What on earth is he talking about? Has he lost his mind from the alcohol? No, it's more like blood is obscuring his vision. Suddenly, a villager screamed, "Johann!" At the shout, he turned his head back to look. Right then, the axe blade was right in front of his eyes, impossible to dodge. All the villagers were simultaneously horrified. Not a single mouth remained shut. Johann used the last bit of his strength to block that powerful blow, but he didn't have enough strength left to do anything as the axe weighed down on him. And then the result was all too clear. The sword shattered, and Johann completely accepted his defeat. He collapsed onto the ground, looking at the broken sword in total helplessness. Jason pointed the axe head at him and commanded, "Know your place. If you dare offend my eyes again, next time I'll split your head in two." He walked away, leaving Johann in a deep pit of despair. Only then did the villagers run up, calling out, "Master Johann!" That night, in a house in the village, someone shouted, "How cowardly!" "Jason!" Johann stopped him. "Father Balberga, if you speak that loudly, someone might hear." Balberga didn't care and shouted louder, "Let them hear! I am a man of the church. I fear nothing. A knight must maintain his honor. How can he treat the son who saved the villagers like that?" He let out a saintly smile and said, "I'm fine. It's a blessing just to be alive." Balberga's anger still wouldn't subside. It was an unfair match from the start, challenging someone while wearing full plate armor. The alcohol must have surely made him lose his mind. Even with that bright smile, Johann was still very sad deep down about what happened today. He could only sigh and admit, "This is reality. I knew I was bad at swordsmanship, but I didn't expect it to be this pathetic." Valberga put the medicine bottles away and agreed. After all, Jason is a seasoned knight, trained in the family's sword style with battle experience. It's only natural that you'd lose, like Baron Britz in the neighboring territory. I heard he once took down 300 rioting peasants all by himself. Just imagining it made Johann unable to help but exclaim, "Fighting 300 people alone? Sir Britz is truly terrifying. My loss was due to technique. I thought I could defeat that old drunk after fighting that giant black wolf." Hearing this, Valberga suddenly realized something. He rushed over and shook him by the shoulders, demanding clarification. "Master Johann, is what you just said true? Did you really see a giant black wolf in the forest?" Johann was confused by his actions but still admitted, "Yeah, I saw it. Joseph and Dell saw it too." Valberga heard this and immediately began to pray, "Lord have mercy." Johann was startled and curious. "What's wrong? Is there something special about that wolf?" He walked over to the shelf and pulled out a thick book. "Master Johann, since ancient times the black wolf," Valberga flipped the book open and placed it in front of him, "has been considered an omen of misfortune." The images inside depicted something even more terrifying and metaphorical. He stared at the picture and explained, "The clergy call them the harbingers of death. According to legends hundreds of years old, the black wolf brings death, staining everything red with blood." Johann looked at it, his heart pounding in a way that was hard to describe. He rubbed his head and tried to deduce, "Even though I'm not superstitious, could the black wolf have foretold the match with my father?" Valberga thought so too. "Ah, perhaps so." He gave a gentle smile to reassure him. "But don't worry too much. The black wolf is just folk legend. Perhaps God is protecting you, because you always put others first. You are a good person." Hearing that, Johann was even more confused. His face went blank. All he had in his head was money. "Me? I just want to make a lot of money." Meanwhile, in the Brits' territory near 8th City, screams rang out piteously. "Please spare me. I know I was wrong." A sword stained red took over the frame, and so another life departed without a word of farewell. Two guards shook their heads in weariness. "Running is useless. You're going to die anyway, understand?" They sighed and noted, "But truly, it's cruel. Killing everyone in the territory, burning every single corpse. What can we even do?" In that blood-soaked night, all the soldiers felt regret. "We just need to take the money." At the same time, someone was reporting right at the palace gate. The person bowed and handed over a token. "Master Karamaf, the mercenaries have finished the cleanup. This is the signet ring of the Brit's house." He held the ring in his hand, examining the inside, then clenched his fist and crushed it without any pity. Standing in the middle of the chaos, he let out a soft sound. "Brits, I heard rumors he cut down 100 serfs by himself. I actually had some expectations, yet he couldn't even block 2 strikes. This thing is just a piece of junk. On behalf of the Emperor, I, Karamaf, the holy sword of the Empire, declare, I am the one who reclaims the signets. By his will, I shall punish the disrespectful nobility. To those who are loyal, the Emperor shall grant eternal glory and boundless gold. Otherwise, kill everyone, loot everything, burn everything. Advance." The entire legion surged forward on command. Next target, the 8th territory. The battle between Johann and the masked figure was still fierce, with neither side yielding. The masked figure firmly parried each of Johann's strikes, while Johann kept unleashing moves, his attacks raining down incessantly. The masked figure remained unfazed, continuing his calm defense. Without warning, Johann's sword was knocked away, and his helmet went flying upward along with the blade. At that moment, Johann was attacked by the opponent and completely fell. Syrup splattered across the floor. Johann's head was severed from his body, rolling away with a thud on the ground. Syrup continued to flow from his mouth and face due to the trauma. Suddenly, Johann's eyes went wide in terror. He woke up screaming after encountering the nightmare. Afterward, Johann calmed down as he realized he was still alive. It was just a dream, right? He frowned, clutching his head in exhaustion. The image of the black wolf from before remained etched in Johan's mind. Ever since he saw that black wolf, he had been haunted by the same nightmare for days. He hadn't forgotten the warning from the blue-eyed young man either. Master Johan, since ancient times, the black wolf has been considered an ill omen. It is the very embodiment of disaster. Johan now visualized the eerie scene of the wolf standing before a moon as red as blood. He grimaced, spilling blood everywhere and bringing death in its wake, which is why the priests call it an omen of death. Thinking this, Johan tried to reassure himself. It's just superstition, pure superstition. Priest Balberga also said it was just a legend. Besides, I didn't actually do anything bad to that black wolf, or so he said, but he had been quite enthusiastic about attacking the wolf earlier. That inevitable reason made Johan turn pale with fear. Does pelting it with rocks count? Ultimately, he chose to ignore it. Whatever, it doesn't matter, why worry? Stop thinking about it and just go train. Shifting the scene to a vast hillside, Johan chose this spot for his practice, when someone arrived to disturb him. Hey! Look at that useless loser. It was his two half-brothers, who had come there specifically to mock him. The second-born started. Forgotten everything father taught you? If you're going to live like a pig, don't try to act tough. The mean-faced third-born chimed in as well. That's right, and yet, you still dare to act up after being beaten to a pulp? All that showing off and you can't even do anything? 100 strikes wouldn't be enough to crack that thick skull of yours. The mean-faced one curled his lip in contempt. You only broke that log by cheating, didn't you? The one with the center-parted hair added his 2 cents. It was definitely cheating. With a lowly background like yours, how could you possibly have any real ability? What? Become the captain of the guard? Wake up, you idiot. Father would never even consider you. If he has any use for you at all, it's only to chop wood and toss it to the pigs. Johan didn't say a single word in response. He simply punched the tree trunk. In the very next second, Johan unleashed a strike packed with so much internal power that it shattered the trunk into pieces. The two half-brothers stood frozen with their mouths agape at the sight, as the massive tree trunk was split clean in half by Johan's fist. Now he slowly turned his head toward them. Johan cracked his knuckles menacingly. Well now? What was that you were saying? Why don't you come over here for a second? Seeing this, the two brothers took off as fast as their legs could carry them, though they didn't forget to shout back threats. Fine, fine, I'm leaving. Just you wait. I'm gonna tell father everything. Everything. Looking at them, his heart was filled with nothing but helplessness and contempt. Truly pathetic. How can they live so mindlessly? Preparing to make a living should be hard enough, yet they don't seem to have a single worry about the future. But he immediately regained his composure. All right, that's enough. Why should I care about them? Back to training. Suddenly, Philip's voice drifted over. What they said is the truth. He approached with a serious expression. Father isn't going to give you any position at all. Johan heard him but forced a wry smile. That's to be expected, Philip. But he didn't kill me and even let me live. That's lucky enough. Philip seemed to see right through him. Disappointed. Johan didn't hide it. He answered honestly, there's no other way. I just have to find another path to make a living. Philip's next words made Johan freeze for a few seconds. Father is afraid of you. He listened but didn't respond immediately. His expression was one of clear discomfort. Philip wouldn't stop. He went on, Johan, you are terrifyingly strong. To father, that kind of strength is a major threat. He just wants an obedient son like me, but I'm different. I'll live life on my own terms. Father thinks that one day your strength will strip him of everything, just like how he overthrew grandfather to become the Lord. Johan felt awkward, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. That's just ridiculous. Philip then turned and gave an order to a servant. Bring those items here, and the servant obeyed, carrying a large bag in his hands. Yes, Master Philip. The servant reached inside and rummaged for something. Johan was now wide-eyed with shock. This is... Philip set a set of armor and weapons on the ground, a long sword and plain armor that had apparently been inside the castle for who knows how long. There was also side armor but no other weapons. This is the stuff you tried to steal once. Johan felt a bit guilty at the mention of his past, But then Philip lowered his voice. He continued, Johann, I'm not like father. I'm not stupid enough to kick out someone with your talent. So, when I become the Lord, I'm going to appoint you as the captain of the 8th Guard. Between now and then, don't slack on your training and don't cause any more trouble. Johann immediately shouted to defend himself. I never start trouble on purpose. Meanwhile, Philip had already turned his back and was walking away. He didn't even bother with a friendly middle finger. Johann just stood there, watching his figure gradually fade into the distance. He looked down pensively at the items on the ground. Even now, Johann couldn't stop thinking about the armor from his dream. If I put this on, will I die just like in the dream? But for some reason, despite that, I somehow believe I can overcome it rather than die. Of course, there's nothing to prove my intuition is right. In a flash, Johann finished putting on the armor. He placed a hand firmly on his chest. Regardless of anything else, if you want to win, you need a weapon. A day passed just like that, and the sun was beginning to set. Inside a tavern, the sounds of laughter and chatter rang out. Hey, stop talking nonsense. No, it's true. A man continued his story incessantly. Master Johann killed 50 wolves all by himself. But he said a knight doesn't crave money and tossed all those wolf pelts away. He only drew his sword to save my daughter. With that much integrity and justice, isn't he a true knight? His drinking buddy chimed in as well. Well, compared to Jason, that drunk womanizer, Master Johann is definitely more of a knight. Another person joined the conversation. Honestly, why isn't that pig dead yet? If only Master Johann had beheaded him right then and there. Forget it, Johann probably spared him. After all, he is the Lord's son. Suddenly, the old man who had been telling the story stepped up to a person in a black cloak and offered a generous invitation. Hey there, friend. I'm covering all the drinks in the house today. Drink as much as you want. The other person asked in a cold voice. Why is that? The old man shouted happily. Because Master Johann saved my daughter's life, of course. The man with the head wrap looked curious. By the way, who are you? I haven't seen anyone like you around here. A dark aura radiated from the figure in the black cloak. He laughed a sinister laugh. Truly a bunch of people who don't know their place, daring to draw a sword and insult the Lord. Do the people here have no fear? Everyone who heard that froze in confusion. Ha! The man in the black cloak gave a twisted smile. Wicked. Your story has piqued my interest. Tell me more about this Johann Eitz. As the sentence ended, the village fell into a deathly, eerie, and chilling silence. At the same time, Johann was on his way home. He was in a pretty good mood. Johann was currently imagining 1,001 glamorous scenarios for himself. Philip will appoint me as captain of the guard when he takes the throne. Finally, the path of glory is opening up for me. But just then, something strange caught his eye. It was a person in a black cloak leaning against a fence. Johann wondered to himself, is that some drunkard? A future captain of the guard couldn't just ignore someone in need. Without a second thought, he approached and struck up a conversation. Sir, you'll catch a cold sleeping here. Where do you live? Let me walk you home. Strange phenomena began to occur, making Johann wary. What is this? It's getting cold. Suddenly, the figure in the black cloak shifted into an attacking stance. Johann's pupils contracted as he was hit by a sudden wave of fear. What is this? Night had fallen over the small town. The surrounding houses had all turned out their lights, leaving only pitch blackness. Abruptly, the cloaked man pressed a sharp object against Johann's throat, giving him no time to react. He tried to guess the stranger's identity. Who is this guy? Is he an assassin sent by Jason? No, if it were Jason, he would have done it himself. A string of guesses flashed through his head. Someone from the brothel, madam? Could it be Philip? The more he thought, the more his guesses led Johann into a dead end. Damn it, I can't even guess who's behind this. He finally decided to speak first. What do you want? He tried to negotiate, hoping to be spared. Is it money? I'll give you everything I have. Just let me go. The man in black didn't let go. Money? I could have mountains of gold if I wanted. Hearing that, his fear intensified and his thoughts became even more chaotic. If it's not money, then what does he want? The man in the head wrap spoke up first this time. Johann Eitz, I have a few questions for you. He pressed the sharp object tighter against his neck. If your answers don't satisfy me, I will slit your throat immediately. Because of the excessive force, a bit of red syrup leaked from his skin. Johann looked utterly bewildered by the question. Huh? Suddenly asking questions? And threatening to kill me if I get them wrong. He tried to calm himself down. Get it together, Johann. You once passed the second round of interviews for a major corporation. I have to answer perfectly to survive. The man didn't wait for his consent. I'll start asking then. Johann braced himself. Fine, go ahead. The man looked down at his body, observing him carefully. He touched his firm arm. Quite a physique. It's hard to believe you share blood with that pig. Are you actually Jason's son? Johann's face was a map of question marks as he let the man feel around his body. You're holding my life in your hands and you're asking nonsense like this? Damn it. How am I supposed to answer that? After a moment's thought, he replied confusedly. Even a pig's bloodline can produce a lion. The man in the black cloak received the answer but said nothing more. Seeing his silence, Johann felt a surge of terror. Huh? No reaction? Did I answer wrong? The man let out a soft sigh, and in the very next second, he burst into a loud laugh that left Johann bewildered. The man in the black cloak then continued. That answer is quite to my liking. Seeing this, Johann felt relieved. Then let me go. But the man replied immediately. No, Johann Eitz, from now on, you belong to me. He understood every word, but he couldn't grasp the man's intent when they were put together. What the hell are you talking about? This man's name was Kegel, the master of poison for the most powerful assassination guild in the Nisso's empire. After countless missions, he had created a unique swordsmanship with movements like a venomous snake, which was later called the Mamba Blade. But he had one grievance. He couldn't find a successor, even after searching the entire guild. It was full of nothing but unworthy scorpions. Occasionally he'd find someone with potential, but the other man sat on the ground, panting. For the sake of my honor, I'd rather die than learn your assassination techniques. He didn't hesitate to grant the stubborn man's wish. Very well, and over 30 noble knights had died at Kegel's hands. All of them chose death over dishonor. Desperate to find a successor, Kegel sought out the imperial witch. A withered female voice rang out. Master Kegel, bringer of peaceful death. The heir you seek is in the tiny, neglected territory of Eitz. He is one of the sons of that lecherous lord who is addicted to fermented swill. Kegel found the witch's words hard to believe. That backwater dump? You're saying my heir is there? A single gold coin could buy that entire patch of land. The witch placed both hands on the table, unfazed by the mockery. If you don't believe the prophecy, I'll return your gold. Kegel tapped lightly on the table. I wouldn't dare rob a witch. I'm afraid of being cursed. Fine, I believe you. Kegel accepted the witch's word. Because for a man who had wasted a lifetime looking for an heir, time was running out. But even after setting foot in Eitz, he was still plagued by doubt. Is there really an heir in this provincial hole? He thought as he walked. If I don't like you, I'll kill you without mercy. He began to introduce himself to Johann. I am Kegel, the guild master. There's no more time for daydreaming. You must become my heir. Now answer me, choose between dying by my hand or learning my blade. You can only pick one. Johann swallowed hard, thinking carefully. Then, in the next second, he shouted, How much do I have to pay you to learn your swordsmanship, sir? Kegel was a bit displeased. Money? I don't accept it. Johann's eyes sparkled. Does he mean it's free? A guild master level expert teaching me swordsmanship for free. Is this a dream? Oh man, I've hit the jackpot. He quickly turned and clapped the man on the shoulder. Master, why did it take you so long to find me? I've been waiting for you almost my entire life. His reaction left Kegel a bit confused. My swordsmanship is the art of assassination. Simply learning it will bring you shame. Being pointed at for the rest of your life will be a disgrace to a knight. Do you still want to learn? Those warnings didn't dampen his resolve. Honor or disgrace, I don't care. Please teach me, sir. Kegel looked at him, bewildered. Yeah, you're definitely a weirdo. Johann suddenly reached out toward the man.
Master.
You said you have mountains of money. So if I'm a good student, Could you give me some pocket money? Kegel didn't agree immediately, staring straight at the boy in front of him. This kid was truly unlike anyone else. In the 8th territory, Jason sat on his horse, preparing to leave the castle. Inspection's over. I'm heading out for a bit. 2 people behind him walked him to the gate, not forgetting their instructions. Yes, sir, have a safe trip. We'll keep a good eye on the castle, they said in unison, immediately followed by the jealous glares of Philip and the madam. Listen up, no matter how hard you try, this castle is still going to be mine. Philip wouldn't back down and snapped back. Shut your mouth. I'm the next master of this place. Philip Yates. Jason hadn't gone far before he heard the bickering behind him. How annoying. All they know how to do is argue all day. I'm sick of even looking at them. Let them do whatever they want. Philip suddenly stepped forward to report. Father, Johann still hasn't returned. What should we do? Only then did he remember that son of his, and immediately afterward, he let out a shout. Philip, don't waste my time on that useless thing. I don't care if that weakling dies in the gutter somewhere. Philip quickly tried to de-escalate. Yes, sorry, father, but he still couldn't push his little brother aside. Johann, where on earth are you? At the same time, near the territory, Kegel's voice rang out. I need to know exactly what your level is. Johann looked flustered. Master, I'm sorry, but can I borrow a sword? I have a habit of breaking them. Kegel had no choice but to hand over the sword in his hand. There wasn't a hint of trust in his eyes for a disciple who kept breaking swords. This brat is getting more irritating by the second. I don't see a single good point in him. Maybe I should just kill him and get it over with. He pointed another sword toward the boy, waiting and ready. Johann's face was full of determination as he replied, Yes, sir, as he extended the sword, clenching his other hand into a fist. Kegel looked at that stance in total helplessness. What a terrible stance. Are you really from a knightly house? This won't do. I'm definitely going to have to kill him. Johann suddenly spoke up. Master, a duel doesn't strictly have to use swords, right? Any kind of combat is fine, isn't it? Kegel was losing his patience. Whatever, fists, kicks, swords, it doesn't matter. Johann let out a loud laugh. In that case, he immediately swung the sword in his hand, launching a direct strike toward him. The sword in the man's hand instantly shattered into pieces. In that very instant, Kegel realized that his doubts had been truly meaningless. His face showed utter disbelief. This kid, his strength is terrifying. Johann didn't stop there, continuing to throw a fist straight at the man in front of him. He managed to dodge it. Just a punch and it creates that much wind pressure? If I had taken that hit, my bones would have been crushed for sure. This brat isn't human anymore. He's a lion. He reached behind his back and carefully gripped another sword. But then, Kegel didn't hesitate, drawing his sword and launching a swift attack toward the boy. Johann looked confused with the broken sword in his hand. Wait, what kind of crazy movement is that? Which way are you going to attack? Up, down, down. Before he could even figure out the direction of the strike, Johann took a blow directly to the mouth. He stumbled back several meters, not forgetting to spit out several mouthfuls of bright red syrup. It took a moment for Johann to scramble back to his feet. Kegel stood perfectly still, with no intention of helping his disciple up. I believe you've only fallen, not lost consciousness. You're an extraordinary human being, unlike any I've seen before. If you had been born 1,000 years ago, you'd have been hailed as a legendary hero. Johann's face turned beet red. Thank you for the compliment, master. Kegel cut him off. But you have a fatal weakness. If you keep going like this, there's no doubt you'll end up dead. Johann's face was full of surprise. Dead? What do you mean by that, sir? The man calmly explained to his student. You can't control your own power, so that very strength will eventually kill you. He slowly stood up, rubbing the back of his head where it hurt. Wait, how is that possible? I wouldn't hit myself. I'm not an idiot. Kegel pulled another pile of weapons out of nowhere. He handed another sword to his student. So confident, are we? Try attacking again. If you break my sword this time, I'll reward you with what you love most, gold coins. His eyes lit up instantly. Gold coins? Johann didn't hesitate to grab the sword and charge at his master. You'd better keep your word. Hegel didn't hold back either, immediately drawing another weapon to parry the blow. The two swords collided with a powerful force that sent sparks flying. The sword once again shattered in Johann's hand. He was struck by the flying sword fragments and let out a cry of pain. Johann stumbled back a few steps as a little red syrup trickled down his cheek. He reflected on that last strike of his. Damn it! This is exactly like when I fought my father. Hegel, with his own sword still intact, spoke up once again to instruct him. See? You lost to your own power. Learn to restrain yourself, Johann, or you'll certainly die. Johann pulled out a sword fragment that had embedded itself in his armor. Master, you purposely aimed for my heart with that fragment. He let out a sigh and admitted, Indeed, for a master swordsman, it's as easy as pie. Johann finally knew fear. I understand now. I have to learn to control my strength to survive. My future depends on becoming the captain of the 8th Guard. Hegel continued his teaching. Once you've mastered the restraint of your power, you'll even be able to do this. Without finishing his sentence, he swung his scabbard at the boy, who was sitting down to catch his breath. Johann had to use all his strength and his mangled sword to defend himself. A crack suddenly appeared on his armor. His face was filled with utter confusion as he looked at the mark. Cutting armor with a scabbard? The man still held the scabbard firmly in his hand. Do you see? Johann, if your power is focused, even something as blunt as a scabbard can slice through armor. If you truly master that terrifying strength of yours, I can't even imagine how powerful you'll become. The sword flew toward his face again, but fortunately, he managed to dodge it this time. Hegel finally concluded, That's enough for the level check. Now the real training begins, and it's going to be extremely grueling. You might even have to face death itself. Are you mentally prepared? Johann's face was full of resolve as he gave a firm confirmation. Yes, master. Early the next morning in the kingdom, Johann was walking around the area. After just one night of training, his face was so swollen with bruises that even his parents wouldn't have recognized him. Johann couldn't help but remember how he'd been hammered mercilessly the night before. He'd only just begun to grasp the feeling of restraint. It's so incredibly difficult, but at least I'm not breaking swords anymore. I wonder when I'll actually get to learn swordsmanship. He looked ahead with a look of extreme surprise. Wait, who's that? A group equipped with full iron armor and weaponry was standing before the city. An elf? He stepped forward to inquire. Who are you? Why are you standing at the city gate? The leader waved him away. Can't you see there's a curfew? Get out of my sight. Johann angrily pointed his finger and scolded. Who do you think you are? Telling me to get out. The man let out a cunning laugh. Who are we? We are the Akitan Wolves, a mercenary unit directly under the Emperor.
Johannes' attitude shifted instantly.
A mercenary unit? I've been looking for job information. So you're the mercenary bosses. May I ask what the income is like in this profession? The men in the Akitan unit mocked him when they saw his tattered clothes. What? You want to be a mercenary, kid? Our pay is worlds apart from the regular guards. One contract can earn up to 2 gold coins. Johann's eyes practically glowed at the mention of 2 gold coins. They moved in while he wasn't paying attention and surrounded him. A big target like you would just be a pincushion for swords. It's all about skill. Johann remained completely unsuspecting. Right, of course, his eyes beamed, thinking he'd found a great lead. I couldn't even earn 1 gold coin in my entire life. To think the income is so much better than being a guard. Maybe I should switch to mercenary work. As they were talking, a man in golden armor approached on horseback. He sat atop his steed, looking down on Johann with pure contempt. He immediately raised his guard. Johann gripped his sword tightly, preparing for an attack. But before he could do anything, dozens of swords were suddenly pointed straight at his throat. A cold sweat broke out as he failed to understand his own reaction. Wait, why did I just try to draw my sword? A mercenary barked angrily. How insolent! You dare try to draw a sword before Lord Karameth? I'll deal with you right now. The other man held out a hand, signaling for them to stop. That's enough. He turned his horse around and looked straight at Johann. Who are you? Facing the blades of a dozen men, Johann could only swallow hard. He spoke up nervously, hello, sir. I am Johann, son of the Eights family. The man removed his helmet upon hearing that, revealing long, platinum blonde hair. That was Karamaf, the personal knight of the Holy Empire's emperor. Johann bowed respectfully, not understanding why his hand had gone for his sword again. Whether it was the wolves, his father, his master, or anyone else who had wanted to kill him, he had never felt like this before. It was a pressure so suffocating it was hard to breathe, as if he were a tiny prey standing before a powerful predator, like a rabbit facing a dragon. The man commanded, "Move. You're blocking my path." Someone slapped Johann hard on the back, and the mercenaries began to file past him. "You! Oh man, what now? I bet you're about to wet yourself, aren't you? Be careful next time, sir. Though I wonder if there will even be a next time." The knight instructor followed closely behind Karamaf. "Lord Karamaf, if I may ask, is it really all right to leave that insolent brat alone?" He gave a thin smile. "I don't wish to make a scene on such a beautiful day, at least not right now." Johann stood still, watching the group leave. The Emperor's knights? What are they doing in this backwater dump? Someone let out a frantic shout. "What? Lord Karamaf!" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the ground. It was Philip, rushing out in a total panic. "Why would someone as noble as you come to a place like this?" Reaching them, he greeted them breathlessly. "I am Philip Eights, the heir to the Eights territory." "Lord Karamaf, what brings you here, sir?" Just then, Madame appeared at the door, dripping with flattery. "My goodness, Lord Karamaf is truly the most magnificent man in the world. There is no second to match him. And this is the son who will actually become the Lord. Had I known you were this handsome, I would have waited longer to get married. Come, please enter the castle and have a meal." Seeing Karamaf coldly pass her by, Madame hurried to catch up. "Wait, Lord Karamaf, can you hear me, sir?" Philip frowned in irritation as he watched. As Karamaf sat down, he reached for his helmet. The face beneath was incredibly handsome but no less cruel. "Where is Jason?" Karamaf's words caused the entire room to fall into a shocked silence. Philip mustered his courage to give a subtle reminder. "Lord Karamaf, regardless of your high status, it is disrespectful to call my father, Jason, by his name like that." Madame, not stopping to think, rushed to defend him. "Not at all. He is the supreme knight of the Empire. He can call him whatever he wants. I am the rightful host to entertain him." Philip ground his teeth in resentment but only cursed silently. That cunning woman, she's purposely trying to create an opportunity to put her son on the Lord's throne. Karamaf was beginning to get angry. He slammed his sword into the floor and shouted, "Quiet!" He issued an arrogant demand as if it were nothing. "Get out, all of you. Stop this rambling and bring me wine." He glared with clear bloodlust and flatly declared, "I will wait for Jason in the castle until he returns." The scene shifts to another part of the forest, where the rhythm of colliding weapons rings out. Johann and Kegel are still training without rest. The image of Karamaf on his horse suddenly flashed through his mind, and even that cruel gaze of his made him increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, Kegel let out a loud scolding shout. "You brat! Pay attention!" Johann snapped out of it, only to find a barrage of blades flying straight at him. Johann made a swing to deflect their trajectory, but unfortunately he still took a hit. He grimaced in pain as he looked at the red syrup flowing from a wound on his neck. Kegel turned back and questioned him angrily. "If that blade I just threw had been poisoned, you'd be dead. Why can't you focus?" Without hesitation, Johann told him everything. Recently, a group of the Emperor's knights arrived in the village, and their aura is very strange. This is the Eights family's territory. Even if they are the Emperor's knights, closing the city gates and controlling entry and exit like that is absurd. Kegel cleared his throat and questioned him. "Even if it's suspicious, what could you possibly do about it?" Karamaf, the personal knight under the Emperor, is the strongest warrior on the continent and the core of the Holy Empire's forces. Even the armor he wears is a legendary treasure. Johann was stunned to hear this. "Stronger than you, master?" The man paused for several minutes at the unexpected question. Kegel frowned and admitted, "If I were to unfortunately face Karamaf, I would run for my life without ever looking back." He quickly countered, We won't know the result until we've fought, right? At that, the man delivered a blow to Johan's head along with a shout to "Shut up, you fool! Do you have any idea who you are? You're just a useless brat who can't control his own strength. An illegitimate child who knows nothing of swordsmanship. And you want to play hero." Johan was struck speechless by those contemptuous words. His lips pressed tightly together in a silence he couldn't break. A second later, he gripped his sword firmly, looking ahead with confidence as he declared, "I can do this." Yet the man continued to look down on Johan with disdain before calling out, "Fine then, come at me." Immediately afterward, the two lunged at each other, engaging in a fierce, desperate duel. It wasn't long before Johan took a direct hit from Kegel. The man roared, "Again!" and Kegel unleashed another strike. Ka quickly raised his sword to parry the blow. As expected, the man was so powerful that Johan found it nearly impossible to evade him. Kegel's blood began to boil as he frantically shouted, "Again!" and Ka refused to give up, leaping forward while questioning himself. "Why isn't this working? It's just a scabbard. Why can't I seem to cut through it?" Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light sparked at the tip of his blade, and it hit Johan all at once. Of course, the flow of power. It wasn't about swinging the sword aimlessly. The force had to be channeled and concentrated at the very tip. And so, Johan continued his sword dance, gradually grasping the true meaning of power control. Even the man began to notice the change. This kid. The sound coming from his blade is getting sharper, and in a heartbeat, a series of razor-sharp slashes tore through the air. Johan attacked relentlessly, leaving the man with no room to counter. He gripped the hilt tightly, thinking to himself, "This is it. Everything I've learned is finally coming together." With just the right amount of force, Johan swiftly raised the blade high, preparing for a brutal, decisive strike. At that same moment, his eyes flared with a terrifying, brilliant light. The sight was enough to make even Kegel break into a cold sweat. "Whoa! This is getting dangerous." Johan didn't hesitate for a second, swinging his sword in a sweeping arc that looked like a serpent lunging to swallow the weapon in the man's hand. In the midst of the bleak darkness, a blinding trail of light instantly appeared. Kegel gritted his teeth, looking down in shock, as both his scabbard and his sword were clean-cut in a single, decisive stroke. Seeing this, Johan lit up, a wide smile spreading across his face. He cheered with the excitement of a child. "I did it! I actually did it! I finally got the hang of it now. Wasn't that easy?" The man still couldn't believe it, watching Johan whistle in celebration and thinking, "That had to be a fluke." Suddenly, Kegel called out to Johan, and Ka immediately turned back to answer. "Yes, sir." The man drew another sword, falling into a combat stance while announcing, "I won't be holding back this time. Attack!" Without a moment's hesitation, Johan once again unleashed his violent serpent strike, aiming directly for the top of Kegel's head. The man took the hit, his sword snapping clean in half as he collapsed backward with a heavy thud. Seeing this, Ka started jumping for joy. "I won! I won again!" Kegel stared up with wide eyes, sweat pouring down his face as he wondered, "What the hell is this? What kind of monster is this kid? I only taught him the basics of force control, and now he's already mastered the Mamba blade technique. He perfectly absorbed my skills after just one encounter. Not only that, but his swordsmanship is even more flawless than my own." Kegel fell silent for a moment, unable to accept this as reality. His instincts as a master assassin told him that even if Johan had been lucky before, he had now become an opponent that simply could not be defeated. The master of the Niso's Poison Guild, the Empire's most elite assassins, now found himself red-faced and flustered. He looked at Johan, who was grinning so wide his mouth wouldn't close, thinking, "He's learned the technique. I guess I really can retire now," privately noting what an unbelievable freak this kid was. By now, the full moon had reached its peak, and Kegel's voice echoed through the forest. "Johan, the lessons end here. I'm leaving at sunrise." Ka looked on in a daze, asking, "Wait, what? I just started getting the hang of the sword. Is that really it?" The man replied instantly, "You've already done everything necessary to master the blade. Whether I want to admit it or not, you're already stronger than I am. And it took less than a week. I only hope my sword style doesn't die out with me." Now go live your life the way you want to. Johann froze as he heard Kegel sigh. You've worked hard. Johann asked in bewilderment. Are you really going? The man confirmed it. Yeah. I've never been one to stay in one place for long. Johann stared at the fire in front of him and asked curiously, because you're an assassin? Kegel sat beside him and denied it. No, that's just my nature. Ka glanced over, probing further. By the way, Master, do you know anything about the Crimson Tide? The man looked startled for a second. The Crimson Tide? You mean that black wolf? Johann answered quickly. Yes. Recalling the wolf under the blood-red moon as he told the story. A while back, after I ran into it, I had a dream where my head fell off. That's why when you were about to take a swing at my neck, I thought you were the Crimson Tide. Kegel let out a long sigh. If I had killed you, then I would have been your Crimson Tide. Bad luck isn't something that arrives in a fixed form. Before I go, I'm going to set a few conditions. First, I'll find you a proper weapon. For strength like yours, Danu's steel is the only thing that will suffice. Johann's eyes went wide as he asked in surprise, What's that? The man began to explain Danu's steel to him. It's a magical metal that only exists within ancient artifacts. Weapons made from Danu's are extremely rare. You can count the number of them in the entire world on one hand. Hearing that, Johann looked blank. Must be expensive, huh? The man added, You couldn't afford it if you saved for a lifetime. Honestly, money can't even buy it. Johann wondered, Then why suggest it, Master? The man replied, I'm just talking for the sake of it. You can find whatever weapon you like. Ka frowned deeply. Are you hiding your true skills because you're an assassin? The man shot back. No, you moron. Does everything have to be about being an assassin? A Danu's blade is something you recognize the instant you see it. If you see someone carrying one in the distance, run. Don't even look back. People who don't know their place don't tend to live very long. Johann took it to heart. I'll remember that. After a while, his master stood up, and Ka asked again, Are you truly leaving? Kegel cautioned him one last time. Johann, etch my words into your soul. Never fight an opponent you can't win against. If you feel danger, run. But if you're forced to fight, use every means necessary to kill them. Just remember that, and you won't die easily. Don't go getting yourself killed. Johann watched as the man's figure slowly faded into the distance. Johann recalled the advice. If it's dangerous, run. If you can't run, you must kill by any means necessary and survive at all costs. He clenched his fists with determination. I'll remember, Master, he said, just as night completely enveloped Castle 8's. The madam's voice rose softly. Does the wine suit your palate, my lord? Karamaf spat out in disgust. Tastes like rotten urine. Just bring it in. The madam asked with a bright smile. Is that expensive wine not to your liking then? What can we do? The good wine is only kept in Jason's bedroom. You must be exhausted from your long journey. Don't worry about a thing. Just go and rest in that cozy room. But he remained silent. The madam, her cheeks flushed, continued her seductive invitation. Jason's bedroom is very comfortable. I'm sure you'll be pleased. Ah, I'm being charming again. You two were quite intimate and had a good time together. Didn't you? Karamaf didn't care in the slightest and snapped. Get lost. The madam turned pale and spoke up. Master Karamaf, we don't have much time. So please let me entertain you. Jason won't be back for a while. He remained silent, glancing over before finally speaking. I suppose I am getting bored. Fine. Let's see what you've got. Karamaf gave a satisfied smile, testing the thrill of the slaughter. He saw the scene before him and couldn't help but be terrified, forced to cover his own mouth. In another part of the world, Johann slowly dragged his heavy feet forward. Johann's eyes went wide with shock. What is this? A scene of total devastation unfolded before him. The village was swallowed in a sea of flames. He stood frozen. How did our village end up like this? Looking at the thick columns of smoke in the distance, someone else was in total panic. What on earth happened, and why is 8's territory burning like that? His subordinate was equally flustered. I don't know, my lord. The fire looks massive. We should head back immediately. The horses galloped frantically, the sound of hooves echoing non-stop. Gessen screeched to a halt when he saw the city gates locked tight and guards blocking the way. They bared their teeth in a grin. Ha ha ha! Look who finally decided to show up after the fun ended. You look pathetic and act so slow. Hurry it up, Lord Pig. The soldiers laughed loudly. Master Karamaf isn't exactly the patient type. Contrary to them, the moment the gates swung open, the fat man's eyes bulged out as far as they could go. In front of him was a mountain of corpses belonging to his own soldiers. Wah, what is this? Someone approached, the metallic heels of their boots clinking sharply. Karamaf, dressed in full gold armor with only his blood-red eyes visible, stared intently at him. You're late, Gessen. Gessen growled deep in his throat. You? What are you doing? He screamed in an emotional outburst, brandishing his axe. What kind of game do you think you're playing? Karamaf raised his sword, speaking nonchalantly. Gessen, you are charged with the attempted murder of the Emperor and high treason. By the Emperor's decree, the Eights family is to be wiped out. The fat man roared back in anger. Don't be ridiculous. This is a purge. You're just pinning a fake charge on me to execute me. Then he charged forward with all his might. I won't let you just do whatever you want. His voice remained icy as he blew a horn. On Karamaf's command, hundreds of soldiers were ready to storm the castle, seize the Eights family seal, purge everyone in the territory, and erase this land from existence. The moment his words fell, the troops let out a cheer and charged in off the map. All that remained was a blazing fire that continued to consume everything in its path. The soldier holding the sword gritted his teeth in irritation. You really are a piece of work, aren't you? He roughly grabbed the priest by his hair and pressed the blade against his throat. Is it really that hard to tell me where that pig's bastard son is hiding? Fine then. I'll send you to meet that god of yours, the one you worship so much. Seeing that Valburga would rather die than open his mouth, the soldier roared and raised his sword to strike. Hot blood sprayed everywhere, but it was his own blood. Valburga watched in shock as the soldier's arm fell through the air. He looked at the person in front of him, stammering, Master Johann. He called out urgently, Father Valburga. Johann untied the priest while asking, What's going on? The man shook his head helplessly. I don't know. The Imperial Army is killing the villagers on sight. Valburga whispered with a blood-stained face. It's possible that Lord Gessen has already been murdered as well. At those words, Johann trembled instinctively. Father too. The flames flickered nearby like a giant monster. And that wasn't all. They were torching the entire village to wipe everything out. Johann gritted his teeth. Damn it, I have to get back to the castle immediately. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere made him jump. That voice, the muscular young man rushed toward it while Valburga looked on in a daze. Master Johann. When he found the person who had spoken, he cried out in relief. Del, is that you? Johann sighed with relief. Thank goodness you're safe. It's dangerous here. Come with me. Before he could finish, he froze in total shock. Right behind Del was her father's body, tortured to death. Master Johann, my father. He stared up, stunned. A man so kind, who loved his daughter so much, had to die such a painful death. He looked around in a daze. The villagers who had just been laughing and talking with him yesterday, at this very moment they were all dead. The soldiers who used to go with Johann, they had died trying to protect the village. A surge of emotion hit him, and he had to grit his teeth hard to keep from losing control. He placed a gentle hand on the sobbing girl's shoulder. Johann whispered softly to her, Del, it's too dangerous to be alone. Stay with Father Valburga. The girl nodded. Okay. Once finished, he grabbed his sword and walked away with absolute purpose. Master Johann. Wait. Where are you going? Valburga clutched Del in his arms, desperately trying to stop him. You can't go. You need to run. But his back moved further and further away. Master Johann. When he arrived, the sight hit him. It was his father's head hanging from the banner. Below it was a treacherous proclamation. Duke Gessen Eights has been executed for treason against the Emperor. Anyone who attempts to recover his body, the veins on his neck bulged as a boiling rage surged within him, will be punished with the same crime. Imperial Knight Karamap. A soldier recognized him. Huh? What? Aren't you his bastard son? He gave a smug smirk. I thought you'd run away. Did you come back here just to die? Without a word, he swung his arm and sliced the flagpole in two. The enemy banner fell to the ground. Johann stepped down firmly with his lead foot. Several soldiers immediately rushed to surround him. They barked at each other. Look! Look at this brat! Don't just stand there. Kill him now. His eyes, overflowing with bloodlust, swept over them. A sharp blade flashed by. As one by one, their throats were slit. They died so quickly they didn't even have time to close their eyes. Silence returned to the area, leaving only Johann standing amidst the rubble. He stood in somber silence, wondering why he had done it, why he had returned to the castle. A part of him knew he should have acted differently. Father Valberga was right, he should have run away. Biting his lip, he thought to himself that by returning, he was likely going to die in vain. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a faint whisper suddenly surfaced. Johann! He was stunned and leaned down to ask. Philip! The man was covered in blood, breathing his last breaths. You're still alive. Johann remained silent, not answering the question. Why did you come back? Philip managed to remove his helmet and forced out through his struggles. Go! Run quickly. If you stay here, you'll die too. Those weak hands reached up. He wanted to give something to Johann, so that when he eventually became the Lord, Johann reached out to take it, sadly listening to his brother's final words. One day, he had to purse his lips tightly. His mind still held deep the teachings of his master. One must clearly understand the disparity in skill. If you encounter danger, run. His hands tightly gripped the scratched helmet. His opponent was a knight of the Emperor, and even his master had told him to run without looking back. His master's words echoed in his ears. But running away isn't always the answer. If one must fight, then at all costs one must kill. His voice dropped to a low tone. Right? Putting the helmet on, Johann stood up abruptly, clenching his fists. The time was now. He pushed open the heavy doors. Several soldiers stared at him in total confusion. Some stood with their mouths agape. What the hell? How did this bastard get in here? Where are all the guards? Johann clenched his fists and roared. Karamaf! He blew back every man who dared to stand in his way. Come out, you coward! The muscular young man didn't take a single step back. A bloodthirsty breath escaped him incessantly. The tip of his sword dripped steadily with blood. Karamaf approached slowly. So the runaway son of Eights actually survived. He even asked nonchalantly, You're that kid from in front of the castle? Johann Eights, aren't you? Johann had no intention of wasting time. I'm in no mood for introductions, he snarled through gritted teeth. Just think of me as a man who's absolutely livid, you bastard. The knight let out a cold sneer. You should have kept running. If you had, you might have lived. Seems you don't care much for your life. His blood-red eyes flared. Fine then. He drew his sword. If you want to die, then come at me. Johann lunged forward without hesitation. I didn't need you to tell me. That was always the plan. Johann and Karamaf engaged in a fierce duel amidst the sea of fire, the sound of metal clashing ringing out piercingly. Johann was determined as he lunged, dealing a heavy blow, but Karamaf parried it, causing a massive impact. The force was so great that Johann's sword began to show cracks. Under the crushing pressure, the blade was sliced halfway through. Karamaf had nearly snapped Johann's sword in two, and taking advantage of the momentum, he sent him flying back. But quickly, Johann managed to regain his footing. A second later, he counterattacked, deciding to risk it all once more. Karamaf saw that his opponent didn't know the meaning of surrender, and let out an excited smile. Fun! Just as Johann was advancing, a slash cut across his sword. He froze, staring in surprise at the mark on his blade. Continuous slashes followed, hacking wildly at the sword. Johann could only stand there, unable to react. Karamaf didn't wait for his opponent to move. He was one step ahead, leaping forward with a barrage of strikes, and Johann barely managed to dodge, falling back. Karamaf struck down again. Johann scrambled to the side. The last move grazed a pillar in front of him. Instantly, the stone pillar shattered into pieces, massive blocks of stone crashing down as dust clouded the air. Seeing his opponent repeatedly dodge his attacks, Karamaf found it interesting. Recalling how quickly his previous opponents had fallen, a thought rose in his mind. He's far beyond that Brit's guy. Amidst the thick smoke, vision was completely obscured. Suddenly, a soldier came flying out from within. Quickly, Karamaf sliced the soldier in half, blood spraying everywhere. It was a feint, throwing a smoke bomb to create a distraction. This delighted him. Truly fascinating. Karamaf cast his eyes toward his opponent, his gaze and smile utterly ecstatic as he thought, "Entertain me more, you Ates bastard." Suddenly, Johann lunged with a quick slash. Karamaf threw up his arm to block. The strike was powerful, tearing through the armor and cutting deep into his flesh. Johann had attacked using his broken sword, leaving Karamaf filled with suspicion. Quick on his feet, he leaped back to keep his distance. Johann casually tossed the remaining stub of his sword behind him. As they faced off directly, the smoke began to clear, revealing the scene. Looking at the wound on his wrist, Karamaf couldn't believe it. The question burned in his mind. Did he just cut through Maidhanu's steel armor? Now, far from his previous overwhelming demeanor, he was trembling with fear. Johann picked up another sword and slowly stepped forward. Karamaf's eyes were now filled with panic. His inner self screamed, "Impossible! A human shouldn't be able to damage Thanu's steel. Who exactly is he?" Johann attacked again. The two sides clashed violently. Karamaf was stunned, unable to believe it. He had never heard of anyone with such power. After clashing for a while, he realized that, even as he saw the clumsy sword paths and the massive, persistent strength from Johann, he concluded, he's just an ox relying on raw power. He's just swinging wildly without any actual technique. Seeing an opening, Karamaf thrust straight ahead. It grazed Johann's shoulder. Immediately, Johann ducked low and then backed away, watching his opponent struggle to dodge. He secretly confirmed, "Just as I thought. He can't even block a simple thrust." Seeing Johann only able to swing without strategy, Karamaf was once again doubtful. He's swinging entirely by instinct without any proper technique. Did Gessen never teach him real swordsmanship? He thought to himself, he's a dangerous one. I need to end this quickly. Recalling the nonsense sword path from the beginning of the fight, if he used that stupid slash again, Karamaf had already imagined a different ending. His precious head would leave his shoulders. In his heart, he challenged, "Come at me, you brat." But Johann stunned him, making him gasp, "What?" His sword path was like a python, coiling with immense skill. That snake slithered through, biting the target. The armor was too hard, causing the blade to crack under the strain, and though the sword broke again, it was still enough to slice through, leaving a large wound as blood sprayed out. Having been hit, Karamaf panicked. His eyes widened, his pupils shrinking as he watched Johann swing a fist toward him. Relying on raw strength, Johann dealt a direct punch. Karamaf was sent flying to the side, the armor denting significantly. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he stared in horror. He leaned on his sword to steady himself. Karamaf fell to his knees, clutching the wound and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with confusion. He ground his teeth in pure rage. This is Kegel's technique, assassination swordsmanship. Johann Ates, you've been hiding your true skills all along. Seeing Johann holding the broken sword, pointing it at him with murderous intent, Karamaf fumed. Damn it! I completely let my guard down. He put his hand over his mouth, but blood kept pouring out. Puddles of blood formed on the ground as he let out dry coughs. At this moment, Johann removed his helmet, looking at Karamaf with pure resentment. He slammed the helmet down hard onto the ground. He questioned him loudly, "Hey, why did you do all of this?" Karamaf looked up and replied hesitantly, "Everything. For His Majesty. The Holy Kingdom is more unstable than ever. His Majesty has drawn the imperial sword to set the empire right. The sword named Mavkara is." Speaking this far, he clutched his wound in pain, coughing violently. Then suddenly, Karamaf burst into a loud laugh and shouted, "I'm very impressed, Johann Ates." Then dropping his voice, he continued, "For decades, I've fought across countless battlefields and against infinite knights, but I've never met anyone as strong as you." Looking at Johann with resolve, Karamaf made a determined invitation. Come with me to the Empire, Johann. His Majesty needs a powerful talent like you right now. He painted a picture of endless favors. The Empire's infinite gold and silver would bring you glory, and you will receive vast, fertile lands. His Majesty himself will appoint you as his royal knight. And then Karamaf shouted, "Become the Emperor's sword, Johann." Johann fell into thought, reflecting on every word he just heard. Infinite gold and silver. Huh. Then he stood still, looking up at the sky. It was an indescribable, strange feeling. Johann closed his eyes and pondered. That is the life I once dreamed of. But for some reason, right now, I don't feel anything at all. Having reached this thought, he answered firmly, I refuse. Despite the promising prospects, Karamaf couldn't believe the answer. He blurted out, "What?" Johann shouted in hatred. "Get out! You didn't just kill my family, but also innocent serfs, people who did absolutely nothing wrong." Karamaf was puzzled. "Serfs? You're refusing my offer? Because of some serfs?" He ground his teeth in anger. A second later he screamed, "Who cares about their deaths? What? Don't tell me your mother was some lowly serf? They are insects, weak insects. The strong drink the blood of the weak. Those are the rules of this world." Facing these words, Johann went silent, thinking to himself, "I'm sorry, master." He clenched his hands so tightly that his palms began to bleed, filled with rage. "I just can't control my own power." After a brief hesitation, Johann threw a straight punch right into Karamaf's face. Johann flew into a rage, unleashing a barrage of punches. Each word of reproach was a heavy blow. For the Emperor, because lives are worthless? By now, his anger had reached its absolute peak. Johann used every ounce of his strength to deliver a final strike, screaming frantically, "What makes you think you're so damn noble? So noble that you have the right to judge who deserves to live and who doesn't?" Karamaf's face was pummeled into a distorted mess. He couldn't fight back. Blood simply gushed across his entire face. Karamaf's whole body went limp, one hand trembling slightly. At the point of impact, Johann's fist was stained with the man's blood, dripping drop by drop. His rage hadn't subsided, and every vein on his hand stood out clearly. Right now, Karamaf was beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground coughing dryly. Johann didn't care anymore and turned to walk away. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when Karamaf spoke up. "You fool!" He struggled, shakily pointing a hand toward Johann, and croaked, "You should have accepted my offer." With teeth broken and his face disfigured, Karamaf stubbornly spat out, "It's too late now, you who broke the Emperor's sword." He warned him that from this moment on, he would know only suffering. Hearing those words, Johann turned his head back and glared. At that point, Karamaf's arm trembled. A second later, he lost consciousness completely, his body going limp. Johann turned his back and walked away through the glowing smoke, ash fluttering in the air. He thought to himself, "This world accepts death so casually. To survive, all I ever thought about was money." Johann's hands were still clenched into fists, his anger yet to cool, as he thought hesitantly. But witnessing every village submerged in a sea of flames and the people being murdered made his blood boil even more. They had slaughtered everyone in our territory. Our families and neighbors were all killed and burned. Stepping over the fallen bodies of the soldiers, he determined that even if the whole world became his enemy, he would only do what had to be done. He would never regret his actions, no matter what anyone said. Johann's eyes became more determined than ever as he affirmed, "This is my way of life." Right in front of the city gates, a soldier stood guard in the dark night as a commotion broke out. Jane stepped inside. He questioned him in shock. "I'm asking you one more time. Is everything you just said the truth?" A soldier covered in bandages replied fearfully, "It's the truth. Not a single lie. I swear." "Please, sir. You have to believe me." The soldier recounted the horror. He suddenly stormed in, beat all the soldiers to a pulp, and then, with his bare hands, he took Lord Karamaf's head. Hearing that much was enough to make Jane swallow hard as he listened in silence. That was the last time they saw Lord Karamaf. At the scene, Karamaf was nowhere to be found, which made Jane lose his temper. He barked angrily, "If what you say is true, Then Lord Karamaf's body should be in there. How do you expect me to believe such baseless words without a shred of evidence? Questioned so sharply, the soldier didn't know how to explain. He could only stammer, insisting, That's the part one don't understand either, but I definitely saw it. Another soldier approached to report, Lord Jane, the pursuit team is ready. Jane clutched his head wearily and replied, I know. I'll be out in a second. Hurried footsteps echoed somewhere. Jane shouted orders to the soldiers, passing the command down to the entire army. The whole army listened, weapons drawn. An explosion of sound as they all cheered, Pursue him! Kill him! Jane ordered again, the target is Johann Eitz. The sound of running footsteps on the other side grew more urgent. A traitor defiled by his own blood, and the prime suspect in the murder of Lord Karamaf. Meanwhile, Johann was carrying Karamaf and running for his life amidst the soldiers' attacks. Over here, Jane screamed orders incessantly. Hunt him down! Kill him if you must, but bring him back at all costs. Understood. Constantly pursued, Johann was forced to fight while carrying the man. Though he faced difficulties due to the burden, he handled each soldier quickly and efficiently. Over here, the whole team turned pale as they heard Jane's warnings. I heard he can tear through Orinus steel with raw strength alone. Do not engage him one-on-one. Treat this as a dragon hunt. Block every road around the territory. We will press him all night long until he collapses from exhaustion. The soldiers were all bewildered by the information. One of them couldn't stop stammering. Lord Karamaf is dead. Jane slowly emphasized each command. We must bring that bastard's head to his majesty.
Johan resaled Philips instructions. Listen carefully, Johan.
About 500 paces northwest of the hunting grounds, you'll find my stables. Go there, take a warhorse and escape. You must survive at all costs. Taking temporary shelter under a tree, he set Karamaf down and panted heavily. Looking toward the silhouette of the building, he guessed. That must be the stable Philip mentioned. I'm exhausted. I thought it was over for me. Talk about luck. I thought hiding Karamaf's body would cause some confusion. But the pursuit team is moving faster than I imagined. Still, since his armor can serve as a shield, maybe I should keep carrying him until I lose them. Johann patted his thighs, struggling to stabilize his strength and boost his morale. He encouraged himself. All right, let's go. Approaching the building, Johann opened the door and stepped inside, the door creaking in the quiet night. What met his eyes was a sturdy white horse. It looked incredibly fierce and snorted at Johann. Seeing the white horse, Johann was certain. So this is Gessen's warhorse. Stroking the warhorse, he whispered, Thanks, big guy. While petting him, Johann was overjoyed. With this horse, he could at least catch a bit of rest in the saddle. Observing it for a moment, he hesitated and thought, Let's see, your name will be. Finally, Johann called out, Nice to meet you, Philip. Elsewhere, a soldier shouted when he saw a flash from a distance. I see something shining over there. I'm certain it's the glint of Orinus steel. Search every corner of this area. Simultaneously, everyone went on high alert, ready for anything as the commander roared. That bastard is definitely nearby. Within the formation, another soldier spoke up. I hear hoofbeats. Suddenly, the silhouette of a horse thundered past them. They looked closely at the figure in the saddle. Someone recognized him and screamed, It's Johann Eitz. He's escaping on horseback. Man and horse flashed past, bolting forward. The commander ordered, Shoot him down. Don't let that bastard get away. Upon hearing the command, waves of arrows were loosed at once. But they were all deflected by Karamaf's armor, which Johann was carrying. And so Johann rode through the night, quickly losing the pursuit team and heading deep into the Black Forest. After traveling a long distance, he stopped and dug a hole. Looking down, he thought, this is probably deep enough. Even if he was a piece of trash, not burying a human being just doesn't feel right. Turning his head back, Johann hesitated. Anyway, his armor really does look expensive. He held the sword in his hand, giving it a test shake. Johann thought suspiciously. Light yet incredibly solid. This sword is made of Orinus steel. Drawing the sword from its scabbard, he saw strange characters engraved on the blade. Johann was stunned. Imperial ancient language? The inscription translated to, "I am the retriever of seals." He muttered the phrase, "Retriever of seals." Johann grew angry at the hidden meaning. Retrieving family crests? Even the name sounds like a bad omen. It feels like this sword is my sworn enemy. After a moment, Johann made his decision, holstering the sword at his hip. He tossed the armor into the pit. "I'll take the sword for now, but I'm burying the armor." Having to bury such a valuable item made Johann regret it deeply. Damn it, what a waste. But carrying it right now won't help. I'll definitely come back for it later. Decision made, he shoveled the earth back in. He planted the shovel into the fresh dirt. The body and equipment were buried. He was exhausted, his body trembling with a bit of anxiety. Is this good enough? He cast a contemplative gaze. Johann thought to himself, Karamaf, the Emperor's knight. Once word of his death gets out, the whole empire will be hunting me. The countless knights under him will surely try to avenge him as well. And he remembered Karamaf's dying words. From this moment on, you will know only suffering. Closing his eyes, he reflected on his life thus far. My life has been nothing but suffering long before I beat him to death. What should I do now? The Eight's house is burned down. I don't even have a single coin, and I can't sell this precious armor. I'm so drained. My hands won't stop shaking. I'll rest for a bit and then figure it out. Sensing someone behind him, Johann jumped. He drew his sword, spun around, and went into a defensive stance. A massive black wolf with glowing red eyes stood there. Johann froze when he recognized it. A black wolf, trembling from exhaustion and facing a formidable foe. He cursed irritably. Damn it! You show up now of all times? Right when I'm completely spent. Johann frowned, his mind racing with confusion. In this state, there's no way to win. My hands are shot. I can barely even hold this sword. He stepped back cautiously, looking for an opening. I need to get to the horse and get the hell out of here. From the distance, Johann's heart nearly stopped when he heard a shout. We found his horse! The troop converged on the horse's location, searching everywhere. The commander kept shouting. We've captured the bastard's horse? He must be close. Johann turned back in a panic. The Aquitaine wolves, have they caught up already? The commander pointed in one direction, screaming, Over there! I heard something. In that moment, Johann had been spotted. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Surrounded on both sides, Johann had no way out. A monster in front and the pursuit team behind. There was no escape. Just as he was fumbling for a way out, thinking this was the end, the black wolf suddenly lunged right past him, tore into the soldiers instead. The soldiers, attacked for no reason, screamed for help. It's a monster! Help me! Witnessing this, Johann was stunned. What? Did it not see me? Snapping out of it, no, that doesn't matter now, it's clearing a path, this is my chance. Johann's body could barely hold up. One knee gave out suddenly. He gritted his teeth, forcing his body to move. I have to act. If I don't move now, I'm dead. A second later, Johann summoned his last bit of strength and let out a long scream. Then he lunged forward, trying to run. He managed to scramble onto the horse's back, and seizing the moment, he galloped away. Memories of childhood rushed back. Father Valberga teaching him as a boy. On the road, man and horse thundered along without rest. As he fled, Johann remembered a scene of him and Philip together as children. Then a scene of him training, from boyhood to adulthood. Each frame flashed through Johann's mind like a movie. Leaving his birthplace behind, he whispered a final goodbye. Goodbye, Eight's village. On the soldiers' side, the entire squad had been slaughtered by the Black Wolf. No one survived. Having dealt with them, it watched Johann's fading silhouette. The Black Wolf just watched, making no move to follow. Episode 01, The End of Childhood. And, seeing the Imperial soldiers guarding strictly and hunting him down, Johann was annoyed. Damn it! Hiding in a nearby bush, he was bewildered. A checkpoint here too? The exit is completely blocked. Johann slumped to the ground, lamenting helplessly. I'm screwed. Since I escaped, I haven't eaten, slept, or done anything right. I didn't expect to be hunted by the Aquitaine wolves for 3 straight days. The number of times I've nearly died. I can't even count them. Whenever I fight those bastards, they swarm in packs. With dark circles under his eyes and visible exhaustion, Johann knew he had hit his limit. He didn't even have the strength to lift his sword anymore. Sensing he was in a death trap, he was utterly panicked. Is there really no way out? Am I just going to be caught by those bastards and executed? Johann heard a noise from behind and turned to see what it was. He saw a group escorting a carriage coming his way. Johann guessed. An armed cargo carriage with guards? A merchant caravan? He suddenly had a brainwave. All right, I'll disguise myself as a street peddler. Johann made a risky decision. If I look like part of their group, I might avoid suspicion. I'll use them to slip past the checkpoint. The person sitting on the carriage was the Katana Eldon's merchant caravan. A mercenary called out, "Master Eldons." Eldons replied, "What is it, Goran?" Can looked ahead and continued, "Up ahead." A figure appeared. Goran and Can spoke up, "It's a heavily armed cavalryman." Another member of the caravan gasped, "What?" Mercenary Goran and Can went on alert, saying, "Sir, I believe we should prepare for a fight." Mercenary Goran. Gamson looked indifferent. Why make such a fuss over one rider? If necessary, the 9 of us can lunge in and finish him instantly. Mercenary Goran. Goran was worried, pointing at Johann and warning Gamson. Look closely, Gamson. Unlike us, he's in full armor and riding a warhorse. And on top of that, he's wearing a steel helmet and a breastplate. Goran and Can pushed Gamson's head down low, pointing in one direction. And do you see that sword hanging at his hip? Look at the hilt. That purple glint means it's definitely forged from Oranus steel. If he swings that at us, our armor will be sliced like butter. We could be wiped out if we face him head-on. While Goran slapped his head in frustration, Gamson remained unfazed and without a worry. He tried to explain to his teammates, "Wiped out? Really? Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? There are 9 of us here." 9. One of the caravan members pushed Gamson over, barking angrily, "Someone get this idiot out of my sight. I can't think straight because of him." The others were equally irritated, slapping Gamson's head. "Come here, you moron. If you don't know anything, shut up." Eldons was now panicking, turning to shout, "Goran, Can, get everyone ready. We attack the moment that guy does anything suspicious. I'll go forward to check the situation first," he ordered tensely. "When I give the signal, all of you attack at once." The whole troop obeyed. "Yes, sir." Eldon stepped down and slowly walked forward. Meanwhile, Goran and Can turned back to whisper to the others. "Listen up, guys. Once the fight starts, knock that guy off his horse first. Then, calmly thrust your blades into the gaps in his armor." He stepped forward, greeting while probing, "Hello, I am Eldons of the Katana Merchant Caravan. I wish to avoid any unnecessary misunderstanding. May I ask your name, sir?" Seeing the person approaching wasn't human, Johann jumped slightly. "Wait, a catman?" Seeing everyone's faces darken with high alert, Eldons was now both bewildered and suspicious. Seeing the tension, Johann was equally flustered. He thought to himself, "This is bad. Is he suspicious of me because of how I look right now? First, I need to make him lower his guard." A second later, Johann spoke up to greet him, removing his helmet to be more polite. "May the blessings of the gods be with you. My name is Johann. I look like this because I was attacked by bandits on the road just now. You don't need to be so wary." Pointing behind Eldons, he hesitantly made a request. "So, could you tell those gentlemen staring at me from behind not to attack me?" Eldons felt as if a burden had been lifted and burst out laughing. "It seems I've been quite rude. Please forgive me. As a merchant, I must always be prepared for the worst-case scenario." Johann replied, "Of course, I understand that. That's why." He timidly petitioned, "Could you let me travel with your caravan? As you can see, I lost all my travel funds after the attack." At the same time, he offered a compromise. "If you can provide me with a bit of food and a place to sleep, I will help protect your wagons." Eldon stroked his beard and pondered. The boy certainly looked strong enough, and he didn't seem suspicious. After a moment he decided, "Very well, let's do that." Then Eldons pointed behind him and spoke up. "We are on our way to Marseille. It will be quite a long journey. You should go and get acquainted with the mercenaries over there. Johann thanked him profusely. I am immensely grateful to you. Although he was overjoyed, he was inwardly bewildered. Marcel? Where is that place? Eldons returned to the carriage. Goran couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Huh? Master Eldons, what happened? Eldons answered vaguely but didn't forget to give a reminder. It's just a wanderer. Nothing at all. We'll be traveling together for a while. However, as a precaution, keep an eye on him. His gaze turned sharp and cold as Eldons added, if anything happens, do not hesitate to kill him. The whole group replied, yes, sir. Having resolved the immediate problem, Johann breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Now I just need to get past the checkpoint. The whole group continued their journey. A soldier spotted them and called out to the others. Hey! Someone is approaching, they shouted loudly at the merchant caravan. We are the Aquitaine Wolves. If you want to pass, cooperate obediently and let us perform a preliminary inspection. Despite having made it this far, Johann was extremely worried. Finally at the checkpoint. Hopefully, I can sneak through without drawing attention. Eldon spoke up. Aquitaine Wolves, I have done business with you several times. I am Eldons of the Katana Merchant Guild. I want to speak directly with the person in charge. Hearing this, a soldier panicked and stammered. The Katana Merchant Guild. He was terrified upon hearing the name. A merchant guild headquartered in Marseille. The trade center? That Katana Merchant Guild? Marseille was a city that even the emperor dared not touch lightly. Recalling these facts, the soldier smiled flatteringly. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Eldons. We are only following orders to search for a deserting traitor. If you would be so kind as to cooperate a little. Hearing this, Johann was furious. A deserting traitor? These bastards really did set up this checkpoint just to find me. The soldier reached him for inspection and barked, Hey, you there! Take off your helmet and show us your face. Johann was flustered and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Then he faked a few coughs and made an excuse. The thing is, I have a bit of a skin disease on my face, so the whole group of soldiers burst out laughing and mocked him. What? Did your mother push too hard when she gave birth to you? Let's see that mangled face of yours. Hurry up and take it off or else. One of them threatened slyly. You're hiding something. He and the soldier stared each other down, one side anxious and the other solemn. Johann moved to draw his sword with the intent. Damn it, if it comes to this, I might have no choice but to fight. A shout made them both startle. Enough! Eldons was truly provoked. Are you seriously questioning the Katana Trading Company? The soldier tried to justify himself. It's not like that. We are just carrying out imperial orders. Eldons barked back angrily. I told you to go get your commander. Pointing straight at the soldier's face, Eldons scolded solemnly. If you interfere with our business any further, I will have no choice but to file a complaint directly with your captain. I'll go to the Marseille branch personally. The soldier could only helplessly order, Clear the way for them. The remaining soldiers pretended to whistle and looked away, acting as if they knew nothing. The soldier facing Johann tossed out a remark. You're lucky, you poor bastard. Johann breathed a sigh of relief. I made it through without having to fight. Finally, I'm out of here. But the soldiers still watched Johann intently. Their faces were grim and full of bloodlust. The caravan stopped. They lit a fire and sat down to rest. A mercenary spoke up to assign tasks. Everyone, check your equipment one last time. The night watch will be assigned to the oldest man and the newest recruit. Eldon sat in his tent, humming while reading something. One of the mercenaries spoke up. You said your name was Johann, right? You don't have anything special to do? So just go to sleep first. Johann thanked him hurriedly. Thank you, sir. He took off some of his equipment, then rolled it up to form a pillow and tossed it onto the area covered with a carpet. Lying on the carpet, Johann let out a shaky sigh. I didn't expect catching a few winks to be this difficult. Finally, I can rest. As soon as he lay down, he fell fast asleep. From above, a beam of light flashed. The face of a soldier peered out, grinning triumphantly. He turned back to give an order. Good. Everyone get ready. We will surround them from the hill and attack all at once. In the middle of the training grounds among hundreds of soldiers, A shout from a superior echoed, "This sergeant! PR on N." Defense in depth is a military strategy intended to delay, rather than prevent the advance of an attacker, buying time and causing additional casualties by yielding space. Rather than defeating an attacker with a single strong line of defense, defense in depth relies on the tendency of an attack to lose momentum over time or as it covers a larger area. During the battalion-level tactical training, defense in depth successfully implemented the defense in depth tactic, holding off a large company-sized enemy force with only a small number of troops. He demonstrated excellent tactical thinking and became an example for other servicemen. Consequently, he was awarded a commendation along with a 5-day for night reward leave. Commander of Unit XXX, Lieutenant Colonel Kim Yibak. At the invitation, the young soldier shouted solemnly, "Sir!"
Johan smiled radiantly. Excellent. Truly unbelievable.
Perhaps the military actually suits me. It's a good thing I studied strategy and tactics beforehand. The joy didn't last long, however. Life isn't always rosy. The backward and old-fashioned superior-subordinate culture, the killer shifts, and working conditions that were either scorching hot or bone-chillingly cold. His inner self screamed in despair, and the worst part was, there was truly nothing more painful. The salary was as tiny as a mouse's tail. He tried to struggle. Damn it, not like this.
I'm deserting.
But they wouldn't let go. Where do you think you're going? It's easy to get in, but you're not getting out. The insults rang out piercingly. Damn it! Johan snapped his eyes open, drenched in sweat. He was still clutching his sword. A dream. He let out a sigh of relief, sitting up and scratching his head in confusion. Johan thought, I couldn't even sleep well because of that military dream. My whole body is so sore. Suddenly, he looked up. In the sky, the moon emitted a blue light. The space was very quiet. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air, aimed straight at him. With a thwack, Johan caught it with his bare hand. It was exactly 1 millimeter away from his eye. It took several seconds for Johan to catch his breath from the shock and fear. His nerves of alertness vibrated violently. An attack? Are those bastards following me? His body sprang up like a coil. He had thought he'd escaped safely. He had to warn the mercenaries first. Without hesitation, Johan shouted the alarm, "Enemy ambush!" Going back in time a bit, 5 minutes before the enemy alarm, the mercenaries were still whispering. What I wanted to ask was, Gamson grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why are we the only ones working ourselves to death? In fairness, that cavalryman should be assigned night watch too. The mercenary next to him yawned. Gamson, Ken ordered. Shut your mouth. He turned his head and questioned back. You're telling me to give the guard duty to a guy we don't even know? You don't think that while we're sleeping, that bastard could slit our throats, snatch all the goods, and bolt? Ken sighed in frustration. If you can't distinguish what's important and keep acting thoughtlessly like that, you won't last long in this business. He spoke up. Gamson glanced over, his gaze a bit hardened. I became a mercenary because I didn't want to be stuck my whole life in that godforsaken village, because I wanted to live like a real man. But, his face darkened with disdain. If I'd known the Goran mercenaries were a bunch of idiots who couldn't get anything done and froze up just because of one armored cavalryman, I wouldn't have joined this trash outfit in the first place. This successfully incited his anger. What did you just say? You want to die. Both placed their hands on their sword hilts, determined to have a life-or-death struggle. Just then, Johan shouted and interrupted. Enemy ambush! They immediately forgot their intent to bicker. Enemy ambush! A volley of arrows whizzed toward the two of them. Ken quickly shoved Gamson's head down to the ground, using his other hand to raise his shield. Get down! A long while later, he looked down at his wooden shield peppered with arrows. The arrow rain has stopped. Ken turned quickly. Come on, Gamson, go call the others. But he had long since run off for his life. He cursed out loud. Son of a bitch! Just then, someone ran up shouting, Can! Goran rejoiced. Thank God you're safe. Arrows were flying everywhere. It's an ambush. Next, he looked around and asked, Wait, where's Gamson? Ken was too rushed to answer. Leave that for later. Is Lord Eldon safe? Goran nodded. He's hiding under the carriage. Anyway, Get ready for combat. At this point, Johann had also finished his preparations. He pointed at them. You two over there, Goran and Ken, right? Form a defensive circle around the wagon. Because of the urgent situation, Johann unconsciously raised his voice. We don't know which direction they're attacking from, so we must huddle together and fight together. But they coldly cut him off. You think you're the one hiring us? Ken raised his voice. We'll take care of ourselves, so just worry about keeping your own skin intact. Johann's face went completely blank. The mercenary team filed out, donning armor and taking up weapons and shields. Everyone, prepare for battle. Despite being bluntly rejected, Johann still tried to persuade them. Can, I fought in a battle like this before. Give me a shield. Eldons, hiding under the carriage, screamed again. Absolutely not. We don't even have enough shields for ourselves. Find your own way to survive. Unable to do anything else, he cursed silently. Damn it. They don't trust me at all. His azure pupils suddenly dilated. The ambushers were closing in. But what made him more tense was, who were they? Not the Aquitaine Grey Wolves? Just a bandit gang? Ken led the command. Now! The whole unit, attack! The mercenary side let out a war cry and charged. He was startled beyond belief. What? If everyone charges, who's going to protect the carriage? In the battle, the sound of swords was mixed with chaotic shouting. You bastards? Who are you? How dare you ambush us? Someone from the ambushing side said. Use numbers to push them back. We have the advantage. Goran quickly gave instructions. Hold your ground. If you let them in, we're dead. With a thwack, he was punched square in the face by someone. Shut up! He saw this and was incredibly worried. Captain Goran! The other man pinned Goran to the ground, leveling a sword. Die! The muscular young man's silhouette blurred past. Damn it! A decisive strike was unleashed. The ambusher didn't even realize he'd been hit. Not just one, but several of them. What? A moment later, blood sprayed. Even Johann, the one who struck, couldn't believe it. What is this? He was sliced in two in an instant. The pitch-black blade momentarily turned bright red. This made the ambushers shrink back in fear. Are the ancient runes on the sword absorbing blood? They were horrified as they realized. It's a magic sword. The enemy is equipped with a magic sword. A merchant escort having a magic sword? What are you talking about? There's no way we can defeat him. Johann used all his strength to shout. Listen up, all of you. His voice was calm yet commanding. I am Johann Yates of the Yates family. Who among you dares attack me? As soon as the words were spoken, both friend and foe were stunned. He's a noble? He shifted his eyes slightly. Yates. Inwardly, he was a bit hesitant. I only changed eights a little bit. It should be fine, right? And it actually worked. The Yates family? I don't know that house, but that means he's a noble, right? They trembled one by one. If he uses a magic sword, he's certainly not from an ordinary family. We're finished for daring to touch a noble house. He pointed his sword at them. Answer my question. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, they froze up. Do you want to surrender now, or? Johann spoke in a low voice, looking straight at them. Do you want to die under this blade? The people from the mercenary unit added their voices. Think carefully, you bastards. A sigh rang out. One of them let go, dropping his sword to the ground. Then a second, a third, more and more followed. All of them simultaneously raised their hands. We surrender! Johann sheathed his sword. Then he called out, Goran! The man hurriedly ran over. Yes, Lord Johann? Tie them up, he instructed coldly. You may cut down anyone who dares to resist. Whispers began a conversation. Lord Eldons? What do we do now? Goran was leaning over, whispering in his ear. I mean about that noble. I thought he was just a wanderer with good gear. He won't hold a grudge for how we treated him, will he? We should have at least given him a separate tent. Eldons was also a bit intimidated. We let him join when he asked. That must count as showing goodwill. He instructed. I will settle everything smoothly, so just stay quiet and watch. Then, Eldons managed to squeeze out a smile, wagging his tail to please him. Well, Lord Johann of the Yates family, you must have had a difficult night. Johann turned his head. Ah, Eldons. He held out his hand and made an offer. You helped protect my wagons. I don't know how to repay you. Inwardly, he was full of regret. If I'd known he was a noble, I would have lent him a shield. Contrary to Eldon's worry, Johann smiled. Repay me? What are you talking about? More importantly, I'm glad you're safe. Eldon's eyes lit up. He's not accepting payment. Johann looked at him, not understanding what was going on. Not paying it much mind, he just gently added, By the way, let me borrow a shield next time. Okay? Eldons couldn't be happier. Of course, Lord Johann. Next time, I will definitely give a shield to you first before anyone else. He nodded. Good. Observing the situation for a bit, Johann spoke up again. Furthermore, I intend to interrogate them. Could I ask the mercenaries to lend a hand? Eldons had no reason to refuse. Certainly, he cleared his throat again. However, now that your status has been revealed, we would feel more at ease if you spoke a bit more formally. Johann gave an ah, and said, Very well, I shall do so. A mercenary dragged up one of the tied-up ambushers. Move it, thief! The man knelt before Johann. He looked down from above and interrogated in a low voice. Are you their leader? Who are you and why did you attack us? The man dejectedly revealed their identity. We are the house guards of the Brits family, a house that has been wiped out. It turned out their background was quite tragic. A few months ago, Baron Brits was suddenly attacked under the accusation of plotting a rebellion against the Emperor. Those bastards slaughtered everyone. Men, women, children, even the elderly, without a single shred of actual evidence. When he mentioned the slaughterer, Johann felt as if he had been plunged into a pot of boiling water. The ones who attacked our territory were the Aquitaine Grey Wolf mercenaries. We fought back fiercely, but once the noble executioner joined them, we were defeated and had no choice but to retreat. Goran turned to ask the person next to him about the noble executioner. The man nodded solemnly. It must have been him. Johann's blue eyes darkened at those words. The Emperor's hound, Karamaf. The leader of the ambush bowed his head in a plea for mercy. I am truly sorry. I have committed a capital offense. We never imagined a noble would be traveling with a merchant caravan. His voice went hoarse with despair. The Imperial Army is hunting us down, calling us rebels, while the people of the north have turned their backs on us, calling us cowardly deserters. His entire body trembled. Though I cannot justify our banditry, we had to do something just to survive. Johann pressed further. And you didn't attack us for any other reason? He nodded vigorously, like a pestle grinding in a mortar. No, sir. The only reason we targeted the caravan's wagons was because they were valuable. However, this revelation made Eldons bare his teeth in fury. You absolute bastard. Do you have any idea that the delivery business of these caravans is built entirely on trust? He fumed with rage. Do you know how much damage we've suffered because of people like you? He was so livid that those around him had to hold him back. Hey, stop him. Calm down, Master Eldons. Johann was busy processing the weight of what he had just heard, rebellion against the Emperor. Come to think of it, when he fought Karamaf, the man said everything was for the Emperor. He bit his lip hard. Now I understand. The truth finally came to light. There was never any rebellion at all. The Emperor just needed an excuse to purge the nobility, a pretext to take the leash off Karamaf. He was so angry he wanted to laugh. For the Emperor, what a load of garbage. That piece of work deserves the most horrific death imaginable. The way Johann looked at the people who had just ambushed him began to change. They were in the same boat as him, victims of power. The muscular young man felt a bit conflicted. Even so, the fact remains they turned into bandits. I'm not quite sure what to do with them. Ken stepped forward. Master Johann, what should we do with these guys? Just give the word, and we can beat them within an inch of their lives until they reveal more. He quickly intervened. No, we already have all the information we need.
Gon bowed in obedience. Understood.
Gamson jumped out from nowhere. Then let's just kill them all. Clang. His weapon was parried. It was Ken who had stepped in. Gamson looked confused. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Ken glared at him. They surrendered to Master Johann. We have no right to punish them. Especially not you. after you abandoned your teammates and ran away, Gamson. Acting like a total jerk, he pouted. Oh, that? Right. Of course. The bound men began to wail loudly. Please, Master Knight, have mercy. We'll never do anything bad again. Please, just have mercy on us this once. They were all trembling with terror. Ken rested his hand on his sword hilt. Just say the word, Master Johann, and I will execute them immediately. He was just about to draw his blade. Johann gave the order. Disarm them and let them go. Those kneeling on the ground teared up. Oh, Master Knight, Gamson questioned him irritably. Wait, you're actually letting them go? Are you serious? His voice turned stern. Listen carefully. Every word radiated noble authority. I understand your situation. Perhaps you've never known anything other than holding a weapon. But even so, raiding caravans is unacceptable. Not only that, he showed clear empathy. I'm the same. Just learning skills to survive. Eldon stood to the side, listening in shock. A noble, learning skills? Johann used the mercenaries as an example. Look at them. Do you think these people refrain from banditry because they don't know how to steal? Ken looked sheepish. Well, I'm a Gorin. I'm here because he pays well. Johann gave a serious assurance. I'm sparing your lives. So go learn a trade and find a real way to make a living. They were so moved they prostrated themselves on the ground to show their gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Master Knight. We will never forget this kindness. Having settled the matter, Johann breathed a sigh of relief. We should move out. I don't want to get dragged into anything else like this. Ken nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Master Johann. From a distance, a shadow sat upon the mountain peak, something like a pitch-black wild wolf. However, its blood-red eyes were watching everything. Before reaching Marcel, Johann's group decided to stop at a small place called Rutsbeck village to rest for a while. The sunset draped itself over the area. A voice called out, Chief, Master Eldons of the Katana merchant caravan has arrived. I know, replied the Rutsbeck village chief. The chief stepped out. He rushed forward with open arms. Village chief, it's been months, hasn't it? He replied happily as well. Eldons, it's good to see you. Did anything happen on your way here? Eldons shook his head dismissively. Don't even ask. We ran into a band of robbers on the road. Ever since the Emperor started losing his mind, it feels like bandits are running more rampant than ever. Rutsbeck pointed a finger in helpless exasperation. You crazy old fool. If someone from the Imperial faction heard you say that, you'd be in deep trouble. Eldons laughed heartily. Regardless, we delivered the goods safely. He recounted with an admiring gaze. It's all thanks to the noble traveling with us. Eldons's perspective. His eyes shone as if he were looking at an idol. He is unbelievably brave. The chief pondered. A noble, you say? Come to think of it, some noble-looking guy passed through here a few weeks ago, Rutsbeck recalled. But it turned out he was just some nameless nobody pretending to be a noble. Get the hell out. I beat him half to death and kicked him out of the village. The story made Eldons cover his face in laughter. You still act before you think when you get angry, don't you? I can see that. He clicked his tongue and gave an assurance. You don't need to worry this time. He is both brave and incredibly upright, even after protecting us from those bandits. Eldon spoke with pride. He didn't even ask for any reward. The chief's eyes widened. What? A noble doing a favor without shaking people down for money? That can't possibly be true. Stroking his beard, Rutsbeck contemplated. Still, this old shark isn't the type to talk nonsense. With banditry as bad as it is now, just having that night stay here would be a benefit to our village. That was true. In this era, a true knight was strong enough to slaughter an entire mercenary band, making them a powerful asset for public security. He quickly turned to probe. Perfect timing. Since you're already here, why don't you stay for a few days? No, forget that. Stay for a few weeks and rest up. You just said yourself the bandits are out of control lately. Eldons shook his head politely. I can't, Chief. I can't keep imposing on you. The chief immediately draped an arm around his neck. Imposing? What's there to be bothered about between us? Even if our relationship is basically one of shameless haggling in broad daylight. In truth, both had their own motives. This wrinkled old baldy is trying to steal my travel companion. The chief smiled, though his heart wasn't in it as he looked at the hairy carpet, trying to block his way. Rutzbeck cleared his throat. So, where is this precious noble of yours? Meanwhile, the precious noble in question, Johann, was sitting under a tree, groaning. He thought to himself, I'm starving to death. It looked like he was about to die on the street like a beggar. At that moment, Goran walked up. Master Johann. Johann looked up with soulless eyes. What is it? He suddenly held something out. Please accept this. When he opened it, Goran explained respectfully, This is the money you've earned. Johann's whole body felt recharged. Money? Goran scratched his head. We sold off all the bandits' assets and weapons. It's not a fortune, but it's a decent amount. He asked in disbelief. You didn't take any for yourselves? Goran asserted seriously. You were the one who captured them alive, so of course not, sir. For a moment, Johann didn't know what to say. Then he held the bag out. Here, take this and divide it among your subordinates. Goran was stunned. What? Goran stammered, pointing at the bag. No, this is way too much. They surrendered to you, Master Johann. By right, all the spoils should be yours. It's fine, he comforted him. Don't worry about it. Tossing a few small coins in his hand, Johann spoke while silently shedding tears. I've taken my share. The amount was so small, Goran gasped. You're only taking that much? He forced a smile. I said it's fine, didn't I? In his heart, he was weeping. It's not fine at all. It hurts like hell to give up money I bled and sweated for. Internally, he gritted his teeth against the pain. But compared to running into the Aquitaine Grey Wolf territory alone, paying to travel with a mercenary band was 100 times better than going solo. Suddenly, he placed a hand on Goran's shoulder as the man was about to speak. Besides, I wasn't fighting alone. He put on the most dignified smile he could muster. We fought together. That means we're teammates now. In his head, he wondered, is this enough to buy a little goodwill? Having finished, Johann turned his back and waved. If that's all, I'm off. Just as expected, Goran was truly moved to the point of tears. Master Johann, a heart that cares for those under him. This is the true dignity of a knight. Inside the tavern, the mercenaries were talking loudly. Goran tapped his glass for attention. Listen up, everyone. Master Johann has shown incredible generosity to all of you. He laughed loudly. He has shared the proceeds from the spoils. Line up and come forward one by one to receive your share. This was unprecedented, so they were all skeptical. Did I hear that right? He's sharing money that should be his with us. A silence fell over the room. Took a moment for them to believe what they were hearing. Cheers erupted one after another.
Johann. Johann. Johann.
And the subject of the cheers, in the back room of the tavern, was snoring away. A faint sound of footsteps echoed outside. The wooden door creaked open slowly. A draft blew in, extinguishing the candle by the table. Johann remained still with his eyes closed. The intruder's eyes flashed red with ferocity, just like the glint of the blade in his hand. Around that time, specifically, the night before the attack on Johann, Goran had excitedly announced, Master Johann has been generous and shared the spoils with everyone. Line up and step forward one by one to get your share. Everyone was thrilled, cheering loudly. They shouted in unison, Johann!
Johann.
Seeing their reaction, Johann rejoiced inwardly. Good, everyone is satisfied with that pittance. I kept all the valuable silver coins while still winning their favor. What a steal. I've successfully built up some serious goodwill. At that moment, someone approached and asked, Are you Master Johann? He asked in surprise. You know me? The old man smiled. Of course, sir. You're the noble traveling with Master Eldens, right? Beside him, someone invited him deferentially. I will take you to our best room. The katana caravan has already covered all the costs. Please, this way. Johann was quite pleased. Eldens finally repaid the favor in his own way. Excellent. I was tired anyway. Thinking this, he agreed. All right, lead the way. Meanwhile, an argument was breaking out back at the main group. Why? Why am I the only one who didn't get a share? Goran stated flatly. You hid while everyone else was fighting. Gamson, you don't get a single coin. The guy tried to argue. But that's, Gamson muttered angrily. Damn it. They actually left me out. Suddenly, his eyes went wide in shock. He saw Johann walking with the old man from earlier. A prominent sword was hanging at Johann's hip. Gamson smirked with a calculating look. There it is. A short time later, at an inn, Johann was relaxing, soaking in a bathtub. He muttered with satisfaction. Finally, I feel like I can actually get some rest, along with a comfortable bed and warm bathwater. Who knew such simple things could make me so happy? Johann now realized he had no idea that a wanderer's life without a home was so miserable. He looked back at the past. Back then, he didn't realize that sleeping in an old bed was such a massive luxury. Even though he was born into a noble family, he still thought that life was difficult. But an incident occurred, and then that crazy emperor leveled our territory to the ground. I wasn't the only victim. Johann decided not to dwell on it anymore. Anyway, I survived, so I'm probably luckier than most. At the same time, he scolded himself. Damn it, I should have accepted Karamapha's offer. His current worry was that at this rate, the Imperial Army would surely catch him and execute him. That's why I need to think of another way. Right? Johann reflected on the past, realizing those men hadn't been able to do anything to Eldons. For that reason, he deduced that a proud mercenary group wouldn't be afraid of a lowly merchant. They must certainly be wary of the merchant guild Eldons belonged to. Johann grew even more confident. Yes, he remembered learning about merchant guilds at the village market when he was young. It was recorded in books that merchant guilds within the same network share information and finances across borders. And if it is a powerful guild, they can mobilize politicians, nobles, or even a nation's military. Based on these facts, he understood that if he wanted to survive while being wanted by the Empire, he needed to approach a merchant guild at any cost. However, Johann was currently exhausted. Oh well, he'd settle those complex matters later. For now, he needed to fill his stomach and get some sleep. The silent night gradually descended. He was fast asleep after a series of exhausting days. The door to Johann's room was slowly opening. He seemed to remain in a deep sleep, showing no signs of waking. A gaze full of murderous intent flashed in the dark night. He stared intently at the sword Johann clutched tightly in his sleep. He tiptoed closer, reaching his hand toward him. And the main objective was that sword. Johann grabbed his hand and questioned him. Don't you people ever get tired of this game? He was filled with pain mixed with terror upon being discovered. Johann interrogated him coldly. Answer me, are you one of Karamaf's hounds? He panicked, hurriedly swinging a knife to threaten him. Let me go! However, he was flung right out of the room. He lay painfully sprawled out on the ground. Before he could regain his composure, Johann grabbed him by the ankle. He pleaded desperately for help. Please, please save me. A late regret followed as the attacker realized too late that the man he had just provoked was no ordinary person. Returning to the moment 5 minutes before the incident inside the inn. While the old man was also drifting deep into a beautiful dream, Gamson and his accomplices stealthily made their way upstairs. He was the youngest of the mercenary group. Gorn Gamson whispered, Hey, are you sure it's okay to leave that task to that guy? PRA, a youth from Rutsbeck village, confirmed. Of course, PRA even bragged. Vullen is the strongest in Rutsbeck. You know how fast and strong he is, and he's carrying a dagger and a mask. No way he'll get caught. While speculating, Pell is probably stealing the horses exactly as planned. Indeed, Pell, the horse enthusiast of Rutsbeck, was mesmerized. So this is a warhorse? It looks incredibly fierce. Unable to restrain himself, Pell tried to ride it. Be good, little one. He was also very curious. But Gamson, is that noble sword really that expensive? Gamson asked back. PRA, wasn't it? Have you ever seen a sword that can slice a person in half like butter? He talked incessantly. I saw that sword split an armed soldier's body. A sword with that kind of power can't be cheap. Simultaneously, he spoke with contempt, assuming that the night was nothing without that sword. However, a series of noisy sounds caught both of their attention. Vullen was tumbling across the ground. As he was dragged into the room, Vullen screamed frantically, Please save me. Witnessing the scene, Gamson's soul nearly left his body. Seeing him frozen, Piara called out repeatedly, Gamson, what the hell is happening? Gamson fled in a panic. I don't know. Run if you want to live. While PRA called out in confusion, Gamson, as he fled, he had only one thought. We're doomed. His intuition told him something was wrong. The old man was also woken up. Who are you people? The old man insistently called after them. Who are you too? Wait, is that you, PRA? PRA hurriedly denied it. I'm not PRA. While the old man fumed. What kind of monkey business are you idiots up to now? The two quickly ran to the meeting spot. They frantically called out, Pell! And Pell replied happily, Finally, you guys. He was panting, Brother. But Gamson interrupted. Shut up and get ready. Move fast. While Pell looked dazed. What happened? Simultaneously, he asked, PRA, where's Vullen? PRA answered hesitantly, He. But Gamson cut in again. That guy is dead, or he's about to be fucking dead. He hurried them along. What are you doing? I told you to get ready to run. Get on the horses now. And while the other said, okay, Pell still refused to leave. What about Vullen? Gamson shouted in a frenzy. That damn noble could chase us all the way here. Fast, fast move. But Pell remained stubborn. No way, I can't leave without Vullen. At the southern hills, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. Old trees were draped with corpses while crows circled them. Two men were busy nearby at the southern edge of the Holy Kingdom. A soldier hammered a stake into the ground with decisive movements, clearly showing he wasn't new to the task. Two soldiers looked at the finished wooden sign, nodding as they checked their work. Done. Did you drive the stake in securely? Yeah, it's solid. The wooden board clearly displayed a warning notice. Warning. These individuals stole property from the nobility. By my decree, they are punished and hanged here. The two soldiers carefully read the lines on the board. Emperor of the Holy Kingdom, Carderian Bizzlefer. After reading, they turned to look at the bodies swaying in the wind. The silence was suffocating until one spoke to break it. What did they steal to end up hanged like that? Did they take a noble family's crest or something? The other lowered his voice to reveal the truth. Hearing it, the soldier beside him whipped around in disbelief. I heard they stole 1 chicken and 3 eggs from Baron Dvorzab's estate. The soldier's eyes went wide with fear mixed with pity as he glanced at the bodies hanging from the trees. They all shared that same fate. Looking at the bodies swaying in the cold wind, the scene was one of tragic sorrow, all over something like that. In the evening, the full moon cast its gentle silver light upon a tavern. Eldons was sitting and enjoying his food with a satisfied expression. He raised his glass and drank, looking very chill. But before he could finish, his subordinate rushed in, face pale and panting as he delivered the news, making Eldons's mood drop instantly. He let out a long sigh and asked wearily, Master Eldons, there's trouble. What is it? The subordinate reported quickly with a serious face. Upon hearing it, Eldons spat out his drink in pure shock. It's Gamson from the mercenary group. He was caught trying to steal from Master Johann Eitz. Eldons immediately leaped up, his face distorted with shock as his brain failed to process it. Shouting, What? After calming down, Eldons sat back down, held his glass, and leaned his forehead on his hand. He let out a heavy sigh. Damn it. This is a huge mess. I hope I can use sweet words to persuade Master Johann to travel with us to Marseille. He rested his chin on his hand in thought, looking into the distance, trying to find a way to survive this tense noble drama. Eldon suddenly stood up, pointing a finger to give orders to his subordinate, and said calmly, Arrest Gamson immediately. The rest of us will act as if we had nothing to do with this. The subordinate was deeply impressed by his composure. Yes, sir. He thought to himself, he's so calm. So this is how a merchant from the Katana Guild handles things. Eldon sat back down, gripping his glass. He closed his eyes tight to maintain his composure despite the beads of sweat on his forehead. I need to stay calm. I've been through so much to reach this position. I will overcome this crisis too. After a long while, he opened his eyes, his gaze darkening with danger. I, Eldons, will not die over such a trivial matter. Regardless, I should think of a way to deal with that noble, just in case. Eldons clenched his fists and stared into the distance, his whole body tense. Under the full moon, a wooden house flying a blue flag appeared within the territory of Count Jarpen. Inside the house, 5 people sat around a dining table. Then the village head spoke. Well then, the village meeting is adjourned. Just then, someone burst in from outside, face pale and panting. The news killed the mood. Village head. It's a disaster. What happened? The village head froze after hearing the news. His face turned white, and his heart sank. Those troublemakers were caught trying to steal from the noble. He slammed his hand on the table and held his head in total helplessness. Those useless brats. Another person timidly spoke up, only making the village head angrier. He snarled back, so irritated he looked ready to explode. What should we do? Village head. You're still asking what to do now. With his face distorted by rage, the village head stood up, gesturing wildly and shouting. Gather offerings to present to that noble immediately, and while we're at it, bring out one of the slaves we're keeping in the village. Then the village head hesitated for a long moment, and then made a decision that left everyone frozen, unable to react. Prepare to execute those troublemakers right in front of the noble. Everyone in the room immediately erupted. Some wailed, some were outraged, some trembled with fear. What are you saying, village head? I can't let my child die. Don't say that just because they aren't your own children. Seeing this, the village head grew even angrier. His face turned beet red as he lifted a chair high and threatened. Shut up and listen, you fools! The chair was slammed down and shattered. The loud crash silenced the room. No one dared utter a word. He gritted his teeth and explained. His eyes filled with both anger and fear, his voice urgent. Do you mean to say you still don't understand the situation? Have you forgotten the decree issued by the emperor? His voice dropped low, sweat pouring off him as fear showed on his face. We must act before that noble does. It's the only way we'll survive. The village head recited the cruel decree, each word weighing on everyone's hearts. Anyone who covets the property of a noble may have their tongue cut out, along with all their direct relatives, or face execution by hanging. Upon hearing this, everyone went pale, their breathing heavy as a visible chill filled the air. There are places where entire families were wiped out just because of that absurd decree. Then he ground his teeth and continued, his voice shaking with resentment from long-suppressed grievances. Simply because they demanded 1 chicken and 3 eggs in place of unpaid wages. All nobles are the same. The village head looked around the room, his eyes sharp and cold, as he asked frostily, Now then, what do you think the noble your children just provoked will do? The village head visualized Johann's face and the punishments that followed violations. Cold sweat broke out and his heart raced. You have insulted a noble, so he will find a way to punish you. He might even chop off everyone's hands in this village while mumbling about knightly honor. But one person in the crowd argued tremblingly, But this is Count Jarpen's territory. No matter how powerful that noble's family is, if we appeal to the count. Hearing this, the village head pointed straight at them, his voice annoyed and his gaze full of contempt. Nobles only care about their little honor games. Do you think they care if we live or die? Then he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Wake up, you idiots! Those who had lost their children burst into tears. The sound of sobbing filled the wooden house, which was now steeped in a heavy atmosphere of despair. Then the village head looked down, his voice rasping and his face showing undeniable pain. Do you think this makes me feel good? He let out a sigh and said helplessly, We have no other choice. The whole village will live if those kids die. I'm sorry for having to sacrifice your children, but this decision is for the sake of the village. Accept it. The entire village moved to where the children were being tied up. For children were tied tightly on the ground, their faces bruised and tears streaming down. Johann sat on a chair, looking solemn with an overwhelming aura. But in his head he was thinking something else. Damn it! This has gone too far. Johann closed his eyes and thought, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. He had thought they were assassins sent by the emperor. Turns out it was just some local delinquent kids trying to steal a sword that looked expensive. Thinking of the sword that was nearly stolen, he felt sympathetic. They probably did it because they noticed this sword. I should hide it from now on. Seeing the children crying, Johann felt a bit guilty. Part of it is my fault for lugging this sword around like this. I'll just scare them a bit and then let them go. He sat leaning on the sword and let out a helpless sigh. My apologies. The village head stepped forward tremblingly, forcing a strained smile, and asked softly, Respected Master Johann, are you all right, sir? Hearing the question, Johann's face went grim, and he replied fiercely, No, I am not all right at all. He stared intently at the kids, his eyes sharp. So this is how you welcome sleeping guests in Rutzbeck village? By putting knives to their throats and rummaging through their luggage? Is that it? At that, the village head collapsed to his knees and slammed his head down hard. I am truly sorry. His forehead was red from the impact. He looked up, his voice shaking and fear clear on his face. It is all my fault for failing to control these fools. Johann saw that the other party had admitted fault and didn't want to make things harder. So he waved his hand and said, That's enough scaring. Fine, be more careful next time. You may leave. Dismissed. But as soon as he finished, the village head pulled out a knife and said, That is why. He was startled, jumping slightly when he saw the old man draw the blade. The man grabbed one of the offending children by the hair and raised the knife high, prepared to strike. I will personally make amends by taking their heads, for the sake of your honor. Seeing this, Johann scrambled, immediately reaching out to stop him. This crazy old man is making everything worse. Stop. I have no intention of. But the village head misunderstood, his hand shaking as he pressed the knife against the child's throat, making the child sob in terror. No, Master Johann. Those who have tarnished your honor deserve to die. Atanka, please don't do it. Spare us. Then he spoke softly, and then struck decisively. I'm sorry, Vulin. Seeing the scene, the mother hugged her head and wailed, crying and covering her eyes, not daring to look. No. I'm sorry, my son. At that, Johann growled and shouted in anger. Didn't you hear me? I told you to stop. The village head stopped, his hands trembling violently. Seeing the boy's angry expression, the village head froze, his whole body shaking, cold sweat pouring down, and his face pale. The villagers around also went silent, no one daring to breathe loudly in the face of Johann's rage. A tense atmosphere took over. Then he snapped in anger. Have you all lost your minds? You're going to kill someone over such a trivial reason. Johann looked at the villagers with a serious face, his voice dropping. If you want them to pay for their sins, then make them pay with money. The villagers were silent, their mouths agape, not understanding. Clearly their brains hadn't loaded this logic yet. Seeing no reaction, Johann frowned slightly, a fleeting worry in his mind. Was that too obvious? He gave a few light coughs, regaining his composure. Then I shall say it again. After that, he said solemnly, How can honor be worth more than a human life? Untie them immediately and all of you get out of here. The knife fell to the ground, the sound of metal ringing out dryly in the silence. The village head collapsed to his knees, his hands trembling as he looked up at Johann as if at a savior. Master Johann, I never expected you to make such a noble decision. Then the children's parents rushed forward, hugging their children tightly, sobbing from both fear and relief. But among them, one child was left alone with no relative running to him. His gaze was full of discomfort. Bra, my son. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mother, I'm glad you're safe. The village head was still moved, thinking to himself, I can't believe such a noble exists. Eldons told the truth. I'm sorry, Eldons, for planning to skin you one day. Then the children and their families bowed to thank Johann. Thank you, Master Johann. We will never forget your kindness. Then one child apologized to Johann for his mistake, his voice shaking. Seeing this, the blond man was startled. I didn't realize what a respected noble you were and nearly became a victim of my own ignorance. I am truly sorry, Master Johann. Then his father struck the son's head, while the blond man spat in contempt. Consider yourselves lucky, you brats. If it were any other night, you'd be dead in a very gruesome way. Suddenly Ken walked over to the blond boy with a knife. Seeing this, the blond boy frowned impatiently and said, Good grief, finally. Hurry up and untie me. His head was full of irritation, blaming his bad luck for choosing the wrong path. Damn it! I shouldn't have joined this unlucky mercenary band in the first place. Before he could finish his thought, the boy was startled when Ken grabbed him by the hair and put a knife to his throat. He screamed, "I might be caught this time, but next time, I'll definitely." Then Ken leaned down and whispered a piece of advice. "Relax your body. It'll make it easier for you." The boy screamed in panic. "What are you talking about?" But before he could finish, swoosh, blood sprayed everywhere. Johann turned around and froze at the sight before his eyes. He stood there, unable to process it. Johann's eyes went wide, his mind blank, unable to believe what had just happened. What? Red blood sprayed out in all directions. The man slowly crumpled and fell. His head hit the ground, his eyes rolling back in their sockets. The man had been sent to the afterlife. Red blood flowed from him onto the ground. The man's bloody knife also dripped steadily onto the earth. Johann was horrified by this scene and demanded in shock, "What the hell? What the hell do you think you're doing?" Ken turned his head slightly toward him and said nonchalantly, "By the decree of the Holy Empire's Emperor, I have executed the one who coveted a noble's property." These heartless words of his left everyone in terror. Johann repeated coldly in anger, "It seems you do not value my words. I certainly said that I did not want to see their blood spilled." Seeing the dark look on his face, Goran felt a wave of nervous dread. Eldon just stood there with his jaw dropped, still too stunned to regain his senses. Ken spoke to him with a firm, logical voice. "Master Johann, even mercenaries have honor and a code of conduct they must follow. Gamson's cowardly actions have trampled upon both the honor and the lives of our entire band. I am simply protecting our dignity and our rules," he said, walking straight up to stand before Johann. He flipped the knife around and offered the hilt to him. Johann stared at the knife held out in front of him, his emotions suddenly becoming a tangled mess. Ken made his offer directly. "If you still believe that I have defied your authority, then punish me. I will accept whatever sentence you hand down." Johann stiffened slightly, caught between a rock and a hard place. Calming himself, he weighed the situation in his mind. He's right. Mercenaries have their own pride, and Can is trying to protect that honor even at the cost of his life. After a long moment, he reached out as if to take the hilt from the man's hand. Seeing this, Eldon grew so restless and anxious he didn't even dare to breathe. The others watched tensely, waiting for his next move, as Goran whispered a soft, "Kansas." Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Johann reached out and swatted the knife aside. He frankly admitted his mistake. "To be honest, I didn't consider your position. I apologize." Hearing him say that, though no one spoke, their expressions were priceless, especially Goran's. As for Eldon, his eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head, his mouth agape in pure shock. Even Ken froze up as if he'd been turned to stone. At that moment, they all seemed to share the same thought. A noble is actually apologizing? Johann spoke up to remind Ken. "Put your knife away." The man finally snapped out of it, stammering as he sheathed the blade. "Forgive me." "Very well." Then he quickly bowed, thanking him sincerely. "Thank you for your understanding, Master Johann." Goran couldn't take it anymore and rushed to Ken's side, asking in a low, frantic voice, "What the hell were you doing, Ken? Do you have any idea how reckless it is to confront a noble?" Ken rubbed his neck and whispered back to Goran, "If I ever do that again, feel free to kick my ass." After witnessing the whole scene, Eldon was trembling all over. Overwhelmed with both emotion and admiration, he thought to himself, "This noble is like nothing I've ever seen. He is upright and brave, yet he doesn't abuse his power. How can someone like him even exist? Could he have come from some monastery?" The more he thought, the more his gaze turned into one of pure worship toward Johann. Thinking this over, Eldon made a firm decision. "If I introduce Master Johann to the Katana Merchant Guild, my reputation will skyrocket. I have to make him an ally at all costs." As the sun dipped behind the mountain, the carriage led the way, followed by the marching troop. Looking at the gold-plated watch in his hand, Johann felt a twinge of regret. "I picked this because it looked the most expensive, but it's just a broken watch. I really should have taken everything." Suddenly, He turned back to look at the person following him, thinking, I can't believe this. Now I have to look after someone else too. Godin noticed his gaze and spoke up respectfully. Master Johann? Johann instinctively recalled the events from before. At the village gate, a gravelly voice had shouted out to him, Master Johann! Atanka had hurried forward, bringing several valuable items to him, with Godin following behind. Atanka had bowed and scraped, saying, These are gifts prepared by the villagers to show our gratitude. Johann had asked curiously, What are these things? Saying that, he had casually picked up the shiniest gold-plated watch and asked the man, A watch? You actually had something this valuable here? Seeing him take the watch, Atanka had flattered him, saying, You recognize it? Truly, you have the eye of a noble. Then he had pointed to the filthy Godin standing nearby and said with certainty, Please, take this slave as well. He may not look like much, but he knows the geography of this land perfectly. I'm certain he'll be of use to you. Looking down at him, Johann had felt a stir of worried sympathy. This is the first time I've seen a slave in such a terrible state. If I just leave him like this, the kid won't survive. Finally, he had simply given Atanka an order. I accept your gratitude. While we prepare to depart, get him washed up and find him something to eat. Atanka had replied happily, Understood. Before repeating it to Godin, Cheer up, Godin. The Honorable Master Johann has accepted you. Godin's eyes had sparkled as he finally dared to look up. Back in the present, Johann felt a bit awkward, thinking, Even though I took the kid in, I don't feel right about owning a slave. There's something very strange about the way he looks at me. Night had fallen, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky. The group set up camp to rest along the road. They were chatting and laughing amongst themselves. I never expected to be eating meat and soup while on a journey like this. It's all thanks to Master Johann's share of the loot. I'm respecting Master Johann more and more. Don't you dare touch a drop of wine. Of course not, Can. Johann was sitting in silence, staring at the sword in his hand, when a voice called out to him, Master! He looked up. It was Godin carrying food and drink to him. He said with a smile, I brought your meal, sir. Johann replied shortly, Thanks. Then he pointed at the boy and instructed, It's Godin, right? Change the way you address me. You can just call me by my name. Hearing this, the boy became flustered, his cheeks turning red as he stammered, Direct name? Yes, if that's what you wish. Thank you, Johann. Seeing this reaction, Johann was speechless, thinking, What's with this kid? Is he a girl or something? He's way too shy. As Godin sat down beside him, Johann took the initiative to ask, Anyway, how did you become a slave if you're so knowledgeable about geography? Godin avoided the question, replying vaguely, It's not a very happy story, sir. Not really worth telling. Thinking he had touched a painful memory, Johann comforted him. Well, I've got plenty of unhappy stories of my own. At those words, Godin couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Bad things happen to you too? Even though you're a noble? Johann was struck silent, not knowing how to explain. He shifted the subject back to the boy. I want to hear your story first. Godin was a bit reluctant but agreed. All right, he began to recount his past. Originally, I was a peddler who specialized in transporting and reselling weapons in the eastern region. I mainly delivered weapons crafted by blacksmiths to nearby areas. Then, by order of a certain noble, I was dragged into a gold smuggling operation. He stopped there, saying no more. Johann asked further, Gold smuggling usually carries the death penalty. You're lucky to even be alive. But why would a weapon merchant get into smuggling? You look far too young for that kind of work. Godin answered honestly, I needed a lot of money to send back to my family. My younger siblings were sick and starving. That's why I kept transporting the gold that noble told me to hide. It was an incredibly risky job, but given my situation, I had to do it. Then Godin continued, until one day, he reported me. Hearing this, Johann was a mess of conflicted emotions, asking pityingly, After he used you, he threw you away to tie up loose ends? Godin didn't quite understand and just hesitated. So that's how it was? Johann asked again, "Did you try to request a trial?" Godin scratched his head, saying cautiously, "No, because of the Emperor's decree, I didn't even have the right to speak." Johann cursed under his breath and asked the boy, "That damn Emperor. Did you at least manage to get the money to your siblings?" At the mention of this, Godin couldn't hold back his tears. His whole body trembled as he answered in a choked voice, "No. In exchange for not being executed, that money was taken, used to bribe the guards." Feeling like he was being a burden by showing weakness, the boy quickly wiped his eyes and made an excuse. "I'm sorry, I just got some dust in my eyes." Johann comforted him plainly. "You have nothing to apologize for. Don't worry about that in front of me." After hearing Godin's story, Johann fell into a deep silence. Lost in thought, he mused, "Damn it, this world is brutal enough to make a man grind his teeth." As he thought, he looked at the poor Godin beside him, who was wolfing down a piece of bread. Without power, you get exploited like a criminal as if it's just a normal Tuesday. On top of that, nobody can stand up to the brutality of the nobility. Not the private soldiers of the Brits family who survive by banditry, and not the people of Rutsbeck village who are driven so far into a corner they'd sacrifice their own children just to save themselves. The lives of these people are tragic to the extreme, nothing but tears. From generation to generation, they are just trapped in this endless, vicious cycle. Thinking this over, Johann looked once more at the teary-eyed Godin and thought restlessly. And not even Godin, who became a slave after being exploited by a noble. Is this what passes for justice? Damn it. The kid is just too pitiful. Thinking this, he wearily closed his eyes. Suddenly he snapped awake, remembering his important mission. "No, this isn't the time to be worrying about others. I'm being hunted by the Emperor's army myself. I could die at any moment." Johann suddenly called out, "Godin!" The boy jumped and shouted back, "Yes, master. Yes, Johann." He encouraged the boy with a fierce voice. "We're teammates now. Don't you dare die on me. Let's survive this together and live well. Okay?" Hearing those words, Godin felt human warmth for the first time in his life, leaving him stunned and moved. Just then, a soldier came running up in a panic, interrupting their conversation. "Master Johann, there's a monster nearby." Hearing this, Johann groaned wearily. "A monster?" I can't catch a break for a single second. But he still got to his feet. Johann asked urgently as he ran, "Where is it?" The soldier leading the way pointed immediately. "That way." Godin sat there, watching his back, and whispered tearfully, "Johann, surviving together with him?" When Johann arrived, Goran saw him and said, "Master Johann, you're here." Johann cut to the chase, asking, "Is the monster over there?" Goran looked toward the forest, which was glowing red with a dark aura, and answered honestly, "It's too dark to see clearly, but there's definitely a monster in there." Johann saw that gloomy atmosphere and suddenly froze. Seeing him stand up straight, both Goran and Kan panicked and urged him, "Master Johann, please stay down." Johann turned to look at the two of them and said calmly, "It's fine. Put your weapons away." Hearing him say that, Kan and Goran were both bewildered and turned pale, shouting, "What?" in unison. Johann said, "I'll go over and take a look." The mercenaries agreed hesitantly, wondering if he would really be okay. Kan immediately whispered to Goran, "No matter how brave a knight is, fighting monsters requires specialized skills. Even if we lure it into a carefully prepared trap, it's still extremely dangerous." Goran replied while raising his shield, "Unfortunately, our mission is to protect Master Eldens. We can't take any more risks." On Johann's side, he thought as he walked, "I can feel it." A bright red aura flared up, and he told himself, a familiar pressure, as if it could freeze a man's heart. A red light flashed from the darkness, and Johann thought, those glowing red eyes standing out in the dark. Johann stopped when he had closed enough distance. He realized the massive monster approaching him was the Calamity Black Wolf. It was that bastard, without a doubt. Johann remembered, the last time he saw it, it had attacked the Aquitaine pack, not him. He raised his head with a determined gaze, even though it could lunge and kill him at any moment. Johann smiled and told himself, but I know it won't attack me. He looked straight into those red eyes and said, "Come on out. Stop hiding." The wolf stepped out of the bushes, growling as it observed him. Johann reached a hand toward the wolf and said, "You've been following me? Thanks for last time. I only survived because of you." Goran asked in amazement, "Does Master Johann actually know how to handle monsters?" Ken stood beside him and added, "I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like this." The beast stepped forward to sniff Johann's scent. Suddenly, it opened its massive jaws and bit down on his head. The mercenaries immediately screamed, "Master Johann!" But Johann was still alive, and he shouted out, making them freeze. "Get off me, you little brat!" He pushed the wolf's head away and said, "Don't overdo it, you big lug." He called it the Calamity Black Wolf, but another voice chimed in, "That is the Harbinger of Dawn." Eldon asked excitedly, "Am I right?" Johann looked confused. "Harbinger of Dawn?" He stepped forward and explained, "In the Eastern Empire, there is an ancient song that has been passed down like this." Eldon recounted, "In the age of the Great War, on a clear moonlit night, a warrior gave the wolf a name. He began to chant the lyrics, 'The Harbinger of Dawn.' The named wolf bowed before that warrior. 'The Harbinger of Dawn,'" Eldon continued. "Its blue eyes shine in the night. When people see the wolf leading the charge on the battlefield, they all shout, 'The Harbinger of Dawn.'" He told the tale. "At the end of the war that tore the continent apart, the warrior brought peace and sacrificed himself as a hero." Eldon went on. "The black wolf mourned for 3 days and 3 nights by his side. Then it set out for wherever order and a hero were needed. That is the," he finished the song, "the Harbinger of Dawn." Johann pointed at the massive wolf that was frantically licking his face and asked, "Are you sure you aren't confusing it with another creature? This thing is called the Calamity Black Wolf." Eldon explained, "The legend of the Harbinger of Dawn originated in the Eastern Empire. As it was passed down to the south, some details were lost in translation." He said, "The Harbinger of Dawn punishes evil and submits only to a brave hero." Eldon smiled and added, "That is a verse from the ancient texts of the Eastern Empire." Johann pushed the wolf's head away, wondering, "So it's really that kind of creature?" Eldon stepped forward and asked, "Can I pet it once?" And he replied, "Go ahead." He walked toward the Harbinger of Dawn, cooing, good boy, such a good boy." But it opened its mouth and let out a roar that terrified him. Eldon muttered in a panic, "Maybe I shouldn't have done that." The Harbinger of Dawn, being petted by Johann, turned into a giant puppy. "Hey, easy now." Eldon stood nearby and wondered, "Is this wolf only gentle with Master Johann?" He suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute." Eldon remembered, "I'm certain a passage in the Eastern legend says that if you name a mythical beast that follows you, it will become your guardian spirit." He pondered, "Could a southerner from this remote region really be the hero of legend? It's impossible. But then again, what if it's really him?" Then Eldon asked, "Master Johann, have you named the Harbinger of Dawn yet?" Johann replied, "No, not yet. To be honest, I haven't had the chance." He immediately suggested, "Then why don't you name it right now?" Eldon continued, "If the legend is true, then something unbelievable will happen." Johann asked in surprise, "Really?" He looked at the Harbinger of Dawn and muttered, "So I'll name it? What should I call it?" Eldon suggested, "How about Katana?" He paused and then remembered, "Wait, the last time I met it was when I buried that bastard Karamov, right? In that case,
Johann hoted. Karamov.
I'll name you Karamov." Eldon realized with horror, "That name is." The Harbinger of Dawn's eyes suddenly flashed red. A light radiated outward, leaving everyone in awe. From its tail, a sudden blue light appeared. Karamov let out a long howl as its entire body was covered in a layer of blue light. The light flared up so violently that Eldon had to shield his eyes, while Johann stood frozen. The pressure from Karamov's transformation knocked Eldon back, and Johann stared with wide eyes, amazed. He stood there in a silent daze, watching. The wolf had transformed completely into the Harbinger of Dawn, Karamov. Karamov stepped forward. Then it bowed its head before Johann. He raised his hand toward it. He stroked its head and said, "I'm counting on you, Karamov." Johann turned and said, "You were right, Eldons. This really is incredible. He asked in shock when he saw Eldon bowing and trembling. What are you doing? The man explained frantically. Everything is exactly like the legend. This is the first time I've ever witnessed a scene from mythology with my own eyes. He continued, leaving Johann skeptical. I have respected you from the very first moment I saw you. Eldon spoke incessantly. You protected us from bandits, showed mercy to your enemies, and even forgave them with the honor of a knight. I offer my deepest respect to the one chosen by the Eastern Spirit. He shouted out, making Johann pause. A hero of a chaotic age, the mercenaries whispered in amazement. Master Johann is... Godin also marveled silently. Johann is... They all shared the same thought. A hero of a chaotic age? Johann looked at Eldon and let out a sigh. He said, I'm sorry, Eldons. Johann scratched his head and explained, I'm not the kind of hero you think I am. I'm just a wanderer from a tiny house, worrying about how to put food on the table. He added privately, on top of that, I'm a wanted man for killing Karamov. Johann said, I hate to disappoint you, Eldons. The man immediately cried out, Not at all, Master Johann. Eldon asked deferentially, Anyway, would you permit me to introduce you to the Marcel Merchant Guild? It's the least I can do to repay the kindness you've shown us. Johann was curious. You did say you were on your way to Marcel when we first met, didn't you? I've never heard of it in my life. What kind of place is it? He recounted. Marcel is famous as a free trade city. In this region, all cities must go through Marcel first. Most importantly, it is one of the few cities that the Emperor's hand cannot reach. Johann was immediately struck with amazement upon hearing that. He went silent for a moment. Then, while fending off a coddling Karamov, he replied that he couldn't possibly ignore such kindness, prompting Eldon to shout, Thank you, Master Johann. Johann gave a faint smile and thought, So the Emperor can't reach there, huh? Additionally, trade there was very vibrant. If everything went smoothly, perhaps he could start over as a merchant. Eldon gave an upbeat introduction while leading the way. During the era of the Great War, on a clear moonlit night, a warrior gave a name to the wolf, while Johann pondered, hoping no weird rumors about him being a hero or anything like that would spread through the merchant guild. He frowned and wondered, a hero in troubled times. Wouldn't it be great if I were actually that kind of hero? He let out a silent sigh. Whether in his past life or now, he was still just a wanderer struggling to keep his own skin intact. Johann recalled a curse. From this moment on, he would know only suffering. He clenched his fists and told himself that life before death hadn't been easy either. But this time would be different. He made a silent vow that this time, he would move forward, one step at a time by his own will. Johann thought of a large, bustling city. Let's go. To the city of wealthy merchants, Marcel. Johann cried out in shock. So this is Marcel? While Godin stood beside him in awe, saying he never expected to be able to return to this place. He looked at the residents walking busily through the market and thought, since we're in a commercial city, we should do a little shopping. By now, Karamov had transformed into the size of an adorable little dog. Johann saw it running off and cried out, Hey, what are you doing over there? It walked up to a woman who stroked its head and praised it. Oh my, you're such a cute little thing. Would you like a bite to eat? Johann pursed his lips and thought, right. In the eyes of others, it's just an adorable puppy. Isn't it? Well, for the time being at least. A day before entering Marcel, Johann stood silently staring at Karamov. He gently called out, Karamov. He gestured with his hands while asking it. A puppy this size is probably fine, but if a monster like you enters the city, it'll cause a riot. Can you wait outside the city walls? Karamov barked once in response, as if to say it could do that. A surge of light enveloped Karamov's body. To Johann's amazement, its body grew smaller and smaller. It then became an adorable little dog and let out an informative bark. Johann cried out in shock. You can shrink yourself? Is this also one of a spirit beast's powers? Godin rushed over and hugged it, shouting, You're so cute. Johann looked at it and muttered, At that size, there shouldn't be any problems. Back to the present. The market-goers noticed Karamov. Oh my, how cute. This puppy looks quite exotic. Is it a pet brought back from a distant land? While Godin stopped Karamov from eating more and said, Sorry, This little guy hasn't been very well trained. To which the woman replied, no, it's fine. While Johann watched and pondered, drawing attention won't do us any favors, we need to leave here quickly. After all, we're still being pursued. Suddenly someone called out to him, Master Johann. Godin suggested with a smile, if you buy a large bag that can hold luggage, oil and vinegar, I can handle all the equipment. To which Johann replied, now that you mention it, you were an equipment merchant, weren't you? He took out some silver coins and questioned, but I only have 4 silver coins left. Can we really buy everything we need with just this much? He raised a hand and took a silver coin from his hand. Aye, Godin. He looked at Johann and confidently declared, I promise to bring back everything mentioned with just 1 silver coin. He smiled and said, don't overdo it now, while not believing him and thinking, what could a kid possibly do with only 1 silver coin? 50 minutes later, a large backpack full of supplies was slammed down in front of him. Godin wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke up, this should be enough. While Johann stood by silently amazed, unable to believe the kid had bought it all with 1 silver coin. He looked at the small tactical belt he had donned. First, they had bought a tactical pouch. Johann looked back at Godin and his large supply backpack. This would make storing things much easier. He thought to himself. Godin used his incredibly silver-tongued salesmanship to sell that completely shattered helmet for a very high price. The kid even got a free mace thrown in. Johann silently calculated. Now I don't have to keep absurdly revealing my identity as the enemy of the signet reclaimer. Plus, after buying vinegar and oil to maintain the gear and other necessities, we still have money left over. He recalled how, somehow, they ended up with even more money. Initial capital minus 4 silver coins, spent minus 1 silver, profit minus 9 silver, balance minus 12 silver and 10 copper, than before they started. Johann rested his hand on his chin and pondered. If the kid can sell a broken helmet for that much, how much would that gear of Karamaf's I buried be worth? He smiled and told himself, if I ever have the chance to return, I should dig them up and sell them. Johann tilted his head and asked Godin in curiosity, you look very happy doing familiar work, Godin. I guess you really were a merchant. Did you like your old job? He replied while stroking the backpack. I've missed this life very much. Godin spoke while recalling his days of hardship. I became a slave, never knowing when I would die. He recounted living each day in despair and fear. Johann listened in silence as he continued. But now that I've met you, Master Johann, I feel like I've been returned to the life of a merchant, not a slave. Godin said with a smile. Thank you, Johann. Even if I hadn't been enslaved, I'm certain I would still accompany you on this journey. Johann laughed and said, I'm very glad to hear you say that. From now on, I'm counting on you, Godin. Godin replied cheerfully, yes, Master Johann. Afterward, he said, all right, now let's explore Marcel. And the boy shouted back, orders received. Johann and Godin stepped into a tavern. A waitress immediately approached to welcome them. Johann, who had previously known only hardship, finally felt a sense of happiness far beyond the life of a wanderer after setting foot in the commercial city of Marcel. A moment later, Johann sat at the table and gnawed on a grilled rib. He silently marveled while eating. The dried meat I ate while wandering was as tough as chewing on a leather shoe. The meat in Marcel doesn't even compare. It just melts in your mouth. He remembered how, back then, he couldn't wash and his whole body itched like crazy. He stepped into the bathroom. But in Marcel, he could take a warm bath whenever he wanted. Johann remembered when he had to sleep on the streets. When traveling, there was never a proper place to sleep. Every time he lay down, the damp, cold stones would dig into his body and cause pain. He lay on the bed with sparkling eyes. But in Marcel, he could sleep under warm, soft blankets. Johann joyfully declared, life in Marcel is just too wonderful. I've decided, I'm going to settle down and live here. The evening in Marcel gradually passed, and so Master Johann dreamed of settling down happily in Marcel. However, fate did not favor his wish. The next day, in Marcel's city square, crowds of people were bustling about. Johann bit into a skewer of grilled meat. He walked along and muttered to himself, life is so peaceful. It's been a long time since I could walk the streets so comfortably. Someone suddenly cried out, this is terrible. A merchant asked worriedly, another bandit gang? The woman replied sadly, yes, this time, they took Dave's daughter. What's more, All the goods they were carrying were looted. The woman said, "I'm afraid to hear tomorrow's news," to which the old merchant replied, "With bandits running rampant like this, how can the people live without anxiety?" Godin whispered worriedly. "It seems there are bandits around Marcel too, Master Johann." It was no wonder the atmosphere in town wasn't very good. A shout rang out, "Damn it!" A man wearing a sword and dressed in rags shouted at a merchant. "I told you I'd pay later. Do you know who I am?" His entire body was covered in dirt and dust. He roared, "I'm just asking for one meat skewer. I haven't put anything in my stomach for 4 days." Johann looked at him and remained silent. The man was a straggler from the Aquitaine Grey Wolf mercenary group who had lost the main force while pursuing Johann. While wandering to survive, he had drifted all the way to Marcel. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "I told you I'd pay, huh?" Johann's face went pale and his jaw dropped. The man in rags also went pale and his jaw dropped. The man in rags placed his hand on his sword and screamed, "It's you, you bastard!" Johann ground his teeth and thought, "The Aquitaine Grey Wolf mercenaries? They tracked me all the way to Marcel? This is truly bad." He realized with a pale face that nothing good would come of fighting here. The man in rags lunged forward with his sword. "Die!" A flash of a blade. The man in rags' head suddenly fell to the ground in front of Johann. The surrounding residents cried out in terrified amazement. "What the hell?" A man on horseback holding a sword approached and said, "I thought he was a bandit. Is he just a petty thief?" With the current security situation being so poor, all sorts of people are crawling out. He shouted to draw everyone's attention. "Citizens of Marcel!" The people immediately looked toward him. He then halted his horse in front of a group of sword-bearing men. They were equipped with full armor, standing in small squads with banners. He was the captain of the Oak mercenary group, Bradel. He shouted reassuringly, "Do not worry." He looked around and declared, "I guarantee that the 500 warriors of the Oak mercenaries will sweep away the bandits and return peace to Marcel." Godin saw the residents' enthusiastic response and said with a smile, "Incredible. I can't believe I'm seeing them in the flesh." While Johann wondered, "Are they very famous?" He looked up at the banners and replied, "Yes, the Oak mercenaries. I heard they're one of the top mercenary units in the Empire. It seems there really are bandits lurking around Marcel, and they must have been hired to eliminate them."
Johann frowned in silence.
He silently realized that if that man hadn't intervened, he might have been exposed. He looked at the meat skewer in his hand and thought, "And if that happened, there's no way I could stay in Marcel anymore, especially with the whole Empire searching for me." He remembered the curse again. From this moment on, he would know only suffering. Johann ground his teeth and told himself, "Snap out of it, Johann. You're still a fugitive." He thought of Eldon. The only way to survive was to build a good relationship with the Katana Merchant Guild. Even the Emperor couldn't touch a guild lightly. Johann thought of Eldon's trembling form. He pondered, "Fortunately, Eldon thinks very highly of me, so I have a chance to get in with the Marcel Guild." Johann pursed his lips and wondered anxiously, "But what if my identity is revealed before then?" he speculated. "Would they still stand up for me if they knew the Empire was pursuing me? Certainly not." Johann imagined the worst-case scenario. "If I'm exposed before building a good relationship with Katana, I will certainly die, no doubt about it." He clenched his fists and told himself, "My goal is clear. I need to reach the Katana Merchant Guild and gain protection from the Empire." He frowned and thought, "So until I have the Guild's trust, my identity must absolutely not be revealed." A voice suddenly rang out, "Pardon me? Are you Master Johann?" Eldon's guild emblem caught his eye. The catfolk girl bowed in greeting. "I am the personal maid of the Katana Merchant Guild. My name is Abelka." Johann pursed his lips and listened in silence. "I have heard of your feats from Master Bilhans. I must say I am immensely impressed. We wish to establish a close relationship with you and your family." She looked up and asked, "If you aren't busy, would you be kind enough to accompany me to the Katana Merchant Guild?" The scene shifts to the Marcel branch of the Katana Merchant Guild. Godin was busy training Karamov. "All right, Karamov, shake. Don't you dare bite me." Meanwhile, Johann sat in the drawing room. He looked a bit tense. "I finally made it to the guild. This could be my big break to turn my life around. I just hope this conversation goes smoothly." Not long after, Ian stepped inside. "You must be Master Johann. I've heard quite a bit about you from Eldons. She took the initiative to introduce herself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. At that, Ian bowed slightly in a formal greeting. Ian, director of the Marcel branch of the Katana Merchant Guild. My name is Ian, and I run the Katana Merchant Guild's operations here in Marcel. Seeing this, Johann hurried to introduce himself as well. Yes, I am Johann of the Eights family. It's an honor to meet you, she replied politely. The pleasure is mine, Master Johann. Ian then extended an invitation. Shall we chat over some tea? Johann agreed. Sounds good to me. Let's do that. As she brought out the cups, Ian cleverly introduced the drink. This tea is a special commodity brought in from the Mediterranean region. Ian added with a radiant smile. I hope it's to your liking. Johann forced a smile, thinking to himself, this is coffee, but then replied politely, thank you for the drink. After taking a sip, he hesitated for a moment before asking, the aroma is incredible. Was this tea made by roasting fruit seeds and then brewing them? Impressed by his knowledge, she exclaimed, exactly. You have a remarkably keen eye for detail. It's rare to meet someone who recognizes it. Ian didn't beat around the bush any longer. Now, shall we get down to business? Her next words nearly made him choke on his drink. We can guess the reason why you've come here. Panic flashed across Johann's face. Damn it. Have they already found out I'm wanted by the Emperor? Ian hummed thoughtfully. It's because, a second later, she spoke with a look of deep empathy. You are harboring a great ambition in your heart. That statement left him floored. Ian continued, reflecting on what she had heard. I heard the story from Eldons. According to him, you protected the innocent and showed mercy to a surrendered foe. Seeing someone like you come to Marcel, a place currently overrun by banditry, I can sense your ambition to save this city with your own two hands. Johann clutched his head in helpless frustration, thinking, I have no idea what she's talking about, but I'd better just play along for now. With that thought, he spoke up. I see. You've seen right through my true intentions. She offered a gentle, comforting word. Ambition isn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it's a quality of the worthy. At this point, Ian suddenly leaned close to his ear. And our guild loves to sponsor the ambitions of the worthy. Johann realized it instantly. This is it. This is the opportunity to make a deal. She spoke craftily. If you wish, we could even introduce you to the governor of Marcel. He stared at her, stunned. The governor? A governor is basically on the same level as a mayor. Could I really get both the merchant guild and the mayor on my side? Johann couldn't contain his joy. If this goes well, even if that old emperor shows up in person, he won't be able to touch me. I have to accept this offer no matter what. However, he remained sharp. Thank you for the offer. But could you tell me exactly what sponsorship from the Katana Guild entails? Ian listed the benefits directly. Sponsorship from Katana means access to every service our company provides. Restaurants, inns, even entertainment. You can enjoy whatever you like under the Katana name. But of course, we may cut off the funding if you become too extravagant. At that point, she suddenly raised a hand to signal a pause. However, there is one condition. Ian declared firmly. You must promise to fight under the guild's banner whenever we require your assistance. Hearing this, Johann understood their motive and narrowed his eyes. In other words, you want me to handle the bandits threatening the city? But she denied it. No, Ian explained. The Oak mercenary group has already set out to do that. We want you for something else, Master Johann. This left him even more puzzled. Something else. A second later, the smile on her face turned cunning. Ian recounted wearily. Lately, the number of shopping districts harboring animosity toward us has been growing. They claim the Katana Guild is monopolizing the market. The louder they complain, the harder they are to handle. Her expression turned ice cold. We want you to eliminate the members of those disgruntled districts, preferably their children as well. That is our only condition. Ian probed hesitantly. So, what do you say, Master Johann? He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought for a long while. Whatever he was thinking, Johan's expression looked a bit terrifying. Time ticked by until dusk began to settle outside. Finally, Johan stepped out from the inner room. Seeing him, Godin happily ran over to check in. "Master Johan, you're back. How did it go?" But Johan remained silent. His face darkened. This made Godin extremely worried. "Master Johan?" But immediately after, a smile broke across Johan's face. Then he barked an order. "Godin, let's go suck some nectar." The boy was so shocked he froze. "What? Suck nectar?" Flashing back to about an hour prior. At that time, Johan had replied in a low, serious tone. "I refuse," he explained cautiously. "In a major city like Marseille, complaints are inevitable if you hold a distribution monopoly." As he spoke, Johan's face showed clear dissatisfaction. "Yet, instead of resolving the issue through compromise, you want me to kill them? And their children, too?" He firmly declined. "I cannot kill innocent people for such a reason. I refuse to do this. Let's just act as if this deal never existed." Ayan's face looked absolutely terrifying at that moment. She was silent for a long time, staring Johan down. He didn't flinch, staring right back at her. After a while, a smile finally tugged at the corner of her mouth. Then Ayan suddenly said, "You passed, Master Johan." He looked bewildered. "What?" She then explained, "We were testing to see if you were fit to receive our guild sponsorship. Please forgive our rudeness, O righteous knight." Johan asked curiously, "So the part about the monopoly and the complaints was a lie?" Ayan explained with a gentle laugh. "The Katana Guild has never monopolized distribution, nor have we ever drawn the ire of the shopping districts. On the contrary, we distribute quality goods at fair market prices. In fact, we're quite popular among merchants. You'd be surprised how many guilds actually fleece people." Yoan crossed her arms and announced, "Anyway, we want to keep the proposed terms. That doesn't mean we expect you to head to the battlefield immediately." She continued, recalling the situation. "The Oak mercenary group is already out suppressing the bandits. For now, feel free to rest and enjoy Katana sponsorship." Having finished, Ayan reached out her hand. "What do you think, Master Johan? Will you partner with me?" Johan couldn't help but break into a wide grin. A second later, he immediately agreed. "Excellent. I'm in." After much turbulence, the partnership was finally sealed. "By the grace of Saint Luac, I hope this meeting proves beneficial for both of us." Back to the present, Godin asked in confusion, "Suck nectar? What does that mean?" Johan explained hesitantly. "Basically, it just means going out to eat something expensive, on the Katana Guild's dime." Then the two of them chatted as they walked. "So your talk with them went well?" "That's right. They've finally agreed to sponsor us." The boy beamed.
Congratulations, Johan.
He replied cheerfully, "Thanks, kid." Johan looked up at the sky pensively. "I managed to get sponsorship from a guild the moment I stepped into Marseille. Everything is going perfectly." He clenched his fist with resolve. "The bandits around Marseille seem to be making a fuss lately, but once the Oak mercenary group wipes them out, this place will be peaceful again." A gentle breeze blew past. Johan looked elated. "The happy life I've always dreamed of isn't far off. It's time to relax and enjoy it." Along the way, they suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. When they hurried toward it, they saw flies. They were swarming over a man's body. His syrup was pooled all over the ground. People were huddling around the scene. Standing in the crowd, Johan was shocked by the sight. He stood frozen in fear. "What is this? Why are their bodies lying out in the open like this?" At that moment, someone called his name. "Master Johan." Goran bowed respectfully. "You've arrived." Seeing him, Johan immediately asked about the situation. "Goran, do you know what's going on?" Goran recounted the events. "Yes, it seems the bandits around Marseille are becoming increasingly barbaric. After murdering the families of the city's merchants, they dumped the bodies here to terrorize Marseille. Those corpses lay scattered across the ground." A second sough. An embittered voice rang out. "Damn it!" One of the men began to lead the conversation. "This means nothing has been resolved. We should hold the city of Marseille accountable for this." A well-dressed man hurriedly explained. "No, rumor has it the emperor is the one instigating the bandits." But he was immediately shut down. Nonsense. In an instant, the crowd erupted into an argument. There's no way the emperor would do that, unless he's gone senile. Senile? Watch your tongue. I don't believe for a second His Majesty is behind this. The shouting match escalated. His Majesty? Don't make me laugh. He's targeting Marcel. How dare you insult the Holy Kingdom? The gods will abandon that unholy emperor. Shut up. How can a senile old emperor be in his right mind? Who do you think you are to oppose the Holy Kingdom? Witnessing this, Johann felt sick to his stomach. Damn it. There goes my peaceful life in Marcel. I just started settling in, and those bandits are ruining everything. He gritted his teeth. What the hell is that mercenary group even doing? Back at Ian's office, there was a sudden knock on the door. Immediately, Abelka walked in. Forgive me, Director Ian, but I bring terrible news. She guessed the news and cut her off. You mean about the merchants' bodies sent by the bandits? I already know. She hesitated. What is the Oak Mercenary Group doing? About that, we can no longer contact the Oak Mercenary Group. These words hit Ian like a ton of bricks, her face turning pale. What did you just say? What do you mean? Abelka explained. The contact's body was found near the forest outside Marseille yesterday, in a truly horrific state. After hearing the full story, she fell into deep thought. Ian analyzed the situation tensely. The Oak Mercenary Group has military strength rivaling an entire city. They are one of the top mercenary guilds in the Empire. There's no way they could have lost to some small fry bandit gang. She slammed her hand on the desk. Ibelka. The woman jumped and replied, Yes, ma'am. Ian barked an order. Bring me Swetelga, the mage of the Eifel River. We need to find out through his prophecy if they have truly been defeated. At that same time, by the Eifel River, Swetelga dipped his hand slightly into the water. I see. He spoke in a low voice. Katana, you're mistaken. Searching for the Oak Mercenary Group won't change anything. Swetelga's eyes now showed clear curiosity. He's the one who killed the Emperor's hound and fled. Is he hiding in Marcel's deep pockets now? He hesitated for a moment. But things won't go quite the way that bastard thinks. Scene change. The Katana Merchant Guild, Marcel branch. The door opened softly. A second later, Swetelga stepped inside. The moment Abelka saw him, she flinched. Nyahat! She rushed out to greet him. Welcome, Lord Swetelga. Thank you so much for accepting Katana's invitation. Swetelga shot her a look of pure disdain. You people say thank you, yet you send such a terrible carriage driver to pick me up? I thought my back was going to snap. Making Abelka shiver as she stammered. I'm so sorry, sir. She hurriedly led the way. First, I'll go call Lady Ian here. But he cut her off. Forget it. Yes, sir, Swetelga explained. If it's truly urgent, she'll come herself, though Abelka still looked worried. But, seeing her hesitation, he glared at her in warning. Don't make me repeat myself. And she fearfully replied, Yes, sir. A moment later, Swetelga took a seat in a chair by the window. He gently stroked his beard, muttering, Following the call of the Ippel River, I should be able to meet that person here. Right now, Johann was standing in front of that very building, thinking, That's the guy. He hesitated. Finally, the day has come to meet the magistrate of Marseille. Johann talked to himself as he headed inside. I have to get close to the magistrate to settle down in Marseille and end this life on the run from the emperor. After all, I once made it to the second interview round of a major corporation. Footsteps echoed through the silent space. Now he felt a bit curious. I wonder what the magistrate likes? I should have asked Ian beforehand. A second later, it immediately went into a defensive stance. What's wrong, Karamaf? Swetelga slowly approached. Karamaf, huh? That's hardly a name worthy of a spirit beast. He looked at the old man tensely. That old geezer. Swetelga's gaze toward Johann was incredibly intimidating, making him wonder, how does he know Karamaf is a spirit beast? After a moment, he stood up and asked, Who are you? To which the man replied with slight surprise, It seems you have no idea who I am. Swetelga then introduced himself. The sage of the Ippel River, Swetelga. I am Swetelga, sage of the Ippel River. But Johann still had no clue who he was talking to. Noticing this, Swetelga clarified. To put it simply, I am a mage. Imagining the possibilities of using magic, he looked at the man with admiration. A magic? Right, it's an ice guy, so there has to be magic. Johann was internally ecstatic. I came to see the mayor and ended up meeting a mage too? This big city is something else. A second later, he leaned in excitedly. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Swetelga. Meeting a mage. I've always dreamed of this. Swetelga felt a bit embarrassed by such enthusiasm. Is that so? However, at that moment, he asked directly. For someone being hunted by the Emperor, you seem rather relaxed, don't you? And Johann stammered in fear. How do you know about that? Swetelga explained calmly. Magic, of course. It's the mystery of the Ippel River. I can see the past and the future through its waters. He probed cautiously. Are you planning to report me to the Emperor? The man looked at Johann with a puzzled expression. Why would I ever do that? This response left him in total shock. Having said that, Swetelga immediately turned to leave. Who do you think I am? I am the keeper of the Ippel River's secrets and a seeker of the mysteries within natural laws. I have zero interest in petty earthly political struggles. Only the call of the Ippel River can command me, he thought, frowning slightly. The Ippel River, huh? Swetelga then reassured Johann. Besides, if I had intended to report you, I would have done it in secret rather than blabbing about it to your face. Hearing that, he felt more at ease, thinking, true, if that's the case, then, thinking this, Johann grabbed the man's hand. Then, Lord Swetelga, I'd love to hear more about magic, if you wouldn't mind? Looking at his admiring gaze, Swetelga was a bit suspicious. What is up with this guy? If he were a typical knight, at that moment, he recalled the arrogant attitude of knights he'd met before, who would usually scoff. A mage? You mean those senile, cowardly old men who know nothing of honor on the battlefield? That was the reaction he expected. Comparing that to Johann's attitude, Swetelga was even more bewildered. Why is this knight's eyes sparkling like that when he hears about magic? He asked eagerly. What do I have to do to use magic? I wonder if an ordinary person like me can do it. Johann was thinking to himself, this is the chance to learn magic and become a magic swordsman. My survival rate would skyrocket, wouldn't it? Swetelga agreed. Fine. Since fate has brought us together, I don't mind giving you some guidance. But he had a condition. However, just talking is boring. If you can beat me just once in a game of gambling, I'll tell you. Johann asked curiously. Gambling? Like chess? Instead of that, can we bet on something else? Like arm wrestling, for example. Imagining an arm wrestling match with him, this text suddenly flashed by, please do not use strength against the elderly and the weak. Swetelga gave a thin smile. Arm wrestling? Are you planning to bully me? It's not chess. Come over here and look at this. He turned away coldly. The game of kings is interesting, but how can it compare to the game of the gods? Hearing this, Johann was intrigued. The game of the gods? A second later, Swetelga pulled out a game board and 2 containers for the game pieces. Seeing this, he hesitated. This is, with one look, Johann recognized it. It's just go, Swetelga said softly. First of all, just sit down, he reassured him. Does it look complicated? Don't worry too much. I'll go easy on you. Meanwhile, Johann was secretly rejoicing. Luck is on my side again. He confidently recalled his glory days. If it's go, I was the champion of the division-level tournament. I've got this. Before long, Johann grabbed a handful of black pieces, regardless of how good the old man might be. Then he seriously reached out his hand. But I'm going to win for sure. Swetelga didn't hesitate any longer. Well then, let's start gently. Johann smiled with determination. I must win too. Please, guide me. Johann reached out to make the first move, thinking, I'll seize the knowledge of magic too. Time passed just like that. 50 minutes later, he looked exhausted now. Meanwhile, the man just sighed. Johann hesitated. Hey, Lord Swetelga. Swetelga smiled brightly and tried to persuade him. Let me take back a few moves. But he immediately refused. I can't do that, sir. You've already asked to undo moves 5 times now. The man slammed his hand down in dissatisfaction. This is absurd. How can I lose at the game of the gods? Now Swetelga began to get suspicious. Are you sure this is your first time playing? Even the Sultan of the Empire couldn't best me. Johann gave a gentle, comforting smile. That's only because you taught me so thoroughly, Lord Swetelga. He paused. One more. Swetelga now offered a condition. One more round. If I lose again, I'll give you a gift that will help you in your life. A gift? Hearing that, he couldn't hide his joy, wondering if it might be magic equipment. If that's the case, immediately after, Johann asked, how many stones do you want me to handicap you? He turned red with embarrassment. Just give me 3 stones. Now Johann began the new round. Well then, let's begin. During the game, Swetelga asked curiously, by the way, as someone of noble birth, why are you so interested in magic? He didn't hide the truth. Since I'm being hunted by the Emperor, the more I know, the better, right? Swetelga thought for a moment and then explained, if you intend to use it in combat, give up now. The knowledge of magic I can pass on isn't that sort of thing. Hearing this, Johann asked in shock, wait, it can't be used in combat? And the man scolded him irritably, good grief, are you seriously planning to use magic to fight? But in the end, Swetelga conceded, since I promised, I will answer. I have heard that some do use it in battle, and he replied excitedly, I knew it. But a second later, the man shouted, don't listen so half-heartedly. Swetelga carefully analyzed it for Johann. Those usually called mages primarily find mystery within nature. Some find it in the wind, some in fire. Some even say they found mystery in the burning fumes of sulfur. Mages cast different elemental spells. Saying this, he let out a sigh. Then there's that fool who chirps about finding mystery in the Black Forest. And Johann vaguely noticed that the last sentence seemed to carry some personal emotion. Swetelga continued his explanation. The mystery that is found is called a spirit. Mages borrow power from those spirits. Spirits usually lend their power without asking for a price, but their mutations sometimes demand an incredibly high cost. He warned in a serious tone. So, even if you come into contact with mystery, be careful not to go against the spirit's will. To which he stammered, yes, I understand. Actually, Johann was internally sighing with disappointment. So the world is set up like this, huh? I don't think I need to risk my life to learn the laws of nature. Forget magic swordsman, there probably isn't even any magic equipment. No wonder luck came my way. Before long, a shout echoed. Lord Swetelga has arrived already? The sound of hurried footsteps followed. Ian scolded, why didn't you report to me immediately? While Abelka tried to explain, well, it's because he insisted on not being announced. Honestly, these mages, I told you it was urgent. He's over there. A moment later, she opened the door and stepped inside. Lord Swetelga. The moment she saw the atmosphere inside, Ian realized. He's probably using the game of the gods to tease his opponent again. She was a bit surprised. At that moment, Swetelga suddenly stood up and shouted, let me take back just one move. While Johann looked at him helplessly, Lord Swetelga. Even Ian was shocked by the scene. Lord Swetelga is actually being cornered in the game of the gods? She looked at him curiously. Lord Johann, who exactly are you? While on this side, Johann laughed out loud. Just accept it, sir. Just as he finished speaking, Ian spoke up. Oh, Lord Swetelga. So here you are. She approached politely. If you've come to Marcel, you should have called for me first. Have you been having a good time with Lord Johann? Swetelga laughed sheepishly. I was just testing my moves against this knight. So that's how it is. As he talked, he disrupted the game board. The branch manager has arrived. It's a bit of a shame, but I suppose the game must end here. Johann froze on the spot. Afterward, Swetelga took out 2 vials. Here, take these. He asked curiously, Lord Swetelga, what are these? He shot a glance at Johann and explained, didn't I promise you? These are water bottles containing the final secrets of the Ippel River, the water of wrath and the water of blessing. Scene change. The Oak Mercenary Guard Post. In the dark of night, Brattle's eyes were filled with panic. His voice turned shaky. What the hell is this? From within the forest, a pair of glowing red eyes emerged. A second later, the silhouette of a woman with a savage smile approached them. She laughed maniacally. getting closer and closer. Brattle's face turned pale with terror. She's not a bandit. His eyes went wide. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the entire forest. Sometime later, the Marcel branch of the Katana Merchant Guild. Johann accepted the gift from Swetelga with an excited face. These two things are the water of wrath and the water of blessing? Only then did the man explain their origin. Since ancient times, the Ippel River has hidden an old secret, the mystery of life and death. I've spent my life trying to uncover it, but the river never revealed it to me. Swetelga's next words made him freeze. Until you appeared, Johann. He carefully explained the effects of the two vials. As long as your head isn't completely severed, the red vial can heal you without issue, no matter how severe the injury. As for the green vial, it can melt a person with just a single drop. Hearing that, Johann marveled. I never expected to receive real magic items like these. Thank you, sir. So magic items really do exist. These potions will definitely give me peace of mind. Now Swetelga remembered to turn and ask, Branch Manager, you called for me because of the prophecy, didn't you? And Ian hurriedly recounted, Yes, Sage. Bandits have appeared around Marcel, and there have been many civilian casualties. She added worriedly, The guild dispatched the Oak mercenaries to deal with them, but we haven't been able to contact them for several days. Could it be that they fail? Before she could finish, he interrupted. They were defeated 3 days ago. Ian was devastated by the news. A moment later, Swetelga recited, The voice of the Ippel River carries a prophecy. To the southeast of Marcel, the will of the oak shall be trampled by steel stone, their fates severed behind a veil, failing to stop the fire that will engulf the city. That is what the voice of the Ippel River said. The oak mercenaries have likely been wiped out. She hesitated, glancing at Johann, thinking the oak mercenaries actually lost to bandits. It sounds like we'll need a city council meeting. Lord Johann, it's time to act in the name of the council. After a period of silence, he replied in a low voice, I understand. Scene change. A large room, hurried footsteps, and Einbeck's cunning smile. He pushed the door open and barged right in. My goodness, it seems I'm late. Afterward, Einbeck sat down. Baron Einbeck vivant Auvergne. Now then, let us begin the council, for Marcel and for the Emperor. At that moment his mustache twitched slightly. Johann saw this and whispered a critique. That ridiculous mustache. The medieval era really does have a lot of weirdos. Before long, a voice drew his attention. Greetings to the members of the city council. Valaco smiled and introduced himself. Governor of Marcel, Valaco Treni. As most of you know, I am Valaco, the governor of this city. Johann watched him with a calculating expression. Valaco, I need to get on his good side. If I want to live in a city that even the emperor can't touch, I have to make a good impression on him at all costs. Even his name sounds impressive. Valaco spoke in a serious tone. Since all of Marcel's influential families have gathered here today, allow me to thank you all for taking the time to attend despite your busy schedules. At that point, he gestured with his hand. Before we begin, I would like to introduce a noble to all of you. Following Valaco's hand, everyone turned their gaze toward Johann. This is a member of the Yates family, currently under the patronage of the Katana Merchant Guild. Lord Johann. Facing so many eyes, he couldn't help but feel tense. It's an honor to meet you all. I will do my best. The crowd gave a reluctant round of applause. Noticing this, he immediately looked down. Right after, Einbeck immediately changed the subject. More importantly, Governor, I heard the mercenary group hired by the guild failed to suppress the bandits. What happened? He began his persuasion. If you had appealed to the Emperor of the Holy Kingdom from the start, this matter would have been resolved smoothly. Those belonging to the anti-Emperor faction immediately stood up to counter. Those bandits appeared because of the Emperor. The Emperor should be held responsible, and he should lower the taxes he collects from Marcel. Exactly, well said. The pro-Emperor faction didn't back down. Shut your mouths. How dare you insult His Majesty in the current situation? Your words are completely treasonous. Neither side yielded to the other. Do you think we don't see through the Emperor's wild schemes? He let those bandits loose to plunge the city into chaos, then planned to move the Imperial army here amidst the turmoil. Do you have proof? Bring out the evidence, you bastard. The only reason you're taking your anger out on us is because the mercenaries you hired are useless. Johann listened to all this with dissatisfaction. These politicians, I have no idea what the hell they're talking about. My ears hurt. Thinking this, he felt a sudden surge of fear. A lot of people here openly support the emperor. I'll be in danger again if I'm exposed. Despite this, Valako remained very calm, wearing a gentle smile. But immediately after, his attitude shifted, his voice dropping into a warning tone. Everyone, please be quiet. The moment he spoke, the entire room fell silent. Witnessing this display, he couldn't hide his surprise. A moment later, Ayan gave a light cough. Then she spoke with a gentle smile. The governor understands your concerns and has prepared a backup plan. That plan is, saying this, her eyes showed clear determination, to form a second suppression team to strike the bandits at their roots. Those present were shocked to hear the plan. What? He quickly flattered. As expected of Governor Valako, you are truly wise. The emperor treasures Marcel's peace above all else. At this point, Einbeck continued his push. You only need to say the word, and he will send the army at any time. Johann's face turned pale. What? The emperor's army? This time I might actually be caught and executed. He looked at Valako as if pleading for help. Please refuse, Valako. And after a long silence, he finally spoke. You have contributed much to the city council, Lord Einbeck. That is true. In fact, I am always grateful for your support. Valako smiled gently as he declined. However, I must respectfully refuse. He then added a reminder. His Majesty is likely busy with the recent rebellion in the north. I wish to lighten his burden, even if only a little. Now Valako stated his position clearly. Marcel will organize a new mercenary force, including Lord Johann over there. He didn't push it any further. If that is your decision, then so be it. I truly hope the Emperor recognizes your loyalty, Governor. Johann, on his part, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God, he thought. But he was still suspicious. That mustache guy definitely belongs to the pro-Emperor faction, and by the looks of it, he and the Governor are very close. Will I be okay? The more Johann thought, the more worried he became. You said even the Emperor couldn't touch Marcel, but it seems that's not the case, Eldons. After a long period, Ayan's announcing voice rang out. Well then, today's meeting concludes here. The council members have prepared a small tea party. I encourage you all to join. When everyone had left, Einbeck remained seated. On this side, Johann was about to stand up to leave when Valako stopped him. Lord Johann, could you spare me a moment of your time? He reluctantly agreed. Of course. Johann's face now looked very tense. If Valako really is on the Emperor's side, I should make an excuse and bolt immediately. The more he thought, the more he pitted himself. My luck is truly terrible. Am I about to be a wanderer again? He smiled radiantly as he pointed the way. Please come to my office. And Johann followed helplessly. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Einbeck shot them a sidelong glance. A while later, they finally arrived. Please have a seat, Lord Johann. Thank you, sir. Now Valako asked again. Which family did you say you belong to? He gave an awkward, hesitant smile. Yes, I am Johann Yates of the Yates family. At that moment, Johann instinctively broke into a cold sweat. A second later, he suddenly shouted, I see. The Yates family. So you're from that house. Valako looked very excited. The Yates family is quite a unique house, famous for their specialty date-infused wine. It's very popular among connoisseurs. And Johann played along. You know my family? But then he froze, thinking, wait, is that house actually real? I only changed one letter. He spoke as he pulled out a bottle. Perfect timing. As it happens, I have some of your family's wine right here. This is the date-infused wine from your hometown. Afterward, Valako reached for a glass cup. Then he handed it to Johann. I imagine you must miss home very much. He accepted it nervously. Thank you, sir. When the glass was full, Johann drank it all in one gulp. He tried to act the part. This flavor truly brings back many memories. But in his heart, he thought, I didn't even know this date-infused wine existed. Valako smiled gently. I'm glad to hear you say that. Now his attitude changed. By the way, Is the Yates family doing well? Probing with his words, he continued. I heard the Emperor's cold blade swept through the north. That was quite a tragedy. Johann froze as he recalled the events. Valako spoke with a sympathetic face. Unfortunately, many families were purged. They say the survivors have scattered everywhere and are living as bandits. The more he heard, the more worried he became. Among the purged families, there is one person said to be wanted for treason. At this point, his tone turned icy. I heard that family is named the Yates family. Johann tried to play dumb. Is that so? I had no idea. This is the first time I've heard that name. But the way Valako looked at him suggested he had seen through everything. However, in a split second, his attitude changed back. I see. It seems I've gone too far with small talk. Forgive me. Johann gave an awkward laugh and stammered. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Before long, Valako changed the subject again. Speaking of which, did you know, Johann? This statement directly exposed him. What you just drank was not Yates' family date wine. It was just cheap whiskey distilled nearby. Johann's face turned pale upon hearing this. Now Valako glared at him coldly, his voice carrying an overwhelming authority. Why don't we stop these meaningless word games?
Johann Eitz. Johann Eitz.
The young man stood completely frozen, drenched in a cold sweat now that he'd been discovered. But the man behind the control desk merely turned his back slightly, calmly stating that he would not hand the boy over to the Emperor. Then, he cast a dark gaze toward him and added, Anyway, I might change my mind later. The protagonist thought to himself, what is the meaning of such a blatant threat? Just then, the leader spoke up. Every decision I make is solely for the benefit of the city of Marseille. He explained that it didn't matter which faction held power. As long as peace was maintained, he would utilize the balance between the various forces to protect every citizen in the city. Then, the leader gave the boy an order. Go and wipe out all the bandits. Prove to me that you are useful. But the final warning was clear. If he failed, he would be sent directly to face the Emperor's judgment. In despair, the protagonist leaned his back against the wall, feeling the sheer weight of danger tightening its grip on him. He thought to himself, I only wanted to live a peaceful life. Now an invisible chain was tightening around his neck. Memories of past suffering and old battles came rushing back to his mind. But before long, the young man regained his composure. He decided he would win the leader's recognition with his own strength. Suddenly, a young boy came running up, shouting in a panic, The attack force has reached the city. The young man looked out toward the horizon, wondering if that was the army the other man had gathered. Before them, the second attack force was advancing along the road, heading straight toward the bandits. Within that ranks were the notoriously aggressive Red Iron mercenaries, along with warriors from the monasteries of Saint Aina and Saint Galanto. Johann asked in surprise, Are they that famous? The boy nodded, confirming they were local legends. He went on to explain, The Knights of Saint Galanto are masters of both alchemy and combat. Saint Aina is an order of holy female knights. As for the Red Iron mercenaries, they are dwarves specialized in sieges. They value honor and loyalty above all else. Then, the boy pointed toward Count Bart's knights. They are elves from Erangs, famous for their bravery. The young man blurted out, Elves are usually so arrogant. The boy couldn't help but chuckle before quickly apologizing for his reaction. On the city walls, the protagonist prepared to meet those who would fight by his side. At that moment, the Alliance banner was raised, marking the start of the gathering of forces. With an excited roar, Captain Kummel of the Red Iron shouted Lady Ein's name. The branch manager appeared and introduced the protagonist as the knight who will fight alongside you. The dwarf laughed and told the young man, Just relax. But he replied, I need to maintain my dignity before the troops. The captain gave a thumbs up and praised him. Well said. No one here doubts your authority. The protagonist smiled, grateful for the dwarven captain's understanding. Afterward, the dwarf turned to ask the holy knights about the marching plan. The commander replied with a smile, We will march together with Captain Kummel's forces. At this point, everyone was introduced to Valian from Saint Aina and Agenta from Saint Galanto. The dwarven captain thumped his chest, happily stating he was grateful for everyone's cooperation. The protagonist thought to himself, This dwarf is quite wise. I like the way he organizes things. Suddenly, someone asked the branch manager why so many troops had been gathered for this mission. The sound of horse hooves rang out. An elf knight named Bartok Gustav grumbled, "We alone would have been enough." His teammates, Laurent and Leon, agreed but noted that their master must have a good reason. With a look of absolute disdain, the elf knight rode closer to the protagonist and asked, "Are you a knight for a trading company?" The young man nodded, introducing himself solemnly. "I am Johann of the Yates family." The elf smirked, repeating the name with disgust. "Johann of the Yates family? Never heard of it." He pointed a finger at the young man and warned, "If you get into trouble, don't expect me to save you." The protagonist replied coldly, "I will keep that warning in mind during the battle." The elf then barked at the dwarven captain, declaring he would not take orders from him. Afterward, Knight Gustav ordered the manager to prepare a grand feast in his name. Having spoken, the group of elf knights spurred their horses and sped off, leaving everyone else on the road. The protagonist understood why the dwarven captain had demanded command to deal with these elves. Even so, he believed that despite those troublesome elves, they would handle the bandits easily. Just then, an assistant came running up and whispered something into the manager's ear. After hearing it, she informed the protagonist, "Someone wishes to meet you tonight." The young man pointed at himself in surprise. "Does Consul Villico want to see me again?" The cat girl looked a bit flustered, not knowing how to answer. As night fell, the army gathered in a field for a feast before setting out. The elves were getting drunk, constantly raising their cups to toast their victory. They boasted that their blades were invincible, while an old man grumbled about the noise. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked alone, thinking that refusing a drink might be seen as an insult. He worried that rejection might make his allies doubt his trust. Finally, the young man knocked on the door of a room. A mysterious voice called out, inviting him in. The door opened with a creak, revealing a dark but extremely luxurious room. Inside, he asked who wanted to see him. The hooded figure told him to sit down. The protagonist thought to himself, "Do the nobles in this world drink all day long? At the very least, this wine wasn't the cheap swill Villico had used to test him before." The mysterious figure poured the wine and asked, "Does the noble intend to go to the battlefield just for money?" The protagonist gave a forced smile and shot back, "Who are you to speak so insolently?" At that, the mysterious man slowly pulled back his hood, revealing his face. It was Baron Inbak, a man who claimed to be a loyal citizen of the Empire. The protagonist jumped, completely unexpected to meet him here. The Baron, sporting a mustache, explained that Marcel claimed to be neutral but was actually acting against the Emperor. He asked if the boy understood the reason for this meeting. The young man shook his head. The Baron simply stared at him with a grave expression, twirling his stylish mustache. The boy said he wasn't good at politics and that getting involved with the Emperor's people was never a good idea. The Baron laughed loudly, saying he would give him a piece of advice. "Merchants need two things, profit and absolute power." While pouring the wine, he smiled. "If the company supports me, then you are their power." The protagonist asked why he thought that, reminding him that he was Johann of the Yates family. But the Baron revealed he had investigated the boy's past and found no records of such a family. The young man was horrified. Even this man had discovered his deepest secret. The Baron mentioned there was once a family named Eats, very similar to his name, but they had been wiped out for the crime of rebellion. Not a single person survived that tragedy. However, he said the name didn't matter, as Marcel had accepted him because of his strength. The protagonist went straight to the point. "What do you want from me?" The Baron suggested he skip the bandit hunt and join the Emperor's army instead. It was an opportunity to enter the Empire's inner circle, to gain immense power, become an orthodox holy knight, receive countless honors, and eventually be granted vast fertile lands to rule as he pleased. The Baron laughed excitedly as the boy summarized the offer. He said, "It's the law of nature. The strong always reap what the weak sow. It's only natural for the weak to die at the hands of bandits." Then, the Baron let out a savage laugh, saying it was the fault of those who failed at life. But the protagonist simply smiled and calmly rejected the offer. The Baron was stunned, completely speechless at the boy's answer. The young man began to tell a story. "A few months ago, A dark knight appeared in my territory. Serving the emperor, he slaughtered my entire family and innocent civilians. He made a similar offer, to become the emperor's sword. I refused. And there is one major difference between these two cases. He looked coldly at the baron. The emperor's knight was ultimately defeated by my own hand. The baron panicked, his eyes wide with terror. The protagonist revealed he was the one who killed the emperor's famous personal knight, Karamat, and wiped out his underlings like flies. The baron cried out in a panic, realizing the boy was a survivor of the annihilated Eats family. The protagonist placed a hand on his wine glass, preparing to teach this mustachioed man a lesson. He drained the glass while the baron scolded him for his arrogant attitude. But with terrifying strength, the young man squeezed his hand, crushing the metal cup without effort. Then he slammed his hand down, smashing the entire table to splinters. The baron watched in horror as he destroyed everything with his bare hands. The protagonist warned, "I will destroy the bandits for my own reasons, not for the empire." He advised the man not to tell anyone what he had just witnessed. To make the warning clear, he used his incredible strength to crush the doorknob as well. The protagonist left the room, leaving the man with the mustache all alone. But after just a few steps, he suddenly stopped. His chest began to burn, and his breath became so difficult it felt like he was suffocating. A horrific wave of pain washed over him, and blood began to trickle from his nose. With his eyes wide in shock, he finally understood. The wine the baron had offered was no ordinary drink, but a deadly poison. Collapsing to the floor, the protagonist used his last ounce of strength to curse the baron. He couldn't believe he had been defeated this way. Meanwhile, the baron stood over him with a triumphant gaze and an utterly evil smile, celebrating his victory over the young warrior without a shred of mercy. He stood there gloating as the life faded from the young man's eyes. At the gathering area near Marcel, night fell. Everyone huddled around the campfires, enjoying a lavish feast. Suddenly, a group of women surrounded the boy Godin, incessantly praising and teasing him for his cute looks. They started pinching his cheeks and nose repeatedly, saying things that made Godin turn beet red, embarrassed beyond belief. Finally, the boy bolted away in a panic, his face flushed with shyness. The women burst into laughter at his reaction, saying they only wanted to help him look a bit more presentable. But the little assistant kept running through the dark corridors of the building, shouting his master's name for help as he went. The boy burst into tears of fear, crying out that this place was too terrifying and that he had to find his master immediately. Suddenly, the boy stopped in his tracks when he saw a hand lying motionless on the floor. He wondered what on earth had happened there. As he looked closer, Godin was struck with absolute horror as he recognized the warrior in a wretched state. He watched as the man collapsed and fell into despair, screaming his master's name with all his might. He noticed a thick black liquid spewing from the man's mouth and feared that death was close at hand. Not long after, perhaps due to timely first aid, Johann panicked to the point of nausea, grabbing a bucket to vomit out the toxic substances. It turned out that Godin had fetched an antidote and given it to the protagonist. After taking the antidote, the hero began to feel better. He looked at his loyal companion and sincerely thanked the boy for saving his life. At this moment, he also expressed his gratitude to the old mage, for without that magical water, he surely would have died. The mage scolded the young man, saying he was a fool to seek out the baron despite knowing he was a traitor. He advised him to be more careful, as he might not be so lucky next time, and could even lose his life. Then, the old man asked if the hero had captured the noble, as he would be the evidence for the entire conspiracy. But the protagonist shook his head, saying that by the time he arrived, the mustachioed man had already fled. A flashback appeared. The young man was furiously screaming the baron's name, demanding he show himself for a reckoning. He charged toward the room with his teammates, declaring he would show no mercy to anyone who stood in his way. A teammate informed him that the baron had escaped. The protagonist thought to himself that nobles always find a way to evade justice. At that moment, he noticed something on the floor and felt a sense of curiosity. It was a sealed letter. The man must have dropped it in his panicked flight. Back in the present, the young man handed the letter to the mage and said he had found something extremely important in the baron's room. He explained that these were documents the nobleman hadn't had time to take with him, and the entire incident was clearly recorded inside. The mage asked if the contents of the letter proved that the emperor had hired the bandits to attack the city. The protagonist shook his head, replying that the truth was much more serious and horrific than they had imagined. At the same time, the city gate opened, and a cloaked figure dashed out at an extremely high speed in the darkness of the night. The mustachioed man rode his horse through the pitch-black forest, his eyes determined and his mind harboring an evil plan. With a sinister smile, he thought to himself that by now, the young warrior must have died from the venom. He felt triumphant, saying that everything was unfolding exactly as the emperor had planned from the beginning. The baron arrived at a military camp, where the guards shouted to clear the way because Lord Abeck has arrived. Another man smiled in greeting. The baron only gave a slight nod to acknowledge his presence. We see a foot stepping onto a wooden platform, indicating that he has dismounted from his horse. The baron stood before a massive mercenary army gathered in the camp. With a loud, angry roar, he declared to everyone that they were not ordinary bandits as everyone thought. In fact, they were the emperor's mercenaries, the strongest and most fearsome warriors. At this moment, the emperor's banner was raised high. The baron shouted that they swore loyalty to the great emperor. He declared that he had been secretly sabotaging the city of Marseille for a long time and knew all of their plans. With a wicked gaze, he said that the enemy would fall into chaos without even knowing who was actually attacking them. An image of chaos and destruction appeared, soldiers screaming in despair in the middle of a major battle. The mustachioed man smiled with arrogance and absolute confidence in his perfect plan. He further revealed that the emperor himself had sent a mage from the court to assist. The mercenaries were astonished, wondering if it was Kegel of the Crimson Flame. At this moment, a dark and mysterious figure stepped out from the shadows, surrounded by an eerie purple aura. The figure spoke, saying it was ridiculous to be mistaken for an ordinary mage. She was the emperor's favorite. With an evil smile, the woman revealed herself, showing fiery red hair and snake-like features. She introduced herself as Janina, the court mage. Everyone was surprised by her identity. One mercenary was confused because he had never heard of a snake mage by that name. Janina sneered, saying of course he hadn't, because she was not an ordinary elemental mage like the others. With a sinister look, she revealed that she actually specialized in living weapons. To everyone's amazement, she opened a glass vial. A bright green liquid began to flow out, emitting a strange energy. The female mage smiled wickedly, holding the potion that was glowing brightly in the night. The scene shifted to the soldiers lying on the ground, preparing for what was about to happen. The poison began to take effect, and a dark monster appeared before the soldiers. The mercenaries were in an absolute panic, not understanding what was happening. The snake mage showed off her living weapon, which was actually a giant, grotesque troll. With a sinister smile, she said that her dear sister would fight alongside them in the upcoming battle. At this moment, the baron roared that tomorrow would be the day they crushed Marcel's forces. He raised a fist in anger and declared, "We will offer the city of Marseille to the emperor." The mercenaries cheered in unison, celebrating the glory of the sacred empire. Everyone raised their swords, continuously shouting the names of the emperor and the great empire. Back in the room, the protagonist was silent with a serious and pensive expression. He called his assistant Godin. The boy immediately responded to his master. The hero handed the letter to the boy and instructed him to bring it to the leading official without telling anyone. Godin took the letter, understanding the importance and the secret nature of the mission. Afterward, the young man called Goran and Kan to have an important private talk. In the mage's mind, he wondered one thing. "Oh, Ipple River, why do you want to save that young man tonight? Through him, what do you desire?" On the day of departure, before the gates of Marseille, the dwarf captain was waiting for the order to begin the mission. The second suppression force was ready to set out to confront the bandits. A saintly knight offered a prayer, asking God for blessings on the upcoming battle. Mounted on his horse, the protagonist led the army forward, officially beginning the mission to destroy the enemy. Unexpectedly, a companion called his name. The young man turned around and saw the young assistant Godin standing there. The boy wished him luck. The protagonist smiled and instructed, "Take good care of the mage while I am away." The old mage laughed loudly. This isn't the first time this old man has participated in a campaign. You're the one who should be careful. The protagonist said goodbye to his two friends and spurred his horse to join the large formation, leaving Godin and the mage behind. He joined the ranks and passed by a dwarf soldier who was observing him. Captain Kummel welcomed him. The young man nodded in confirmation. I am ready to face everything. The dwarf captain signaled with his hand, preparing to order the attack. With a resounding shout, he caught the attention of all the soldiers gathered on the ground. He ordered, all troops advance. Begin the march toward the enemy camp. However, the elf knights ignored the order, shouting loudly and charging forward, believing themselves to be the strongest. They gradually separated from the main force, acting independently without any strategy. The protagonist frowned in annoyance, understanding more clearly why the dwarf captain demanded command to deal with those elves. Captain Kummel immediately repeated the order, all troops advance. Everyone must follow the plan agreed upon earlier. Elsewhere, Lan Suvelko stood by the window, quietly observing the city. His cat assistant stood beside him. The cat girl reported, the second suppression force has officially set out. Velko still maintained a serious expression, looking far off toward the horizon. He held the letter the protagonist had sent and asked, has this letter been verified? The assistant confirmed, yes, sir. It was found in the Baron's room. Velko looked suspicious. He found it very suspicious that the letter appeared exactly on the night before departure and right in the nobleman's room. Velko still didn't believe the letter was real, especially given the many conflicts between noble families. However, the cat assistant asserted, the seal certainly belongs to the Abek family. Only then did Velko understand the situation. Looking at the seal and the contents of the letter, he concluded that the mustachioed baron was the one behind everything. The assistant reported that they had tried to pressure the nobleman, but he had already fled. She asked, isn't this suspicious enough? But Velko shook his head. I still do not trust that young knight. I am worried about the trading company placing their trust in him. The cat girl defended him. Our guild only trusts those who truly deserve support. Velko smiled. I understand your position, but you should remember one important thing. He warned, if that warrior's wrong actions break the balance of the city, everything will turn sour. At that time, your company will not be able to escape responsibility either. The cat girl broke into a cold sweat. She began to suspect that the consul might belong to the pro-emperor faction, based on his attitude. Meanwhile, at the camp of the pro-emperor faction, someone asked Baron Abek if the news was correct. With a sinister smile, the Baron confirmed, the news was just brought by a messenger. He gloated, Marcel's second suppression force has fallen into the trap. This city now belongs to the Emperor. The faction leader laughed out loud. Now we just wait for the news of victory to be sent back. A mercenary spoke dreamily of what he would do after winning the battle. The female mage sneered in contempt. How disgusting, only thinking about such things. At this moment, someone sitting at the table asked, Master, why do you look so pale and worried? The Baron tried to hide his tension. There is nothing to worry about, but the sweat pouring down his face betrayed that something was eating at him inside. He looked at Janina seriously and asked, have you heard any news about the knight Karamat? The Baron asked nervously. Have you heard that the knight was seriously injured during the expedition? Both Janina and the other person were stunned, not understanding why he was worried about that. Then both burst out laughing as if it were a joke. Karamat being seriously injured? What a lame joke. Janina explained. He is the Empire's strongest swordsman, a peerless warrior. He is equipped with legendary items from head to toe. He is the pillar of our military power. The snake mage concluded. Nothing could happen to someone like him. The Baron nodded reluctantly in agreement. Inwardly, he was furious at realizing he had been tricked. He still smugly thought he had eliminated the young man. Far off, the protagonist was riding his horse calmly. He suddenly stopped when he noticed something unusual ahead. He remarked, Elf Knight Gustav's team seems to have cleared this area quite neatly. The scene showed rows of corpses lying scattered on the ground, proving the elves had indeed passed through and won. An elf knight appeared, sneering at the dwarves. As slow as expected of your kind. Captain Kummel grew angry, pointing at him. I am a dwarf, not an elf like you. With a smile, the protagonist reminded them that he was a noble, and the elf should show more respect. The dwarf captain became even more outraged, threatening to crush the elf's pointed ears. The elf also flew into a rage at the insolence. The protagonist only observed quietly and thought, as expected, elves and dwarves never get along. He intervened, asking Captain Kummel to calm down. The dwarf reluctantly apologized for his attitude. The young man turned to an elf soldier and asked, "After the battle, where did everyone go?" The elf soldier smiled proudly. "Brave Lord Gustav and his knights have cleared this area. Now we are leading the main force to pursue the remaining bandits." The scene shifted to the elf knights chasing the bandits who were fleeing in panic through the forest. An elf soldier declared, "All spoils and prisoners belong to Lord Gustav and his knights. Since you are late, you have no right to demand anything." Captain Kummel was enraged by the insolence. He replied, "We've already received our pay. You pointy ears can take whatever you want." The elf was even more furious at the insult, but the protagonist had a serious expression, because he sensed something was very wrong here. He thought, the bandits defeated 3 groups of mercenaries, yet they were just defeated by the elves without any losses? With sharp eyes, he analyzed every detail on the battlefield, knowing for sure something was off. He looked toward the nearby forest and realized it was the perfect spot for an ambush. The young man asked the elf soldier, "Have you investigated that forest yet?" The soldier sneered, "You want to go hunting?" At this moment, the protagonist understood everything. The enemy had intentionally retreated to lure their entire force into a trap. He screamed in his head, "This is a giant trap. We are walking straight to our deaths." But Captain Kummel ordered the troops to keep advancing, not wanting to hear the elves grumble. The protagonist spurred his horse to the dwarf captain's side and urgently requested to stop for a moment. The captain asked, "What's the matter?" In a hurried voice, the young man ordered, "All troops immediately form a defensive formation. Aim straight at the forest." Both dwarves and elves were stunned. The captain said in confusion, "Attack an empty forest?" The protagonist explained, "If there is an ambush, this terrain will put us in extreme danger. We cannot risk it." In a mental map, he showed they were being surrounded by the enemy and needed to check the area before proceeding. The dwarf captain said, "We can just crush the bandits." But the young man protested, "They are not ordinary bandits." He shouted, "We must confirm the situation right now, before the main force advances further." The man glanced at the elf who was looking at him mockingly. The captain looked dejected. "If we're wrong, the elves will mock us as cowards." But the young warrior roared, "I don't care about honor. Even if I have to throw away my honor, I will do it to save everyone here." The elf soldier sneered, while the dwarf captain grumbled irritably. Though reluctant, the captain finally bowed. "Fine, I will follow the young knight's suggestion." The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief for having persuaded them. He thought to himself, "Last time I was ignored just for being a nobody. But this time," Captain Kummel shouted, "all units switch to defensive formation. Archers, ready?" The dwarf soldiers quickly ran to their positions, forming a solid shield wall. A shield was slammed hard into the ground, showing the solidity and seriousness of the defensive formation. Once the shield wall was ready, the captain gave orders to the archers. The archers drew their bows, aiming at both flanks toward the forest. The dwarves operating the cannons were also ready, pointing the muzzles at suspicious locations, waiting for orders. The captain gave the command. A terrifying barrage of artillery fire was shot straight into the pitch-black forest. Arrows and cannonballs whizzed at incredible speeds, destroying everything in their path. But unexpectedly, a giant creature in heavy armor appeared amidst the barrage, taking the full brunt of the direct attacks. The elf knights observing were absolutely horrified, not understanding what was happening. Captain Kummel was also stunned, realizing there was indeed an ambush waiting for them in the forest. Amidst the thick smoke, an enemy with glowing red eyes and a wicked smile stepped out, revealing his true face. Going back some time, the protagonist turned to ask his teammate, "Have you ever heard of the Bullhead Mercenaries?" A mercenary nodded. "Yes, that's a very famous group in our circle." He also mentioned an elf team called Acadon Wolves, saying Bullhead was much more expensive. Hearing this, the black-haired young man asked further, Tell me everything you know about this mysterious group. The mercenary explained. They are extremely secretive and don't take any missions unless the pay is high enough. From what I know, when they attack, they move like a pack of actual ferocious bulls. Their tactic is to charge straight ahead, trample the enemy's line of defense, then pour in from the inside and massacre without mercy. The protagonist thought to himself that this tactic was very similar to the German tactics in World War II. The mercenary asked worriedly, "So tomorrow we'll have to face this group?" The young man nodded and gave a grim warning. "Our enemy is no ordinary band of robbers. They are elite mercenaries working directly for the Emperor." The soldier wearing the eye patch suggested in a panic. "If we really have to face them, our best bet is to retreat immediately. We must avoid a head-on collision at all costs." The black-haired young man asked why, and he replied, "We don't stand a chance. Word is, this terrifying mercenary group even has a minotaur under their command." At that moment, the protagonist suddenly recalled a similar story he had heard as a child. The image of a legendary monster flashed in his mind. The Minotaur, the destroyer of heroes. Legend had it that the beast possessed a massive frame and godlike strength. Anyone who dared to challenge it was crushed without mercy. The younger mercenary cried out in a panic, "Don't worry, we'll put our lives on the line to help you get away." The man next to him added with a blush, "As for the payment, we can settle up once you're safe and sound." Hearing those words, a faint smile played on the protagonist's lips. He seemed quite satisfied with the situation. He replied unexpectedly, "Actually, I'm going to need both of you to help me with this mission." The two mercenaries immediately lit up, cheering that they wanted to see the legendary beast with their own eyes. The protagonist called each of them by name and thanked them, but added that he had a different task in mind for them. Both of them stood there dazed, unable to imagine what else he could possibly want from them. Back to the present. In the distance, a hidden group watched the army and noticed their formation suddenly shift. In that exact moment, a rain of arrows whistled through the air toward those hiding in the forest. The arrows hit their marks, sending the soldiers into a chorus of agonized screams as they were caught completely off guard. Amidst the chaos, someone bellowed, "Ambush! Bullhead mercenaries! Move out now!" With a heavy thud, a bull-hoofed boot slammed into the dirt, bracing for combat. Next came a mercenary's iron helmet fitted with bull horns, clearly marking him as a member of that notorious group. In the thick of the woods, an arrow thudded straight into an enemy wearing a bullhead protector. Another soldier adjusted his ox-skull helm, readying himself for the fray. The group leader roared an order, "All heavy infantry, advance without hesitation." On the other side of the battlefield, the dwarves immediately scrambled to prep and fire their cannons to halt the enemy's advance. Despite the ear-splitting explosions, the bullhead mercenaries continued their fearless charge, led by their commander. The army moved in tight, disciplined formation, proving they were far from mere bandits. They marched in perfect sync, closing the gap to their target second by second. A beast-faced soldier let out a deafening roar, axe in hand, ready to dive into the slaughter. These terrifying warriors with their bull helmets and glowing eyes prepared to crush their opposition. The massive enemy host advanced, their numbers completely dwarfing the protagonist's small strike force. Captain Kummel surveyed the field and finally recognized the legendary mercenary band he had only heard of in stories. Astride his horse, the protagonist felt a pang of worry. Despite the preparation, the situation was still incredibly grim. He spurred his horse over to the dwarven captain and warned, "Get ready! The enemy is about to hit us with everything they've got." The young man shouted with grim resolve, "I'll find a way to break their charging formation." Surprised by his boldness, Captain Kummel called out a warning. "It's suicide to go in alone." But the protagonist ignored him, spurring his horse into a lone charge toward the enemy army, leaving his allies behind. Seeing this, Captain Kummel bellowed to rally his troops. "Today, the bullhead mercenaries come to test the true strength of we dwarves." Meanwhile, the black-haired youth continued his high-speed dash into the jaws of danger. The captain continued to shout, "Soon, they will realize their weapons and armor are utterly useless against us." The enemy spotted the lone rider, one of them scoffing, "Is he insane? Attacking all by himself?" Their leader smirked, "If he's in such a hurry to die, let's accommodate him." In one swift motion, The protagonist swung his mace at the enemy while charging forward fearlessly. The impact sent an enemy flying, sparking immediate chaos. A soldier screamed, "Block him!" An enemy in a bull helmet flinched, barking orders to hold the attacking line. Their leader recognized the tactic and roared, "Don't let one man throw you into a panic." The protagonist realized his plan had been seen through. He frowned in disappointment at failing to hit his mark. Seeing the opening, Captain Kummel swore on the sacred beard of his ancestors. He ordered, "Front line, focus, advance and trample their ranks." With a thunderous war cry, the bullhead commander shouted, "Crush them all! Show no mercy." The protagonist turned his head and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Here comes the collision." With a single devastating blow, the lead attacker tore through the dwarves' defensive shield wall. From behind, the bullhead heavy infantry swarmed in, unleashing a tide of violence. The battle devolved into absolute carnage. A bullhead mercenary swung a massive mace, brutalizing a dwarf without hesitation. Seeing his kin fall, Captain Kummel roared in fury and charged the opponent fearlessly. He swung his axe with lightning speed, hacking straight into the enemy's right leg. Following up instantly, he delivered a bone-shattering hammer blow directly to the man's jaw. The impact sent the massive frame of the mercenary reeling backward. The remaining bullhead soldiers watched in shock as their comrade was taken down. With his weapon glowing, Captain Kummel bellowed, "Keep moving! Don't stop for a single second." His magical weapon radiated a fierce energy, primed for the next strike. He roared, "Let our burning steel find their flesh. Strike without hesitation." Watching the display, the protagonist smiled to himself. "The dwarven front is holding. I don't need to worry about them." With a confident grin, he said, "Now, it's time for me to handle my end of the deal." He spurred his horse, lunging straight toward an enemy commander for a decisive showdown. His horse thundered across the battlefield, kicking up clouds of dust as it aimed for the heart of the enemy. The enemy warrior stood ready, warning his men, "That knight is coming in hot." The enemy leader, a man named Numero, watched the youth's approach intently, wondering who this rider could be. A soldier reported, "That's the same knight who tried to break our line earlier." Numero sneered, "The brat is a fool." At that moment, a soldier named Decanus petitioned his commander, "Sir, allow me to deal with this young upstart myself." Numero gave a curt nod. Decanus relished the chance to fight. The face of Centurion Numero was revealed, a hardened leader of the dreaded bullhead mercenaries. With permission granted, Decanus readied himself to face the protagonist, vowing to take him down. But before he could make a move, the hero hurled an object straight at his face. The projectile slammed into Decanus's iron helm with devastating force, shattering his defense completely. The protective helm splintered, leaving Decanus wide open for the follow-up. The protagonist thundered past on his horse, leaving Decanus crumpled on the ground in a heartbeat. He reined in his horse nearby. Now he finally caught sight of it, a real minotaur on the battlefield. He recalled the rumors and confirmed that the stories of this beast were no exaggeration. Raising his voice, he challenged the enemy. "Are you the one leading this pack of dogs?" The bull-faced man growled in response, "Get off your horse, and let us begin this fight properly." The protagonist blinked, confused by the strange request. The enemy smirked and explained, "In a messy brawl, your horse might get hurt. I've taken a liking to that animal, so I want you on your feet first." He eyed the youth's armor and weapon hungrily, while his men did the same. The protagonist agreed, vaulting off his horse. "This animal carries the name of my older brother." With a confident smirk, he threatened, "If I win, I'm turning that tail of yours into a stew. Come at me, you walking holiday gift box," the hero yelled, pointing his weapon directly at the man's face. The bull-faced warrior stood dazed, having no idea what that insult even meant. The black-haired youth just gave a mischievous grin, fully prepared for the fight of his life. With a burst of speed, he lunged at his opponent to kick off the duel. The enemy leader roared in fury, charging the boy with everything he had. He swung his massive axe with bone-crushing force, intending to flatten the protagonist. But the youth dodged with fluid grace, ducking low to escape the horrific blow. The enemy growled in frustration at the missed strike. The protagonist leaped back to reset his distance, preparing his next move. He carefully analyzed his opponent, ready to counterattack with every skill in his arsenal. He realized the reach of their weapons was dangerously lopsided. The enemy spun his axe, and the youth knew that even a glancing blow would be the end of him. The sheer power of the swings was so intense he felt like he could be torn in half by the wind alone. He watched the spinning axe blade intently. Taking a defensive stance, he felt a momentary pang of regret for not bringing his wolf along for backup in this grueling fight. The enemy bellowed, "Stop dodging! Fight me like a real man." He raised his axe high, promising the knight a death befitting a true warrior. But in the middle of the swing, the protagonist spotted an opening, a chance to strike back. The enemy leader realized the intent, his eyes widening in shock. With a roar, the hero surged forward with incredible speed, his body wreathed in a blue aura. He prepared to unleash a powerful, decisive blow. With a direct strike, he aimed his full force right at the enemy leader's groin. A sickening sound, like an egg being crushed, suddenly rang out. The remaining bullhead mercenaries stood paralyzed, unable to believe their eyes. The leader flew into a blind rage from the strike, sparks of angry electricity dancing around him. In a mix of agony and shock, he let go of his massive axe, letting it hit the ground with a heavy thud. The man staggered, completely stunned and reeling from the pain of the blow. The protagonist closed in on his dazed opponent, preparing to finish the match. Weapon in hand, he readied himself to deliver the final strike that would end it all. Across the field, the dwarves took advantage of the chaos to push hard against the mercenaries. The clash between dwarf and mercenary grew fiercer by the second, both sides fighting with desperate courage. Suddenly, a group of holy female knights appeared, led by a commander barking orders. The knights downed a mysterious potion, bracing themselves for the fray. The bullhead troops stood frozen, unable to process what was happening. The eyes of the holy knights glowed a bright blue as they entered a powerful berserker state. Surged with new strength, the knights charged and began to easily overwhelm the mercenary ranks. A blue-eyed knight lunged at an enemy with her sword, showing off overwhelming power. A furious mercenary tried to use his weapon to crush a knight, but he was intercepted. A female knight appeared, swinging her sword to cut down the mercenary and save her comrade. Her face set in a mask of determination, she continued to battle the enemy valiantly. With a precise strike, she took down another mercenary, showcasing her elite skills. The female knight turned to her ally and said, "Agenta, get up! Keep fighting with me." The empowered knight chanted a somber oath, "The light will be with us." Seeing the tide turn, the mercenary leader yelled at his subordinates, "No one retreats. Lord Numero will finish that knight off and come back to support us." Back at the main duel, Lord Numero was badly wounded and seemed to have been bested by the young man. The protagonist held his mace, which was dripping with a thick black liquid after the direct hit. The enemy leader slumped to his knees, utterly defeated. With a grave expression, the youth asked, "Any last words?" He added, "Destroyer of heroes." The remaining mercenaries went silent, completely shell-shocked to see their leader fall. The leader begged for mercy, pleading not to be killed. But the hero replied, "I still want my stew." He tried to justify his life. "Killing me won't bring any honor to the knight who defeated me." In his terror, he confessed, "Actually, I'm not a pure minotaur. It's all just a rumor." The protagonist paused, surprised by the revelation, and asked, "What are you talking about?" The man explained, "I'm only half minotaur, so killing me here isn't exactly a grand achievement." The protagonist remained silent for a moment, seemingly uninterested in the enemy's excuses. He replied, "I have no idea what you are talking about regarding achievements and glory." Afterward, the black-haired young man turned to a soldier holding a signal horn. He commanded, "Send word immediately to the enemy's front lines. Announce that they have been completely defeated in this battle." The bull-faced leader felt despair, thinking that they had now truly lost everything. The protagonist turned to him and said, "You will be the reserve meat for the upcoming holidays." With a serious expression, he warned, "You will be a witness, and only the truth shall be spoken from your mouth." Terrified, the bull-faced man could only let out a fearful moo, not knowing how to react. The remaining mercenaries still tried to fight, shouting that their lord would soon return to support them. Suddenly, a soldier heard the signal horn and stood dazed. What is this sound? He was horrified to realize that their centurion's signal horn had been silenced by a single knight. At this moment, Captain Kummel led his troops forward, mocking the leftover mercenaries. With a resounding shout, he ordered the hornblower, "Blow the victory horn so that all may hear it." The scene shifts to the Marcel branch of the Katana Trading Company. The Catgirl assistant reported to the consul. The punishment force has secured its first victory. The elf consul smiled. "I have heard. The performance of our elf knights is truly admirable." But the assistant looked flustered and said, "Unfortunately, we have lost contact with the knights." The consul startled and stood abruptly from his chair, screaming in horror, "What? How could we lose contact with the knights in a mere battle with bandits?" The Catgirl explained, "If it were ordinary bandits, it would be fine, but this enemy is entirely different." She handed him an important document that had just arrived. "Please look closely at this document," she revealed. "The Bullhead Mercenary Company has confessed to everything." The documents showed that everything was orchestrated by Baron Einbeck. The consul was utterly shocked. The Catgirl mentioned that the Bullhead Mercenary Company's centurion was like a minotaur. The consul was startled. "They actually captured that monster alive?" With a confident smile, the Catgirl confirmed, "That is correct." The elf consul was even more amazed. "Is there someone truly capable of such an unthinkable feat?" The assistant smiled. "There is." The scene cuts back to the battlefield, showing the protagonist standing before the completely defeated army. Unexpectedly, he heard someone call his name. With a solemn expression, the young man turned to see the old mage and the young assistant Godin arriving. Godin ran forward, joyfully hugging his master. The mage said worriedly, "You shouldn't be standing like that, you're injured." The protagonist smiled lightly. "It's just a small wound. Nothing serious." Young Godin excitedly began to recount. "I heard about the battle. Master, you were truly magnificent." The boy even imitated his combat moves, making the protagonist blush with embarrassment as he hurriedly said, "Don't exaggerate like that." In his heart he thought, "However, please keep praising me loudly so the consul can hear it." At this moment, Captain Kummel stepped forward and said loudly, "We do not think the boy is exaggerating at all," he shouted. "This young knight deserves every word of praise. The courage shown by charging in alone set a fire in the hearts of my soldiers." The captain bowed respectfully. "Your courage will be a shining example for all of us dwarves." The protagonist felt awkward under the sea of compliments, but he happily accepted them for a private reason. Just then, another voice rang out. "Your tactics also caught everyone completely by surprise." At this point, the saintly knights approached, greeting him with blessings from the patron saints. They thanked him sincerely. "If not for you, all of us would have been wiped out in the enemy's ambush." A female knight praised him. "You truly possess a noble character for sparing the enemy commander's life." The protagonist smiled modestly. "It was nothing. Actually, I had no need to kill him," the female knight explained. "A minotaur possesses terrifying physical strength and is extremely dangerous. An ordinary knight would certainly have executed that half-minotaur to claim the honor and achievement. But you did not do so, which shows you are very merciful." The protagonist grew even more embarrassed, thinking everyone was exaggerating way too much. He said, "I only spared him because he is still useful. Everyone is praising me too much." Unexpectedly, the old mage chimed in. "Do you know how many people that half-minotaur has killed?" He looked at him seriously. Excessive modesty only makes those giving the praise feel awkward. Everyone simultaneously bowed their heads to express their gratitude. The protagonist silently accepted the thanks from everyone. Captain Kummel was exhilarated by the victory. "Now, we will crush Baron Einbeck's forces." But suddenly a shout rang out from outside, drawing everyone's attention. "Look over there! I told you there was no one left." Seeing this, everyone moved quickly outside. Unexpectedly, a heavily wounded elf knight ran up panting and collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. The protagonist recognized him as a messenger from Gustav's unit, and his face did not look like that of a winner at all. The elf knelt, using his last bit of strength to beg desperately. "Please send reinforcements to support our elite unit," he recounted in a panic. "We were attacked by a giant and extremely dangerous troll." A flashback appeared. In a dark and gloomy forest near a murky lake, beneath the water's surface, something was moving, signaling a mysterious and terrifying presence. Heavy footsteps stomped through the water. The fleeing enemy soldiers from before now ran frantically across the lake, their faces filled with terror and despair. They were running from something horrific chasing them from behind. It was the elf knights relentlessly pursuing them on warhorses. One enemy soldier stood frozen in fear as an elf knight charged toward him. With a swift and precise slash, the elf took him down effortlessly. The soldier's body splashed into the water, a testament to the elf knight's merciless pursuit. Another elf looked at the enemy corpses floating on the water with a look of clear arrogance. He complained, "This battle was won too easily. It wasn't even interesting or satisfying." Another knight said, "We're only here because of the debt to the trading company. I didn't expect a battle of honor anyway." He continued to grumble about the debt to the company and about Count Bart who had sent them here. Regardless, they decided to continue the pursuit to collect all the spoils. The elf leader stepped forward to command, shouting to the whole army, "Continue the pursuit. Wipe out the remaining enemies hiding in the forest. Take everything of value from them. Anyone caught pocketing spoils will be severely punished." The entire army of elf knights moved across the water to carry out the order. After a moment, the knights stopped to catch their breath and check their gear. One said in surprise, "I didn't expect a place like this near Marcel." Another knight grumbled, "This place is perfect for bandits to hide like rats." Suddenly, he heard a strange sound under the water and immediately became alert. Another warned, "Something is approaching." Everyone became tense. They saw a fellow knight approaching, his whole body severely wounded. No one understood how he could have been so miserably defeated. The wounded knight tried to say something, but he was in a state of total shock. Suddenly, an invisible force dragged him underwater. He screamed for help before disappearing beneath the lake's surface. In a panic, one knight drew his sword, preparing to face the invisible threat. With a look of horror, he wondered, what kind of thing just appeared in front of us? A grotesque, giant troll emerged from the water, staring at the knights with yellowed eyes. The monster let out a terrifying roar, revealing sharp teeth and massive strength. The surviving messenger recounted, "We fell into a trap and were attacked by the troll." The protagonist finally understood. So it was all a lure. The letter didn't mention a troll at all. The elf continued, "3 of Count Bart's knights are still trapped there. Please save them." He knelt down and pleaded, "Please save our comrades." Captain Kummel asked everyone, "What do you think we should do in this situation?" A saintly knight replied, "Our vows do not allow us to turn our backs on those in need of help." The protagonist asked her, "What kind of creature is a troll? I need to assess the situation." She replied, "I once defeated a troll, but to tell you the truth, it is not an easy enemy to deal with. This is a creature that an ordinary human cannot withstand. A troll's skin is harder than stone, its muscles as tough as steel cables. The raw power from its giant frame far exceeds human endurance. The most terrifying thing is its horrific regeneration ability. Even if we pierce its flesh, the wound will quickly heal as if it never happened." An elf knight standing behind them was horrified to hear this. Another shouted, "Laurent, get a hold of yourself. Don't just stand there frozen in the middle of a campaign." The female saintly knight remained silent for a moment, thinking over the information received. The elf messenger knelt again, begging to save his comrades. The protagonist asked her, "In your opinion, should we go to the rescue?" She nodded. "We should, but only if the dwarf captain allows us to separate from the main unit." However, she warned, "Even if we run at maximum speed, it might already be too late." The elf's face turned pale upon hearing those words. Captain Kummel turned to the elf messenger and called him over for a serious talk. With a solemn expression, he said, "I don't think we should send a rescue team. Our mission isn't finished, and we aren't even sure if those people are still alive." The elf felt despair at the answer. At this point, the protagonist called the captain over and said in a firm voice, "I will go to the rescue myself." The captain hurriedly tried to dissuade him. This is not a matter that can be decided so lightly, the protagonist replied. With this many warriors, my absence will not affect the unit at all. Captain Kummel tried to persuade him. It's useless. You're only putting yourself in danger. He asked back, and what if they are still alive? The question silenced the captain. The protagonist continued. I cannot stand by and watch my comrades be wiped out without doing anything. Even if only one person survives, saving them is worth doing. The saintly knights were moved by the noble and brave attitude of the young warrior. He turned to the captain to ask for permission. Please, let me go. Captain Kummel looked at him silently for a long moment, then let out a heavy sigh. Finally, he smiled. You really never cease to surprise me. Very well. I'll put a squad together for you. The old mage and the boy, Godin, stood watching the scene. The old man commented. My apprentice's noble character is truly admirable, he continued. To an old man like me, his intentions in this situation are crystal clear. The protagonist thought to himself. Even if they are trolls, those elf knights are no weaklings. They still have a chance to be saved. Besides, if the rescue is successful, the reward will surely be massive. Meanwhile, in a dark place, someone had just received word that the elf knights had fallen into the trap. The hooded man burst into a savage laugh, gloating over the success of his plan. With a sinister smile, he said, if those elf knights are wiped out, the relationship between Marcel and Erangs will be shattered forever. Another person spoke up. It's too early to celebrate. The main force has yet to be lured into the trap. A red-haired woman chimed in. We spent a lot of imperial gold to bribe them, so how could they have fallen into the trap so easily? She wondered how they could have been defeated so quickly. The man with the stylish mustache smirked. The Bullhead Company is merely a disposable pawn. He held up an oak leaf-shaped emblem and said, my true plan lies elsewhere. Then he turned and asked, more importantly, how is Janina's troll doing? Is it still holding up? I heard trolls are extremely weak to fire, so I'm not worried. Even if the elves discover its weakness, what of it? The red-haired woman explained. There's nothing to worry about. I intentionally placed the troll in the damp wetlands. Ordinary fire is completely useless against a monster like that. The other man nodded in agreement. She continued with an evil grin. They will die in the darkness, unable to even light a single torch. The scene shifts to the dark and damp swamp where the monster is hiding from the elf knights. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light appeared, illuminating the entire area with a powerful and fierce flame. The protagonist asked in surprise, that fire is burning that well in a damp place like this? A female knight explained, this is a holy spell known as the Holy Fire of Aina, a legendary flame. This magic has been passed down through generations in our monastery, specifically designed to deal with monsters. The young man followed up. So it was thanks to this fire that you defeated that giant troll? The female knight nodded. Exactly. This holy fire can even suppress a monster's regenerative abilities. The protagonist was silently amazed. This fire is completely different from the ordinary flames everyone knows. Another female knight explained. Once ignited, not even water can extinguish this purifying flame. He was startled, thinking to himself, this is almost exactly like white phosphorus from my world. Johann was incredibly impressed by the magic, swordsmanship, and endurance of the holy female knights on this mission. The female knight smiled. It is all thanks to the grace of the gods and our daily training at the monastery. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. With you all here, I feel much more at ease. I was quite worried before. He warned, our goal isn't to defeat the troll, but to distract it to save the elf knights. I think they must be hiding, as no one can fight a monster like that forever. But in reality, an elf knight was screaming, don't anyone hide. Hold the line. He ordered his subordinates. Attack the monster. We must reclaim our lost honor. The troll roared in fury, preparing to lunge at the knights with its full strength. Suddenly, the protagonist's furry companion began barking incessantly toward the front. He realized Karamov had detected something. Valine was surprised by the dog's name. The scene reveals 3 horses draped in colorful blankets running alone through the dark forest. The night girl was stunned. Why are the elves' horses here without their riders? Both he and Valine looked shocked as they realized what had happened. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, drawing both of their attention. He said to Sister Valian, "Our assumption that the elves were hiding was wrong." She replied, "Actually, that's good news. It means they're still alive." Valian warned, "With the current fire, we absolutely cannot kill the troll." The protagonist remained calm. "Perfect. I'll go ahead to buy everyone some time." Valian cried out in terror, "That's not what I meant," but he ignored the warning and ordered his canine friend, Karamov, "Go after those runaway horses." Then he spurred his horse and charged straight ahead alone. Valian screamed his name in worry. The leader of the Holy Knights turned to her sisters. "Focus. We need to create an even stronger flame." She drew her sword, preparing for the upcoming ritual. She held the blade and began to pray to the patron saint of the order. Instantly, a massive pillar of blue fire erupted as they prayed for the souls crying out for help. They pleaded for the holy fire to guide all those lost in the darkness back to the light. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, an elf knight was facing off against the giant troll. The monster roared in anger. Without a hint of fear, the elf warrior lunged with sword in hand, attacking with everything he had. But the troll only needed to wind up a single powerful punch to crush the charging knight. It swung a terrifying blow, ready to end him. Despite the monster's incredible strength, the knight landed a precise strike on its giant hand. After the hit, he wore a look of grim determination, ready to keep fighting valiantly. But his expression quickly turned to horror as he realized his attack had almost no effect. The wound on the troll's hand regenerated in the blink of an eye. It let out a roar of rage from being attacked. The knight panicked as he witnessed the regeneration. Realizing the situation was dire, he still gritted out, "It's not over yet." But in his heart, he knew things had turned critical. His comrades lay scattered across the ground, the soldier's morale completely shattered. His face was drenched in cold sweat. The elf leader looked on in utter despair. He thought, "The men are exhausted. We can't keep fighting this giant monster anymore." Alone, he wondered what they could possibly do when even just standing their ground had become a struggle. Suddenly, a comrade stood up and raised his sword, preparing to do something desperate. The leader screamed his name. "What do you think you're doing?" The knight turned back and apologized. "Forgive me, sir. I can't stand this situation any longer," he said. "You lead the others away. I'll stay behind to hold off the troll." The elf leader barked back angrily, "Don't say such stupid things." But it was too late. His comrade was prepared to sacrifice himself to face the monster alone. The troll prepared to unleash its final blow. The elf leader screamed his friend's name in desperation. The monster lunged, bringing a powerful strike down on the knight who intended to sacrifice himself. But the elf leader was shocked to see his friend still standing firm, not crushed at all. He was completely bewildered, unable to understand what had just happened. Suddenly, the troll roared in pain. A spear had been driven deep into its neck with incredible force. The monster staggered backward. The elf leader couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered in amazement. How could a spear pierce the stone-hard hide of this beast? With a look of total shock, he silently asked, "Who just launched that attack?" His comrades shouted the leader's name, pointing towards something charging in at high speed. Out of the darkness, the protagonist rode forth on his horse, holding a gleaming spear, ready for battle. He shouted to the elf knights, "You all, get out of here now. Run as fast as you can and don't look back." The scene shifts to the Marcel branch of the Katana Trading Company at night. In the main office, the elf consul and the cat assistant were discussing something. The consul held a mysterious letter, analyzing it carefully and wondering if it was a black letter from an enemy. The contents of the letter demanded the Marcel city gates be opened at midnight to allow 500 mercenaries to enter. The cat assistant said with a serious face, "This entire affair can only be a plot by Baron Einbeck to attack the city." She began to explain about the Oak Tree Mercenary Group, the first strike force. This group was sent out under the guise of eliminating bandits, but the real plan was completely different. They had no idea they would be facing elite mercenaries working directly for the Emperor. Because they were taken by surprise, the entire force was wiped out. The assistant revealed, Baron Einbeck used the seal of the late Baron Beryl to forge this letter. The consul understood. This letter is a ruse designed to break the city's final line of defense. The cat girl smiled in agreement. Even if there are survivors, they won't take action right now. We only need to handle the situation tomorrow morning, when the sun rises. The elf consul nodded. We are finally thinking alike. I agree with your plan, he declared. I have already informed the captain of the guard. Tonight, not a single threat shall pass through the fortress. Far away in the camp, someone was praying for the god's blessing to guide the heroes step by step on their mission. It was the young assistant Godin, praying that the claws and fangs of those monsters would not harm his master. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Are you praying because you're worried about your master? Godin jumped in alarm and turned to see the old mage Sudet standing there, having watched him silently for a while. The boy worried. I know my master is brave, but a normal human cannot defeat a troll alone. The old mage nodded. Usually, it takes more than an entire army to take down a single troll. Godin was even more shocked. The old man comforted him. Don't worry. There is still a way to defeat that mysterious monster. He reminded the boy. Your master possesses 2 special waters containing the secrets of the legendary Eiffel River. Godin suddenly remembered the water of wrath and the water of blessing. Immediately lighting up at the brilliant idea, the old mage explained. If the water of wrath is applied to any weapon, that weapon will receive terrifying power, enough to deal a fatal blow to any enemy. He added, your master understands very well how to utilize this power in the coming battle. Back on the battlefield, the troll roared in pain. The elf knights stood frozen at the sight. One elf screamed to his leader, don't just stand there. Order a retreat immediately. The protagonist thundered past them on his horse, continuing his plan to distract the ugly, giant monster. He thought to himself, with my strength, I can pierce its hide, but I need to buy everyone time. He had completely forgotten that he had the water of wrath available for his weapon. Suddenly, he remembered something important, and a bead of cold sweat rolled down his worried face. Seeing the monster wounded, the elf leader cheered. This is our only chance to kill it once and for all. The protagonist shouted back. Don't be an idiot. That would be a horrific mistake for all of us. The elf leader ordered his subordinates to retreat. We cannot fight this monster, but one soldier replied. If a human knight dares to fight, then so can we. He charged straight forward. The troll unleashed a powerful blow on the elf knight. The leader screamed his comrade's name in despair. The terrifying strike sent the knights flying, demonstrating the full giant power of the monster. The charging knight was severely wounded, seemingly unable to continue the fight. The black-haired youth yelled, You people are fools. I came here to save you, not to fight alongside you. The troll ripped the spear out of its neck and prepared to counterattack. It hurled the spear away. He spurred his horse to accelerate for an attack. Spear in hand, he shouted, Everyone move up. Prepare for my next strike. He thundered forward at high speed, engaging the troll in a fierce, head-on confrontation. The monster glared at him, growling, Look at me closely, and don't miss a single move. The protagonist thought to himself, It's enough as long as the elves escape. He quickly shouted a diversionary cry and hurled something into the monster's eyes to pass by safely. He successfully bypassed the troll, thinking he had impaired its mobility for a short while. But the monster was not fooled. Its yellow eyes flared with an uncontrollable and terrifying rage. It lunged forward with incredible speed and snatched the black-haired young man before he could even react. Seeing this, the elf knights screamed his name in despair, not knowing what to do to save him. The monster squeezed him tightly and dragged him underwater, intending to drown him without mercy. In a panic, he realized he was too close to the monster and had absolutely no way out. He was hoisted high into the air, completely under the control of the giant troll. The scene shifts to the gates of Marseille at night. The area outside the walls is open and quiet. A sentry on the wall spotted lights approaching and wondered curiously what they were. He held up his binoculars to get a closer look and saw a troop carrying torches advancing toward them. He recognized the banner of the Oak Tree Mercenaries and was utterly confused. Panicked, he thought, could they be ghosts? Everyone thought they were wiped out by the bandits, but he suddenly recalled the consul's instructions and realized this was part of a larger scheme. The sentry immediately shouted, Everyone be on guard. Converge at the fortress gate for defense. The consul and the cat assistant heard the shout, knowing the enemy had finally arrived. The cat girl said, I will send a letter to confirm the commander's identity and see if they are survivors. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out. That won't be necessary. Figures appeared at the door of the room. Both were horrified by the sudden appearance of these people inside the office. A man walked in. The elf consul stared, unable to believe his eyes. The man laughed and asked, Why are you two reacting like you just saw a ghost? He introduced himself. I am the commander. I came here personally because I heard you were looking for me in the city. The cat assistant was in deep shock. Weren't you missing? Everyone thought so. The man replied coldly. I only need to say one thing. He shouted loudly. Glory to the Holy Empire. The elf consul realized. It turns out the oak tree mercenaries were bribed by Baron Einbeck. The cat girl panicked, unable to believe everything was happening so fast. The commander declared, From this moment, the city of Marseille belongs to my army. Back at the battle, the protagonist panicked as he was squeezed by the grotesque giant monster. Seeing his benefactor in danger, the elf leader screamed in despair, completely helpless to intervene. The troll used its brutal strength to slam the hero down into the ground. A massive water explosion occurred. The young knight's fate seemed to be sealed. The elf knights witnessed the scene in horror, screaming the name of the man who had sacrificed himself for them. The elf leader's eyes welled with tears, paralyzed in despair, not knowing how to react. Amidst the darkness, he recalled the young man's smile and thought, Now he is gone forever. The protagonist's body floated listlessly on the water's surface. The elf knights believed he had been defeated by the monster. Far away outside the gates of Marseille, the oak tree mercenaries were standing ready. Their leader commanded, Light the torches and prepare to charge in. With a wicked smile, he said, Those idiots in Marseille are doing exactly as I predicted. He continued, No matter what they do, we will enter the city one way or another. The city guards rushed to the walls, completely unaware that the enemy had a secret plan to infiltrate. They revealed they had bribed a guard to open the sewer gate. The traitorous guard opened a secret passage from the inside to let the enemy pour into the city. With a mad look in his eyes, he roared, Glory to the Holy Empire, revealing his true loyalty. But the very moment the door was opened, an arrow shot out from inside and lodged itself firmly in his forehead. The mercenary said coldly, Glory to the Emperor. Then he turned to report to the leader waiting outside the secret passage. The guard has been dealt with. The entrance is now completely clear. We see clearly the face of Brattle, the fearsome leader of the oak tree mercenaries. He praised his subordinate. Well done. The Empire has no need for those who betray for a few coins. He declared to all the soldiers, From this second, the city of Marseille belongs to us. He ordered, Capture the captain of the guard while the sentries are distracted on the walls. The rest of you follow me. We go to find the city consul. In the office, the elf consul seemed to have anticipated the enemy's appearance, remaining silent without a word. The mercenary leader Brattle entered and said, Even if we take the city, I will let you keep your title and power. The cat assistant snapped in anger. You have a lot of nerve saying that after attacking us, Brattle sneered, praising her. The girl has spirit, but that spirit won't help you much. He warned, Don't test my patience. The merchant guild should only profit from the winning side. He revealed, The captain of the Marseille guard has been captured. You have no options left. Brattle approached the desk and placed a paper down before the consul, looking at him with serious, threatening eyes. He commanded, You only need to write one single order for the suppression force. Order the army to stop fighting and surrender immediately. Simultaneously, swear loyalty to our emperor without hesitation. The enemy leader warned, If you listen, I won't have to get my hands dirty personally. Meanwhile, at the marsh, the protagonist's body floated motionless on the water, looking devoid of life. An elf knight was facing the giant troll. The monster prepared to attack with full force, letting out a terrifying roar that revealed its sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes. The elf leader named Gustav screamed his teammate's name, Laurent. He issued a direct order, Lead the others and run. I will buy you time. But Laurent refused. I will stay and fight by your side. Gustav roared. Don't be stubborn. Get the wounded out of here as fast as possible. He called his friend's name again in desperation, hoping he would obey. Laurent was terrified, his face full of horror, not knowing what he could do to help. Gustav spoke sternly. This is not a suggestion. It is an order from a superior. Withdraw. Laurent watched helplessly as the leader turned back to face the monster alone in a final sacrifice. Gustav stared straight at the troll and challenged. Come at me with everything you've got. I'm not afraid, he shouted. Give me an honorable end. I am ready to die for my comrades. The monster opened its mouth wide, seemingly preparing an energy strike to finish the elf knight. Beneath the water's surface, the protagonist appeared to be unconscious. He began to recall his master's teachings. In his memory, his master had told him to engrave this forever in his soul. Never fight an enemy you cannot defeat. Run away from danger. But his master also taught, if for some reason you truly must fight with all your strength, then finish the enemy without a second of hesitation. Back in the present, the young man opened his eyes and whispered an apology, thinking this was his end. A large black stain began to spread in the water, indicating he was severely injured. He realized his body could no longer move, so exhausted he couldn't continue the fight. With a weary expression, he seemed to accept his fate and prepared for what was coming. He recalled a life full of suffering, feeling his heartbeat grow slower and slower. With his final breath, he thought his heart would stop forever right here. He only wanted to rest in peace, and everything was about to become silent. But suddenly, a small blue glowing creature appeared in the darkness of the mysterious marsh. Suddenly, the protagonist snapped his eyes open and refused to accept an end like this. He clenched his fists, gathering all his will to continue the fight. A powerful voice echoed in his head. If you cannot escape the fate that is approaching, then destroy death itself. He used all his strength to strike his chest hard. He forced his stopped heart to beat once more. The young man pushed himself up from the water, his eyes burning with a newfound determination. If I cannot escape fate, then I will fight it. With a gaze full of fury, he stared directly at the giant monster, preparing for the final showdown and shouting with all his might, I will overcome death itself to survive. Meanwhile, the troll was preparing to crush the elf knight without a shred of mercy. The elf warrior let out a roar for his honor and his people, ready to embrace his final moment. Suddenly, a spear of blue energy streaked through the air at an incredible speed toward the monster. The spear pierced the giant hand, stopping the fatal blow dead in its tracks. The troll let out a howl of agony, clutching its impaled hand. The elf knight stood there, absolutely speechless with shock. The protagonist shouted out, Gustav! Gustav turned around to see the protagonist emerging from the depths, still gripping the energy spear, as the elf knights asked in wonder, My lord? You're still alive? The hero spoke coldly to the group of elves. You're just in the way. Get out of here immediately.